Summit, Sustainable Production with Holistic Principles. With the overwhelming success of the first edition gives me immense pleasure and immense happiness and confidence to present the second edition. Thank you. An agriculture able to continually provide food and other resources to a growing world population is of crucial importance for human existence. However, there are a great number of problems that threaten the ability of agriculture to fulfill human needs now and in the future, including climate change, land degradation through soil erosion, depletion and pollution of water resources, rising production costs, poverty, etc. In face of these challenges, the idea of sustainable agriculture has gained prominence since the publication of the Brundtland Report in 1987, alongside the overarching concept of sustainable development. Sustainability is a continuous journey, not a destination. With these words, may I invite the panelists of the session 1. They are already here. Welcome everybody. I would now like to invite Mr. Pravesh Sharma, former IAS officer and chairman FICCI Task Force on FPOs, for his opening address. Sir has a career spanning of 34 years in the administrative services. He spent over 20 years handling assignments in the food and agriculture sector. Sir has been instrumental in leading a national campaign to mobilize farmers into producer organizations to integrate smallholders in the value chain. During his tenure as MD SFAC, he co-founded Kamatan, an agri-tech startup, in 2018 to create an inclusive supply chain by integrating farmers with markets. He has been a great guide and has been a key driver in successfully chairing the FICCI Task Force on FPOs. He is an alumnus of St. Stephen's College, Delhi University. Please join your hands. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Divya, and a warm welcome to all the participants of this second Sustainability Summit hosted by FICCI. I am extremely privileged to be chairing this very distinguished panel here today, and as you hear their thoughts in this opening session, I hope it will set the theme for the day, building up to the awards at the end of the afternoon. So I don't intend to take up much time, but I just thought I'll use my privilege as the chair of the session to set a few goalposts or some parameters in which we are engaged with this theme of sustainability. I'm very happy that you'll be hearing the keynote address from Dr. P.K. Singh, the Agriculture Commissioner, Ministry of Agriculture, and I think he will certainly go into some of the finer details, but from my perspective, with my experience in the government and now as part of an enterprise which is seeking to connect farmers to solutions like finance, markets, technology, I see 4 outstanding challenges that our agriculture sector is facing today, and I think they are very relevant to our discussion on the theme of sustainability. The first and foremost, and I call these the 4 crises of agriculture, and if I was to use a current metaphor, they are like the 4 corners of a football field. Those of you who are following the FIFA World Cup, at least you are familiar how it is different from a cricket pitch. Thank God for the World Cup, because some people are at least learning some new terminology. So what are these 4 corners that in my view define the playing field of agriculture? So we are first facing a massive income crisis in agriculture. You saw the long drawn out farmers agitation. Even if that has subsided, we know that there is a challenge in raising the income of our farmers on a sustainable basis. And of course, this is because of a huge number of issues. I'm not going to go into detail, but there is a very major income crisis we are facing. The second major crisis we are facing is what I call a factor productivity crisis. The factors of production of agriculture, land, water, that means soil and water especially, and then there is a labor component. But if you look at the core of this this factor crisis, it is about the sustainable use of soil and water. The third crisis that we are facing is a human resource crisis in agriculture. It sounds counterintuitive. Agriculture is supposed to be overpopulated, but it suffers from a shortage of agricultural labor, especially skilled labor. The youth of today in the rural areas do not want to take up farming as a profession. It is not an aspirational sector. It's not a glamorous sector. They see their fathers and grandfathers toiling for very low returns. So there's a sustainability issue in the human resource situation also. And fourth and final is what I call the capital crisis in agriculture. My great friend Anil, you will hear in the next session. And there are various people working to solve this crisis. But it is a fact that in a secular way, the capital accumulation in agriculture in the last decade and a half has fallen. Private investment has fallen along with public investment. So these four crises, the income crisis at the farm household level, the factor crisis of production, third, the human resource crisis, and fourth, the capital crisis, the declining capital flows to agriculture. This, in my view, should be the defining framework of sustainability. I think too much focus or too much narrowing of this theme around technology issues should be something that we should avoid. At the moment, the debate is largely led by scientists, technologists, but I would say that ultimately the sustainability of agriculture is the sustainability of that small farm household unit. It is that farm enterprise. How do you make it sustainable in a holistic way? Where of course the soil and water, the capital challenges are very relevant, but ultimately it is about the survival of this human-led enterprise. FAO calls agriculture a sector where there are factories without a roof. We saw for ourselves an excellent wheat crop up to around early February turned into a crisis with a sudden spike in temperature. So I'm going to stop here, but I hope that some of the thoughts I've placed here will be responded to by this very eminent gathering. And it's my great pleasure now to invite Dr. P.K. Singh, Agriculture Commissioner, Minister of Agriculture, for his keynote address. Thank you.
Can I have the PowerPoint presentation? PowerPoint can be.
Yes, yes.
Is it connected here itself? यहाँ से कनेक्ट है क्या? यहाँ से भी जुड़ा है?
Just help him please, Divya. Thank you.
Is it visible? Because I cannot see now where it is. Okay, now it is. So, a very good morning to all of you. Now, I think this is a very good opportunity to discuss this. Federation of Industries is discussing agriculture. That is again a very good start from that beginning. So, it is time when we are moving towards Amrit Kal, So, in that Amrit Kal, yes, everybody has to go together. So, I think it is a welcome initiative by FICCI to take up such an issue of sustainability in agriculture. So, when we talk of balancing growth and sustainability in agriculture, so we can see the growth first, what we have achieved so far. So, in growth, if we see, this is the success of agriculture, what we are seeing, no? For last 75 years of after the independence, we have a total food grain production of 315.72 million tons, then rice 130, wheat, so much. So this is all a very good growth. Growth is very good. So we can tap our shoulders, each other's shoulders, that yes, everybody has contributed in this, industry has contributed, agrochemicals has, were there, then good varieties were there, research and development, everywhere there was very good growth. So, and that is why now I think this hunger problem and all those, even in COVID times, we could sustain the our lives in such a dramatic period of, you can say, this COVID. And then cotton, sugarcane, so you can see huge ethanol blending is now going on, 10% ethanol blending. So that is also a kind of growth which is now going towards sustainability of fuel, biofuel. And then cotton, again from polyester to cotton fabric, everybody is now shifting towards that. So no more polyester or no less synthetics and more natural fibers are in the market. So that is also a kind of growth, you can say, towards good, better or best society in that way. So now after 75 years, now we are moving towards 2047. That is the Amrit Kal, what I have told, that this is the vision for Amrit Kal. What PM says, it is Panch Pran. Panch Pran. What are those? That is goal of developed India. Remove any trace of colonial mindset. Take pride in our roots. Then where is our root? They are in agriculture. That is in the villages. That are our roots. We have started our journey from there itself. So then unity not only of religious or in that sense unity of producers and consumers, unity of this industry and farmers. So unity means a total unity, unified system of unity. That is the sense of unity, sense of duty. The last one. Once there is unity, then we have a sense of duty also for that, कि हमें किसान के लिए कुछ करना है, किसान को भी लगता है कि हमें सोसाइटी के लिए कुछ करना है. Otherwise such kind of clash for 1 year would have not gone in the roads when farmers sitting on agitation and then lot of tussle. That is the kind of conflict going on between the growth and sustainability. You can see that. So again our Honorable PM says that it is time for India to realize the fact that 21st century is truly India's century, as has been said for years by several people. A rise of new India is essential not just for India but for the world. And this can come through only when we can build up a self-reliant nation. And then a transformation of governance cannot happen without the transformation of mindset. Everybody has to change his mindset. How it will be changed, that we have to think. A transformation in mindset cannot happen without transformative ideas. Now you can see several IT professionals leaving their job, settling in some place and then starting vineyards, somebody is starting some startups. So that is the change in the mindset, that kind of mindset. And then there will be a focus on Sashakt Kisan, Suposhit Samaj and Sampanna Bharat. And if we talk of Sashakt Kisan and then Suposhit Samaj, that means we have to see to whom we are going to cater. What is that Samaj? That Samaj is not a small Samaj, what we are going to cater. That is, we can see from this population dynamics. At present we are 140 crore. Sustainability, that doesn't mean that we have to sustain 140 crores. We have to include growth in that also, because from 140 we will be reaching 163. These 23 crores more cannot be sustained without growth. So again, growth and sustainability we have to balance, again the same thing. So what we are producing today is 315 million tons. What we need will be around 405 million tons. So without growth that cannot come. And so again this kind of things are going to happen. We estimate that by 2050 very few but farmer entrepreneurs will produce food. That is what he was also pointing, the human resource crisis. People are shifting from agriculture, so very limited persons with high mechanization environment and then commercial kind of production systems, that is there. Now that was the genesis of what the 3 acts were there, the contract systems, and then what we need we should produce. So but that could not be done at that time, but this is going to happen. High productivity will be required because land is limited, the land area is not increasing anywhere. So again the R&D agenda has to be oriented to develop and promote such technologies that would raise agriculture income and generate employment opportunities in the agri supply chain. Not only agriculture production, we have to now see from end to end, from seed to produce, what is on our plate, that we have to see how a farmer can then get balanced income throughout his system of living. The farmers are also there to survive, they have to be, they should also grow, their children should also go to better colleges, better schools, better education should be given to them also. So everywhere the cost of living is increasing, so they have to be, the profit should also increase for them also. And then again this is the problem. At the moment we talk of growth, then the technology advancement is happening every day. So any business, or it may be agriculture or it may be anything, every business is now working in a very complex kind of environment. So use of technology is increasing, complexity of products is increasing. Now earlier they used to bring some weedicide and then spray. Now they are going to spray it by drones after few years. So that kind of complexity, the product has to be now designed in that way that in just 25 liters which acre has to cover, in just 25 liter we have to cover an acre through drone spray. So what that kind of complex product should come. So that kind of things are coming, then nano urea is coming, nano something is coming. So a very complex kind of product complexity is, you can see. Then channels of distribution, so many channels of distribution of the technology. There are private players coming in, then seed industry is also playing a role, then research organizations are there. So several channels are there to bring technologies out, and then it may reach there. Quality requirements are now getting stronger and stronger. The pollution control, then FSSAI is there, then so many organizations are going to check the quality of the requirements. And then product diversity, that is the competitiveness among the industry itself is coming. Several products, but so far in agrochemicals you might be knowing that mostly the off patented material is coming. There is nothing which we have patent over it. So in future, yes, if some good development, good research is going on, so we have with the products which have our own patents on that. So that kind of product diversity will be there. But again the difficulty is with the life cycle of the product. A variety earlier used to be there in the market with the in cultivation for more than 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, single variety BPT 5204 Masuri, developed from Bapatla in Andhra Pradesh, was grown as some Mansuri rice throughout India for last 30-40 years. But now this is not the situation. Every year you will get competitive varieties, new varieties. So you have you should have a very well developed chain kind of thing, so that seed can be produced in a quick time. So different thing, quality planting materials will be required, and all those kind of things will be there. So again we have to go for growth. Then if we are going for growth in such a complex environment, then we cannot leave behind this triple bottom line, that is people, profit and planet. This we cannot be left behind. This is the triple bottom line which we call for sustainability and growth at a time. If you are going, nobody is going to adopt anything if it is anti people, anti profit or anti planet. So that we have to always see, and if we see all these three, these triple bottom lines, then we have to again look what we had from the beginning, what we had traditionally, what we had. So you can see Thandai, Banasi Pan, then Kala Namak, and these are getting GI tags. Why? Because we want to sustain those traditional knowledge. Sustainability comes from these places. So this is the kind of thing that we are, on one hand we are going for GI, on one hand we are going in for varieties like this, hybrids, no variability, nothing, single one hybrid. If you go in the market you can see single, same kind of lauki, same kind of kheera, kakadi, whatever you see, it is all one. If you go to some traditional market, yes, there they are maintaining the traditional varieties. So there is a little variation in that. So what we need, that you can see, on one hand we need such kind of things, Nawara rice. The moment we are diabetic, we search for that kind of rice, red rice, low gluten atta we need now. So for that we are going in for millets and all those. So those things are there. We had those things. So now we have to sustain it. Several in even horticultural crops, we had those traditional knowledge, that traditional material was available. So what is then, what is the balance? Where is that balance? What we are talking about, the balance between growth and we have to grow, and then we have to, then we say that we are sustainable, we are going to be sustainable. So now the thought comes that the talk of sustainability is for growth rate. The growth rate with which we were growing should sustain. Is it not that? We have to grow, we have to sustain. So what we are going to sustain is the growth rate with which we are growing. 3%, 4% growth rate was there in agriculture, and whatever programs are there, they are all trying to do this only. We are not going to back to anything what we were practicing 100 years ago or 200 years ago. Just we are sustaining what we are doing today and what we want to do after 40 years. That is how we are going to sustain. So now this is the fundamental from where agriculture developed. This is the dogma of agriculture development in India, or the कृषि विकास का मूल सिद्धांत. मूल सिद्धांत means central dogma. Just like DNA, RNA and protein is there, that is the central dogma. This is also a dogma. Prakriti, Sanskriti and Vikriti. So we started from Prakriti, we developed with our Sanskriti, and then there are Vikritis coming up. So now we are trying to again look back to our Prakriti or Sanskriti to find solutions for that. Whatever schemes you have, you can classify in all these. Biodiversity conservation, Prakriti, it will go in Prakriti. Vikriti means soil degradation is going on, fertility is going down, everything that comes in Vikriti. These are the things. Now we are Sanskriti. What is Sanskriti? The same rice, Oryza sativa, being used for some varieties developed for pulao in Punjab, some varieties developed for idli in South. More than 1,50,000 varieties depending on the need of the Sanskriti. What our Sanskriti wanted, we evolved those varieties, not developed, we evolved with those things. Whatever Prakriti gave to us, we evolved with that up to 1960 when Green Revolution decade came. Till then we were evolving with the Prakriti, and after that we started developing for our needs. So the moment we started developing, we left the evolution kind of thing. Evolving means we are in balance with the Prakriti. Now we have left that, now we are developing the things, so we are going away from the Prakriti. That is the thing. Again, after 75 years of independence, the thought for going back to that Prakriti is coming up. And then we have still a great range of variability existing with us. We know that we are 17 mega biodiverse countries in the world. So there are hot spots also. Out of 49,000 species, we have 11% of those available in India. And then from this biodiversity, we are selecting out, variety, total biodiversity. Out of that, we are searching. Earlier, we searched for different kinds of material, wheat, rice. Then again, we filtered out from that genes, and then the search for genes is still going on. We need more genes. Sometime BT will come, sometime earlier Norin 10 played the role, then BT played the role. Other genes will play their role in future also. And then, but what we did due to this evolution and development, our food basket has now narrowed down to, you can see, food security crops only 12 out of 49,000, because we left nature and start developing with the whatever we had, whatever our forefathers searched for us, we were highly relying on those only. Nothing new added to the kitty of food. So again, I brought this slide is there. We had, even our forefathers knew that in future such kind of diseases may come up. This is again, we can say how good they were in their predictions, that this kind of disease, what corona came, and then it is now going to change our food habit, it is going to change our knowledge of living, how we were living earlier. Now again many people are now changing their lifestyle. Several food items are now available in the market. You can see they are flooded with this kind of material in the market. Brown rice, now it is considered as a good, healthy rice. Earlier nobody would have taken brown rice, everybody was going for polished rice. No? So again, this is the then to make a balance. Yes, if we have such knowledge, the farmer should be getting something out of that. They should be promoted to do such kind of traditional knowledge to profit. Only then they can sustain in agriculture. So that we have done, and then for last 20,000 years, even women are playing very important role in this. Then indigenous technical knowledge is always seen, but again we have to go for this. We have seed industry, we have to sustain agrochemical industry, we have to sustain several growth options are there. So both the things are to be balanced. So that is the balance. What it is, I think it is that what we had that knowledge, again we went for growth in a very defined manner, then again we are reverting back to, so natural farming is coming up, organic farming is coming up, so such kind of balance is going to come up again. So that is what in COP27 meeting PM Saab said, this life initiative has come up. Life is living for environment. Living for environment, it means we just whatever actions we are taking up daily, we should once think for the environment. We should think once for sustainability of environment. That is there. So Prakriti rakshati rakshita means nature protects if she is protected. नेचर अपने आप को प्रोटेक्ट कर लेगी अगर उसको प्रोटेक्शन दे दिया जाए, तो उसको किसी की ज़रूरत नहीं, फिर आप छोड़ दीजिए किसी जगह पे, नेचर अपने आप वहाँ पे अपने आप को फिर से इस्टेब्लिश करती है. तो हमारी जो व्हाट सस्टेनेबिलिटी वी हैव, they have classified some 75 individual life actions, and out of those 7 adopting sustainable food systems come under this category. So that is the thing at highest level. Yes, we are getting such kind of things, and here the key will be you see integration, sustenance and profitability. What I have said, that we cannot go beyond this, with effective governance, collaborations, convergence, innovations, infrastructure and all this. Okay, thank you. Just 2 minutes more. So again in Bhagavad Gita it is said, संतुष्टः संततः योगी, यानी भारत का सांस्कृतिक आदर्श कहता है कि न्यूनतम आवश्यकता से संतुष्ट रहना ही हमारी वो है. हम कम से कम अननेसेसरी खाना प्लेट में ना वेस्ट करें. वी कैन सेव फॉर करोर्स ऑफ पीपल इफ वी डोंट वेस्ट आवर फूड. वी कैन गिव फूड टू करोर्स आउट ऑफ दैट. So if it is said that just 1% growth in agriculture can lead to 4% growth in manufacturing and 10% in service sector. So like that, several initiatives have been taken from our side. The successful schemes like PM Kisan, Fasal Bima and all those are there to sustain the agriculture production and productivity. Then there is necessity is there to have availability, affordability, accessibility and self-sufficiency to safe and nutritious food. So safe means it should be free from chemicals and all those things, safety on that ground. And nutritious, you are seeing International Year of Millets is coming. So now those are the kind of food which we are going to have in the future also. And then this I have told that International Year of Millets and other traditional Bharatiya Krishi Paddhatis, nature first concepts are coming up for this. And then utilization of unused lands for oil palm and such new materials are coming up, and we are going in all for this. Then we have on growth front, we have nano urea, zone based sprays and all that. So such schemes are there to sustain the production systems, because again one Sanskrit word is there, धानरात धर्माभित्याहु धर्मो धारयति प्रजा, यानी संस्कृति या धर्म वही है जो समाज को सभी स्तरों पर पूर्ण रूप से धारण कर उसे परिपुष्ट बनाता है. इस परिभाषा के अनुसार कृषि धर्म ही सर्वश्रेष्ठ है, क्योंकि कृषि उत्पादों की आवश्यकता समाज के प्रत्येक वर्ग को पड़ती है. और कोई इंडस्ट्री ऐसे नहीं जिसका कि सामान सब लोग यूज़ करते हों, लेकिन कृषि एक ऐसा इंडस्ट्री है जिसका सामान हर आदमी यूज़ करता है. और कहाँ यूज़ करता है, क्योंकि वो हम लोग का जो लाइफ है, लाइफ स्टाइल है ना, यही है हम लोग का. हर त्यौहार, एवरी फेस्टिवल, एवरीथिंग वी एंड विद दिस. वी हैव आवर we should have good food, and this should continue hundreds of years after our life also. It has to continue, and that is the sustainability. We should be able to provide the best to this, either in our this plates or like this in horticulture systems like this, and then this kind of variability should be there. We should have this kind of variability, otherwise our life will be बिल्कुल नीरस और बेकार. अगर खाना अच्छा नहीं होगा किसी भी जगह तो कोई बाकी हमारा लेक्चर याद नहीं होगा, बाहर का चाय में चीनी ठीक थी कि नहीं वो जरूर याद रहता है लोग. ओके, थैंक यू वेरी मच.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. That was a very comprehensive overview, and I'm sure when we open up the session for questions, some people may want to have some specific queries on how policies are addressing these challenges. I'm going to invite Dr. Sangeeta Ladda from Riverless Irrigation to address us now. Madam, if you could, especially related to the theme of sustainable use of water, we'd like to hear your views, and you'll have about 8 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Respected Chairman, Honorable Commissioner, sir, my fellow panelists Vishal, Vaishali and Avinash, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to be here this morning, especially on the topic of sustainability, because I'm representing a sector which is by default promoting sustainability, which is a micro irrigation sector or water stewardship, or we can call it as a resource use efficiency. The United Nations have come out with 17 sustainable development goals, and all these goals, if you look at it, no poverty, zero hunger, or responsible use of resources, anything, water is central to these goals, because without water nothing is possible. And especially when it comes to India on water, we can go on talking and talking, because India is not really facing a water availability crisis, but a water management crisis. And technologies which are economically feasible, technically feasible, economically viable, and not only that, but environmentally friendly. And what Pravesh sir had put, the 4 pointers, sustainable farming, like economically viable farming, reduction in labors, reduction in inputs, all this has been well proven in the last 20-30 years with these irrigation systems in place. But now the question arises is, when we are talking of sustainability and when we are talking of something which is environmentally friendly, so we as a micro irrigation sector, we are putting in a lot of plastics in the field. Yes, the systems are very interesting, very proven systems, but then like, can we have policies and procedures in place wherein we can, because there's one pillar of reduce, reuse, recycle. Now, recycling is means use your plastics, recycle your plastics and use it again with the new systems out of it. In India, because the sector per drop more crop is highly subsidized, we have to follow the BIS norms. The BIS norms do not allow you to use recycled plastics more than 10%. So Honorable Commissioner sir, you're out here. We want to go ahead with sustainable systems. The point is, the government should be more interested in looking at it that, okay, you give the 5 years warranty and leave to the manufacturers that what should be the combination or what should be the mix. Only 10% recycled plastics to be used does not really solve your issues of plastics being thrown in the field, because biodegradable plastics is still a long way to go. We have units all across the globe, and our units in US and all are now going ahead with fully recycled plastics being used for micro irrigation systems. So this is one area of concern. On one hand, we have very good systems, subsidies in place and all, but on the other hand, some policy tweaking is required when it comes to use of plastics in agriculture. Secondly, on the water stewardship, we say that we have very interesting schemes by Government of India on Har Khet Ko Pani, but we also have scheme on energy usage on Kusum scheme, wherein you are giving solar pumping to the growers. But all these needs to be dovetailed, because you can have water being lifted from the canal and giving it to the farmer's field, but at the end of the day, you cannot leave it open for the farmer to use it indiscriminately. It has to be dovetailed with micro irrigation systems. So a policy coherence is required between the two policies, between Har Khet Ko Pani dovetailed with micro irrigation. Or even if you are giving solar pumps, do not allow indiscriminate usage of your groundwater, dovetail it with micro irrigation. That is one area. Secondly, sir, one more very important is that do we disincentivize, or do we really take into consideration that if indiscriminate use of water, of groundwater, is being used in a particular region of the country, and on account of free electricity, are we going to punish, or are we going to disincentivize this particular regions, or are we going to come out with some policies wherein we put a cap on the electricity consumption or on the water consumption? This is still not there, and the indiscriminate use of groundwater goes on and on. So I think we really recommend a strong center state cooperation mechanism which can really jointly take up such matters, such policy matters, and prevent such usage of water, indiscriminate usage of water. Further to that, sir, there's one area like under the Swachh Bharat mission, we are talking about reuse of water, again one of the pillar of sustainability. Now there's a huge amount of wastewater. In Israel, we have 95% of revenue water, but in India it's hardly 5%. So can we have this recycled water being used for irrigation? Now there's a social stigma for using it for irrigation, but can we have this grey water for greening of deserts, for afforestation, or for non-edible areas like cotton and all, because cotton is also one of the larger area in the country. A good amount of drip irrigation is being used for cotton. So for all such non-edible crops, for municipal water use, for landscaping, for afforestation, so grey water for greening the deserts, desertification or land degradation is one area, because we in agriculture sector, we are consuming 90% of our fresh water for agriculture. So I think these are some of the pointers which I leave it to you, sir. And one of the issues which you have raised is our young generation not moving towards farming. But now farming has become a smart farming. We have a lot of digital technologies in place. I think there's one fully session dedicated this afternoon on that. But nevertheless, if you have remote sensing based water management also, and if you are able to control your farms from remote locations and make the farming smart, attractive, why will the youth not come into this sector? They are definitely going to be here. There are a lot of startups which have come up, and I'm sure with use of these technologies, the youth will be highly interested in taking up sustainable farming henceforth. So that's all, sir, for the day. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Sangeeta ji. That was really very, very focused, very interesting, and I think thoughtful points. And I'm sure that this audience will want to know more, whether in this session or bilaterally during the course of the day. Thank you so much. This was a very useful input. May I invite Dr. Avinash Kishore of the SRF International Policy Institute for his views, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot to Fiki and the organizers for inviting me. I have about 6 points, and please stop me at 7 or 8 minutes so that I am not sure. My points build upon what the chair started this session with. So first thing is obviously critical that despite its falling contribution to or share of GDP, agriculture is absolutely critical for the economic well-being of India, rural and urban economy. And when we talk about sustainable agriculture, so in the past when we talk about sustainability, we basically meant environmental sustainability, meaning water, soil, biodiversity, and let's say climate change. But these days we have added one more consideration to it, which is should also produce sustainable diet. So human health. Agriculture should be good, not only for the environment, but also for human health. And that just makes it more challenging, but it's still worth pursuing. And one of the things that, again, Mr. Sharma mentioned is you cannot have sustainable agriculture if your farmers are scraping at the bottom of the thing. Increasing farmers' income is absolutely important. Increasing and stabilizing. So unfortunately, the regions of India where farmers' incomes are the lowest are also where the variability, the volatility in income is also very high. And that's one of the reasons why the youth is not coming in. Why would they come in? If my kid, I don't have a kid, but if she or he wanted to be in agriculture, I would actively discourage them, because this sector, the policies are stacked against it. If you want to summarize India's agriculture, post-independence agriculture policy across agriculture and food policies across the 80 odd years that we had, it's all geared towards keeping food cheap And as a result, all of it, whatever we do, even our public investments are geared not to increase farmers' income. We believe there is a trade-off between the two, and it's all geared to keep our food cheap. We have ad hoc trade policies, public investment subsidies, all are guided towards it. And as a result, what we do is these policies to keep food cheap are essentially very short term, many of them, not all. Investment irrigation is a long term, investment in research is long term, but increasingly we are moving towards more short term policies to keep food prices, day to day food prices low, even if it hurts farmers. What we haven't learned from our experience is that what hurts farmers today almost always bites back consumers tomorrow. Look at pulses, look at fruits, look at vegetables. Onion prices goes up, we put a export ban. Next year we grow less onion, then prices go up again. Then we keep going on in this cycle for almost all commodities. So that's something that needs to be readjusted. The third thing that I have to say is that increasingly, if you look at agriculture and how what we want, if we want to increase farmers' income, if you look at how we are spending money on food and where the value is being generated, the land share of value generation in the total value of food business or food economy, we shouldn't look at just farm economy, we should be looking at the food economy, etc. And if you look at the share of land or land rent in the food economy is shrinking. And this happens in every country that grows rich. As we grow, I hope we do grow and we become richer a country, the share of land itself will shrink. Land will remain critical. Land and water will always remain critical. They are essential to generating value, right? But more value will be generated of skill and of what happens post farm gate. Right? So essentially what we should look at agriculture and what happens on farm as a part of food enterprise. And if you assess the data over time, you will see that food enterprises, I have looked at just the data on post farm gate food enterprises, there are about 21 million of them, formal and informal, incorporated and unincorporated in 2015-16. Their growth is significantly faster. Between 11, 12 and 15-16, agriculture, on-farm economy is 10 times larger than post-farm gate food enterprises, which includes logistic, manufacturing, processing, and food serving. But the total value added between 11, 12 and 15-16, the most recent years for which we have data, was equal. Both added about ₹1 trillion to the economy, even though the total ag GDP is about 10 times larger. So, and this happens. This is this is an empirical regularity. It happens in country after country. Increasingly, more value will be generated post farm gate. So, how do we bring, using FPOs, using on-farm value addition, whatever strategies, and that's something that needs to be integrated. So our agriculture department should be working closely with food processing department, should be working closely with food ministry, water ministry and all. So that's something that will be important. Now, just coming to the policies, I am a policy analyst, and when we do policy analysis, we have this shibboleth, is that don't follow the mantras, follow the money. So if you look at the money, where the money, we are saying things. Democratically elected leaders have to say things because that works. But if you follow the money, if you chase the money, where the money is going, we are not changing. Mr. Sharma said that capital formation is not happening. How would it happen? We are putting so much money into unproductive and even counterproductive subsidies. There's a budget constraint, right? There's only so much money that is there available for agriculture and food. If all of it goes to subsidize fertilizers, fuels, and now cash transfer also, I'm not against cash transfer, you won't have enough left for research, for other things that you need to do. So, and we are, instead of learning from whatever the downsides of Green Revolution was, if you follow both state and federal policies in India, we are doubling down on the errors. Green Revolution was right time. When it was started, we needed it. But if you look at Telangana, Madhya Pradesh, Andhra Pradesh, states that are investing a lot of money into agriculture, many of them, if you look at the big part of their spending is in creating all kinds of irrigation systems. It's absolutely required to grow more rice and wheat. Telangana has this back and forth with government of India on can we produce more rice even in the Rabi and would the government purchase it? And I'm not picking on Telangana, pick any other state, right? We want to add farmers to add micronutrients to soil. What does Andhra do? Distribute free micronutrients. So we keep doing these subsidies. I would say that if we are really serious about reforms, capital formation, without capital formation growth won't happen, without research growth won't happen. We should keep the total budget allocation for ag and food system same, but change the way we allocate that budget. The problem is it's incredibly difficult to do. Even farmers have either got addicted to, used to, or in love with, and any change. We have been saying it for 40 years that electricity shouldn't be free or flat rated. States have even tried at times, but it's always engenders a swift reaction from farmers, and then they backtrack, right? So how do we create atmosphere for these reforms, for these changes that are much needed for both farmers, taxpayers, and the environment is something that we need. The last thing that I would say is that it's incredibly important. Long-term growth cannot happen just purely from capital formation or savings. It's standard economic growth in any sector. You have to have R&D. You have to have science going in. And that means not just science for breeding, but science for other things that Ms. Ladha was talking about, and also using evidence to inform policy. Some things are working, some things. Soil health card scheme didn't work at all. It made zero change in how farmers apply fertilizers. Why are we doubling down on the same type of soil health scheme? Similarly, downsizing the size of urea or adding neem coating, right? I'm not against any of these things. They're all good efforts. But as we try new things, in policy there will be experimentation, and we should do more experimentation. But we should add one more step, and when we be honest to evaluate what is working and what is not working, and then accordingly adjust our policies and make changes in the policy. We should have, so the bad policies seem to have a longer half-life than the good ones. And how do we change that? I don't have any easy answers, unfortunately. But how do we change that? One of the examples is India is a very exciting place to work because there are always entrepreneurs like Mr. Sharma and many of you here in the room who keep trying new things. Technology, new institutional model, new business ways. The role of the government, I guess, is to simplify business processes and create investment. Some good examples are happening. So for example, I don't know how many of you know, Eastern India, which has more water than the rest of India or the rest of South Asia, in just last 5 years, a massive electrification of irrigation has happened. At least my rough sense is 1 million electric pumps have been added. This region was purely dependent on diesel pump for irrigation. It can be a good thing. There's a lot of water. You can use water intensively without threatening the resource. But then there too, barring West Bengal, everywhere we are repeating the same mistakes that the rest of South Asia did. Pakistan and India. We have free or near free electricity. West Bengal is the only exception. So my point is, good things are also happening. Investment in rural roads is investment in agriculture, is investment in food system. Improvement in power supply to rural areas, there is a massive investment in power supply in rural areas, is also a public investment and capital formation in agriculture. But are we deploying them well? That's the question that we need to keep asking and keep coming up with innovations that are not only scientifically feasible and financially feasible, but are also politically acceptable. That's the challenge when we are working in a highly participatory democracy that we are all proud of. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Dr. Avinash Kishore. This was such a, I think, wonderful context setting, and I personally am a great admirer of the work that IFPRI has done over the years. I've benefited from so much of the knowledge, and I would encourage those of you in the audience who are interested. IFPRI puts out all its research work free of cost. It has one of the best websites where you can easily download all the papers, and we must invite you back sometime for a longer. I'm sorry that there is a time constraint, but thank you for very interesting views. I'm going to invite Vaishali Chopra, who heads the public affairs at Yara International, for her views. She's a professional with a very deep exposure to some of these issues, and she also has the benefit of being an agriculture technology postgraduate, if I'm not wrong. Right, so Vaishali, your views, please.
Thank you so much, and I think the context had been set very right just from the beginning with Mr. Sharma talking about those 4 crisis areas, which I would also touch upon, and then Dr. Sangeeta and Dr. Avinash also giving a very bird's eye view of what are the real problems and how do we solve them. So I would like to come from a corporate, say a responsible corporate, when we need to walk a very tight rope. So there are 2 basic objectives. One is profitability, and second is balancing the nature positive and and the food future outlook. So that is something, because that is something which will help grow in the longer term. So that's very important for us. Now, what happens because of that is that we are on a constant lookout for ideas which could be supporting a circular economy by providing solutions which are nature positive. And that's where, so a bigger question would be, is it possible to have food security and environment security? Because that's something which, if on the face of it, it looks like we're talking about two contradictory things. But actually it's not, and the answer to this is yes. And to my mind, this would be, there would be three major pillars which will support this, starting from our farmers, our soil, and then the technology. So if we look and go a bit deeper onto it, we'll not go a lot deeper, but then just touching upon these. When we talk about farmer, so empowering farmer with the right technology, right knowledge, would ensure that they are able to feed the communities, the nations and the world. So that is taken care of. And for that, it's very important that these farmers are equipped and are provided with the right inputs. And this would be everything starting from knowledge to right inputs like your seeds, agrochemicals, nutrition, irrigation, machinery, everything. Because that is what will form the base for them and would help them actually be profitable, because that's very important. We talked about it. It's important that the farmer have profits, and only then they'll be able to sustain and also provide the food which everybody needs. Second, coming to the soil. So soil health is something which is very important, because we do understand that it all begins from soil. So if we have healthy soil, we have healthy crop, and then we have something which is on a broader, if we talk about the environment perspective, we have everything which is positive for the environment as well. And this is, it's not a one size fits all, because we have diverse crops, diverse soils. So we need to, unless we are very precise and we use balanced nutrition, it's not going to be, as we said, that it would not have that much of a value. So that is very important. Then coming to the technology, and I think this is the, it's a major part of the whole thing. It's a major piece where first of all, it modernizes the whole farming. It also adds a very good twist to the whole value chains, because then you're able to connect to the regional, global value chains. You modernize the value chains themselves, and it makes the sector very attractive as well. We were talking about not many women and youth in the sector. So once there's a level playing field, we'll have more youth and women also coming to the table, and we have more of these people in farming sector on the whole. And also what it does is technology has the power to actually connect various other industries as well. So just for an example, and maybe we could take it up bilaterally later on, the company I work for, there are a lot of these apps which are created by many input companies. But what I find interesting here is that there is an app which is actually looking and connecting the last mile delivery. So it's actually a logistics things. So it does not only provide a platform for agri-input companies to come together, but also other companies which are in the farmers ecosystem. So could be a health service provider or education service provider or any other things which a farmer would need. So it provides a platform where everybody comes together, and there's a holistic for a farmer, there's a holistic solution which is there. He is able to address his needs which are specific to farming, but then other things as well. So that creates a very interesting environment, and this is possible by the digital technology and digital, this particular vertical. I'm very happy to have bilateral conversations, because this is something which will happen only when we have more partnerships, and we are very open to these partnerships, having so providing a platform, looking at and testing ideas, what works well for farmer, and so as actually helping broadly the farming and the environment, making it more sustainable as the farmer benefits out of it. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you for the very precise and time limited intervention, and I'm sure that many people would like to connect with you to take up many of these issues. I liked your approach to balance sustainability and profitability, because ultimately I think that's the point I was making in a less sophisticated way, that the farmer has to be sustainable before we can talk about soil or water or any of the other sustainability issues. Thank you so much for bringing the focus back. I will now invite Vishal Dev of WWF for his views, please.
Thank you, Chair. The context was set very rightly by Mr. Sharma when he spoke about the land use for the agriculture. So while I'm speaking, I would like to highlight, at the cost of repetition as well, because being last, I may repeat many of the things which has already been spoken, but though I would like to reiterate those. And of course, what WWF is trying to do within this aspect. WWF, as we all know, is a conservation organization which predominantly work for conserving biodiversity of the nature. And why we are in agriculture? Because agriculture is so important. The panelist speaking before me has already highlighted that how much important it is for the food security. At the same time, what are the impacts being created as resources being consumed by agriculture, and of course the emissions. So having said that, we are almost cultivating 60% of the land in the country, and I would like to shift the focus on one particular plantation which is towards farming of palm oil, wherein I am coming from, because palm oil is an area where WWF has been working for close to a decade now, and we have larger programs around it. But in India, we don't have much of production of palm oil. We are a net importer of palm oil. So how it is impacting us? As it has anciently been told, and we all abide by the philosophy of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, it is not about the harmony between humans. Actually, we also share the resources of this family, because if world is a family, we have to be sensitive to the resources what we are using around. And having said that, largest producers of the palm oil being Indonesia and Malaysia, we are importing more than around 65–70% of palm oil from Indonesia, which is going through a heavy threat of deforestation due to palm oil. So we as an organization, we have been working on a project which is better known as ASPAL. It is Asia Sustainable Palm Oil Linkage. This project is run in 5 countries: Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, India and China. So the first 3 countries are the major producers, and the latter 2 countries are the major consumers of the palm oil. So we are trying to affect the production in the major producing companies, and of course affect the consumption in the larger consuming countries. So having said that, India almost imports around 9 million tons of palm oil, and we have a production of around not more than 300,000 tons. So but the challenge is, it is a very price sensitive commodity, and there are certain standards around it. One standard being RSPO, Roundtable on Sustainable Palm Oil. It is a standard which promotes sustainable farming of palm oil. But then due to price sensitivity, its adoption is quite limited in India still. And with this initiative, we had also initiated an alliance of industry. It is called ISPOC. It is Sustainable Palm Oil Coalition of India, wherein we have around 34–35 larger producers, consumers and mills of palm oil in India, which endorses the view. And gradually the awareness about using deforestation free and conservation abiding palm oil been going around. So as an initiative, we have a challenge of consumption because traceability of sustainably sourced palm oil is very low. Though we see of late many of the declaration of use of palm oil on the food products are there, but still the products don't tell that whether these are sustainably sourced palm oil or not. So the challenge is being declaration, and of course the companies do have challenge of traceability, whether it is being sourced from sustainably grown palm oil from Indonesia and Malaysia. So actually the problem from consumption to production is getting shifted because an year back government has initiated a program which is NMEO, National Mission on Edible Oils, oil palm, which is a larger program wherein government is trying to focus on promoting production of palm oil in India. It has got a kitty of around 11,000 crores with a larger focus in the areas like Andaman Nicobars and northeastern states. These are very biodiversity wise sensitive areas, and we are at a cusp of very thin line because right now deforestation may not be a challenge in India, but as soon as we try to grow the production, there should be proper regulation in place so that we don't turn out to be a next Indonesia or Malaysia. With this, I would like to stop and thank you, Chair, for this opportunity. Of course, I would like to answer if there are some questions now or maybe bilaterally. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Vishal. This was a very useful spotlighting of one particular challenge, and I think it's really a trade-off. We are importing $10 billion worth of edible oil. As we know, we are the world's largest importer of edible oil in the world, and we perhaps are only thinking as a consuming country, but the challenges that you're pointing out in the production basis is something of equal or should be of equal importance to us. Now we have to, of course, abide by the discipline of the organizers and close in about 4 minutes, but I'm going to allow maybe 2 very specific questions if you have to any particular panelist. Yes, please. Please tell us who you want to address.
Not really to particular panelists, but I think some of them are pertaining to all those who have raised, and some of the ones that I am raising are implied, and some of them are more explicit. But I would like to put them on the table. Actually, my name is Malla Reddy. I work as a director for an organization called Ecology Center in Anantapur, Andhra Pradesh. We work with farmers directly in a drought-prone area. So the first point I think we will have to take on to the board is that 85% of our farmers are small and marginal farmer, whose holdings are really not really viable. Diseconomies of scale is one of the important problems that they are facing, and their income from farming is less than 20-25%, and rest of it is coming from under employment guarantee program and other employment and so on. So I think unless we really think of an extra support for them on a scale that matches these numbers, we won't be able to take on board into the farming. That is one of the important points that I would like to mention. The other point that I would like to mention is that you see there is a lot of digital divide between farmers and also the technologies that we are talking about and so on, in terms of marketing and capitalizing the advantages if they have any. So unless there are some institutions which will bridge this digital divide, then they will not be able to take part into the whole system. The third point that I would like to point out is that there are schemes. You see, many a time the government schemes look on paper so bright and so nice and very attractive and so on, but when it comes to the implementation, it is really not reaching them. It is like you keep a wonderful Hyderabadi biryani in front of you and then close your mouth. You can't eat. That is the kind of situation. I mentioned one very important example is Fasal Bima Yojana. How we know how miserably it is helping the farmers. It is not really able to help, and then we propagate it so much, and many of the policies are also something like that. The third point is, you see, when we look at the aggregate level at India level, then many things look bright, but then Aggregate is not really, similar. You have backward areas, you have drought prone areas, and like water equity that Madam was talking about. In water, actually management is an important problem, but more important problem is unequal distribution of water in spatial, in terms, and also in personal terms. For example, very few people use all the groundwater, very few people use all the river waters, and many large areas and large persons are left out. So how do we create really equity in accessing the availability of water, and then really try to manage it in a manner that can serve all people. So I think so. Yeah. Then this agri policies, actually the whole policy environment. Last point.
Okay,
the
very
last
quickly,
point.
because if there's a couple of questions at the back which are pointed.
Yeah.
But you can take this up bilaterally. I think these are very important themes you're pointing
Yes.
out.
Now my only last point.
Yeah,
my only last point is, you see, all our agricultural policies are more consumer centric. They are not really farmer centric. If there is a tomato price increase, then it will become a national issue. Tomato farmers commit suicide, but that is nobody's news. When the farm prices come down. So like that, I think we will have to really make policies that are more farmer centric also, and then only we will be able to balance this. These are some of the points that I wanted to mention. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your views. There was a hand somewhere. Did I see? Okay, we can take maybe one more question. Somebody has? To any of the panelists? Okay, good. So I think this session has been, I would call it a seeding session. The excellent panel has put out some very interesting seeds, which I'm sure will sprout through the course of bilateral discussions. Everything doesn't have to be discussed in the formal session. And as Vaishali said, let's also hope that this triggers a number of conversations leading to partnerships, because you're quite right. Agriculture certainly is one sector where there are so many players. Of course, the farming community is the core player, but equally the government and increasingly the private sector, given the signals that the market is giving to farmers. And I'll only close with one factoid, that around 25 years ago, if the agri GDP value was 1 lakh rupees, 75,000 rupees came from cereals, pulses, oil seeds, and only 25,000 rupees or 25% came from what we call high value agriculture. Dr. Avinash Kishore would be able to back this up with more robust statistics. Now this equation has been reversed. 75% of our agri GDP value comes from high value agriculture, which means horticulture, poultry, meat sector, livestock, dairy, and only 25% comes from cereals, pulses, oil seeds. And this 75% of our agri GDP is largely driven by market demand, by changing consumer preferences, increase in incomes. So it's actually the market today that is driving agriculture. But we do know that government policies, the whole investment scenario, this is still, very imbalanced, as you very rightly pointed out. Today, the ratio of investment to subsidy is 1:4. For every 1 rupee of investment, of government public investment, 4 rupees is subsidy. So some correcting of this balance may be very necessary. Thank you, Fiki, for putting together this very interesting panel, and we'll formally close here and hand it over to you for the next session. Thank you so much.
Can we have a big round of applause for all the speakers? Thank you everyone for joining us today. We now move to our next plenary session, that is Agriculture 4.0, Smart Farming and Beyond. I would now request our session chairman and moderator, Mr. Anil Kumar SG, founder and CEO Sammunnati, to please come on the stage and join on the dais. Mr. Anil is the founder and CEO of Sammunnati, India's largest agri-enterprise aiming to unlock the $1 trillion potential of Indian agriculture with smallholder farmers as the focus. His passion is to build Sammunnati as an open agri network that seamlessly connects drivers, stakeholders across the value chain, powered by innovative tech-enabled interventions. Welcome, sir. Our first panelist is Mr. Rajendra Jog, Country Director, Syngenta Foundation, India. Mr. Jog was CEO of Agri Entrepreneur Growth Foundation since its inception in 2019, as well as Senior Advisor to Syngenta Foundation. He was instrumental in setting up the SFI office and AE training facility in Pune. Welcome, sir. Good morning. Our next panelist is Mr. Rajesh Ayapilla, Director, Sustainability and CSR, Coca-Cola India Private Limited. Mr. Ayapilla is an industry veteran with over 24 years of professional experience across various roles and organizations. He leads the sustainability and social impact coming from a technical background. He has managed and headed large-scale projects across multiple areas of sustainability and CSR. Welcome, sir. Our next panelist, Mr. Rahul Podar, Head Procurement, Nestle India Limited. Welcome, sir. Mr. Rahul is currently heads procurement for Nestle South Asia region for India, Sri Lanka and Bangladesh. His experiences include in revolutionary e-Chopal platform sourcing global quality raw materials and ingredients from Nestle's iconic brands and global food value chains in the procurement hub at Nestrade. Currently, he is front-leading Nestle ambitious net zero greenhouse gas emissions roadmap into domestic value chains of milk, spices and food grains under the first phase of the program. Our next speaker, Ms. Renuka Karandikar, CEO Bioprime Agri Solutions Private Limited. Ma'am, welcome to the dais. Dr. Karandikar has an overall 17 years of research experience and has commercialized into commercialized technologies. Her work was focused on plant-based bioactive molecules, their production and scale-up. Our next speaker, Ms. Alina Gumpert, Director, German Agribusiness Alliance. Welcome on the dais, ma'am. Ms. Gumpert has been Director of the German Agribusiness Alliance based at the Asia Pacific Committee of German Business APA in Berlin since 2019. From 2012 to 2018, she managed a project on the development of international cooperation in the agri-food sector with a focus on Asia funded by the German Federal Ministry of Food and Agriculture. A big round of applause for all of our speakers, panelists. I would now hand over to Anil, sir.
Good morning, everyone. It's wonderful to be here, and the topic couldn't have been more apt for the set of the panelists who are here to share their experiences. Well, not too long ago, climate change, sustainable agricultural practices, climate smart agriculture, all these used to be topics of importance but not urgent. They were good to have, not need to have. But in the last, I would say 2-3 years, these topics have become more a necessity than good to have. They have become much more on the face, so to say. And it is good to see that all of us as part of the ecosystem have started talking about it, have started taking the cognizance that it is right at the door, maybe inside the house, and we need to deal with it. Right. I am from a place called Anantapur, and good to see Malla Reddy Garu and Murli Garu from Anantapur to be here. And the reason why I am calling out this particular district is, as a child, and not too long ago, Anantapur is known for being drought prone. You talk about any challenge in the agriculture, Anantapur comes forefront in terms of why things don't work there. Rainfall is non-existent. Forget about being predictable or unpredictable, non-existent. Right? And rain-fed agriculture is the norm, drought-prone area, and it is part of Rayalaseema, which also is known for very many things, including groundnut. Now, what has changed Anantapur, and why I'm calling out, is now Anantapur has had floods in this season. In some parts, but in this season. The number of lakes that are there, we have never seen water in them. Now they are brimming with water. And most importantly, for the people in Anantapur, Anantapur is slowly becoming, or maybe it has already become, the horticulture hub for very many crops. Forget about groundnut, which is a hardy crop. Now Anantapur is a thriving center for very many horticulture crops. Banana, pomegranate, figs, of course, were there before. Watermelons, and a beautiful road that has come from Anantapur to Bangalore has only increased the ability to move commerce. While this is one dimension of it, day before I was speaking to some of the FPOs which are in the horticulture business in the outskirts of Bangalore. Now the story is slightly reversed there. The untimely rains in and around Bangalore have actually started creating challenges for the horticulture crops in and around Bangalore, and they were basically saying that many of our orders are now moving towards Anantapur and not Bangalore. Just see within a span of 2-3 years how the climate change events that we are seeing are altering the landscape or agroclimatic zones, right? And that's what we are seeing. But now the topic is climate resilience, and how do we build the dimension of agriculture 4.4 in this context of the landscape having changed, right? And in our experience, when I talk of Samunati, we work with about, in our FPO gateway, we have about 4,000 FPOs. And we also work with an equal number of agri enterprises on the demand side. So we have the benefit of seeing the entire agri value chain from close quarters. Any intervention where the farmer is not at the center, and any intervention where there is a delta in terms of the income levels for the farmers, would not be sustainable. We may have sustainability as a topic, as a report, as a conference, but on the ground, if it is not adding additional income to the farmer, then it is not sustainable. And just a case in point, which is something that really intrigues me, is how this entire dairy segment has thrived around the wets and paravets, and how many interventions in the dairy have taken off seamlessly with the farmers paying for it. And at that point in time, there was only one AI, which is the artificial insemination, right? Everybody knew there are centers. BIFE is a fantastic example of how dairy interventions can come in, and now there are specific varieties where you can only get the female calf, right? And this paravet in the local areas where the causal flow, so to say, of a paravet coming in, impregnating the cow using artificial insemination, then the calf, and then the lactation of the cow, supply of milk, and additional inflow for the household is fairly well established, and the household knows that the investment that I make in this particular process is yielding some income to me as a household. Now the other dimension of the AI, because the topic wanted us to cover the other AI, artificial intelligence. How would that help the farmer is yet to be established from a farmer household perspective. And that is a responsibility that we on this panel have to take to the households at the rural and the farming households, where we say that the additional information is relevant, not directly to you in terms of your farming, but could actually help the ecosystem to be able to engage with you in a meaningful manner. So we will make an attempt as the panel in terms of double clicking on the other AI and how all these technology interventions can move towards adding additional income, or at least creating some safety net for the farmer. The last point I would like to make before moving into the panel discussion is the awareness about the farming practices that are not sustainable is there in the farming households. It's not that they don't know indiscriminate use of pesticides and fertilizers not being good in the long run, but then when it comes to food on the table today, to sustaining the asset that they have for future generations, the choice is obvious. How do we as the ecosystem players come in the way of encouraging this transition of sustainable agricultural practices by creating safety nets for the farming households would be a key dimension for us to think of. We cannot do this transition unless we insulate the farming households from the potential perils of transition. Can we create a safety net? Can we create structures where the farming household is not exposed to these economic shocks on account of the transition would be an important dimension for us to think of while proliferating these practices. So coming back, farmer at the center, transition is imminent. How do we make it smooth is a responsibility that we have as the ecosystem players than outsourcing it to the farmer. So on that note, we have a very diverse and fantastic set of panelists. I'm privileged to be in the midst of such wonderful people. As a group, we have decided that we will not go with a PowerPoint presentation. That's good news number one, right? Good news number two is we will not go to the podium and disrupt the flow. With all your permission, we will sit here and talk so that we don't change the energy that gets created in a particular format. We will talk less and then open the floor for questions if we have. But if for any reason, since we are still in the second session of the day, if there are no questions, we also have decided to ask questions to each other so that we actually use the time in the best possible manner. And we also said we will just go from left to right and right to left so that the flow is smoother, right? So we'll start with Alina then. Because she is the last one to come onto the podium. So is that okay, Alina? Yeah. Okay. So we want to know more about what you do as an organization, and that would be the format for each one of us. Talk about our work, and then talk a little bit about the the specific work that you are doing as part of the topic for today's panel. Right. Over to you, Alina.
Thank you very much. So first of all, thank you for the opportunity to participate today. We very much value the continuous collaboration that we have with Vicky from the German Agribusiness Alliance side. Very happy to be here. As German Agribusiness Alliance, briefly, we are a business association, so covering the entire, representing the major German companies from the agriculture industry. Many of them active in India, so many of them known to you here in the room. And we work very closely with the German government, the German embassy, which is also present here today, very glad to see. And it's all about the collaboration with India, so the partnership aspect that you mentioned. And it's actually all working closely with the industry here as well, with the industry partners, but then with all the other stakeholders. And very glad also to take some of the discussions on later. How does our work connect to today's topic? So as German companies are strong in agricultural innovations, this is of course then also core to our work, all these topics. And then we look at how can those innovations be taken to the field, how can they be applied, how can they be scaled. So very much, as you said, taking them to the farming households. And then of course with the farmer being in the center. And we look at it from the system perspective, as you said, as well, with the value chain perspective. This is, again, the partnerships coming in, as this is discussed in many of the panels today. When it comes to AI and digital technologies in general, this is the topic is very important to the governmental collaboration between Germany and India. So there are quite discussions, quite a lot of discussions taking place there. But then it's again very special when it comes to the agriculture topics. So this is where we see this needs to continue, but this also needs to continue on the business level, these discussions. So it is core. So on all levels, we take it forward. As it was already mentioned also in the first session, all digital solutions, be it around, if you look at the entire, let's say, scope, what is digital actually, be it automation, be it robotics, be it satellite technologies, so AI is only being one part of the entire spectrum, or be it sensors, but in the end, all are supposed to bring more efficiency and sustainability. It was mentioned to the farmers and to the environment. So how it is also at the moment discussed in Germany, like stakeholders discuss it in Germany, this entire topic, how can it actually be brought, how can farmers benefit from these technologies, it's all around how the farmers can be supported in their work. So it's not to take any of the work away, but it's really the farmers stays central to agriculture, how they can be supported in their decision making. So be it that the work is more efficiently costless wise, so less cost, but in a way supporting them when to plan and implement any of their production. And this is in the end to make farmers then more resilient. So you mentioned resilience of the system. So in the end, it's the agriculture as a sector needs to be resilient, but in the end, the farmers and the farming business needs to become resilient. And all these, let's say, supporting farmers in their decision making, this is what the technology is supposed to be there. So it should be all around. And in the end, if they can be supported for having less cost, in the end, being more efficient also in their way, this makes them resilient. Mentioned by you, first and foremost, to crises like from climate change, be it changing climate with untimely rains, floods or drought, and then of course at the same time the very positive effect of it is then of course by being more efficient, this can eventually help preserving the environment and then making it more sustainable. And what makes it so difficult, and this is actually I've been listening to the first panel. Many of the discussions we're having the same in Germany. So the complexity stays there. So you have the complexity of the digital itself, which is complex, and you have the complexity of agriculture itself. So you have two quite complex systems which come together in this topic, and this why it makes it so why it makes it complex, and the questions are so challenging because you have these two systems coming in. And what we see, where we see a lot of developments now is that the digital technology itself can of course not solve everything. It cannot be the solution to all. It can only support, and all the aspects need to be regarded. This is why, I mean, we are representing from the entire value chain. They are here at the panel as well, and then this has to be seen how any of the let's say supporting technologies can be adapted by the farmers so that they can become more resilient. And the thing is that it only helps to a certain extent to apply a new technology if you also know why you apply it. So if you if let's say if it's not only important to know when to sow, for example, but it's then also important to know why, what you need else. So best suited implement for doing it, best suited seed, let's say, and then also knowing what does it actually do if you change all these single steps, what it is do to the entire crop cycle. And that leads me to it was asked to bring up some of the, let's say, how partnership models can be actually thought on. So one is definitely this looking at the integrated approach. So that has been mentioned already earlier. bringing together the agricultural practice and the tech perspective, let's say. So meaningful partnerships across industries. When you have what we see already today in India, that we have agri-input companies who actually come with the agricultural perspective and the agri-knowledge, and then partnering with tech companies for integrating solutions when it comes for decision making, for example, pest and disease management. So many solutions are now starting, and then even there, India is faster than Germany when it comes to application of drones, for example. This entire topic highly discussed also in Germany, but there is no use in having just the drone. It needs to be integrated. So I think there's much more scope for these partnerships, bringing the agri perspective, companies from the agri perspective with the tech perspective. Second is the knowledge itself. So let's say all the developments demand even more from farmers to understand what's happening, and just by applying digital technologies, you will not receive good agricultural practices. So you still need to look at the practices itself, and then it's of course not only the farmers but the training institutes and extension service that of course need to keep up with the tech developments. And this leads me to the second proposal, for where we see quite some scope for partnership models, is really to have more collaboration on the capacity building, but also between the extension services. So really looking at how does it do to connect agricultural practice and the IT itself. And last but not least, looking at AI and digital technologies, let's take smart farming or smart farming techniques. If you take the example of an agricultural machinery, the implements and the different machineries communicating to each other. So you have, of course, the tractor, you have the implement in the back. I mean, such things have been applied for more than 20 years. Also in Germany, when it comes, you talked about livestock, disease monitoring in livestock. This is happening. Still, it does not mean that all is applied. And even the entire scope of what can be done with digital is applied in Germany already also. So there's much discussion, of course. I mean, the developments are happening so fast. There's so much, not only climate-wise, as you said, but also technology-wise. And so, of course, there's much discussion also between researchers. Of course, the industry is developing fast. And then, of course, there's much exchange with the farmers themselves. So the even government, they've launched pilots as you have them here in India. And in Germany we call them experimental fields. So in this word experiment, so it's really about experimenting. It's not that it's really trying what you can actually achieve. And there are also there's a model of partner model farms, where you can have farmers can decide that they would like to partner with government and research, so that they think actually things can be really shown and experimented in a field. So this is actually the last or third important area. I would see that there's quite some potential to have really learn from each other, experience. India, Germany, much is happening here in India as well. Many developments take up even faster in India than in other countries, and this is where it's always interesting to be here and to hear what is actually happening. And I see that there's quite some area for partnership, and I really do hope that also we can join hands and work more on this together. Thank you.
Super. Thank you, Alina. It's really heartening to know that we are running faster than Germany in terms of some technologies, especially drones. So perhaps we have the autobahns now. for some technology to go faster. I completely resonate with your perspective that technology cannot solve everything. We need to know why we are applying a particular technology and what it can do to all the players in the value chain. The only additional dimension that I may bring to is what it can do to the farmer is more critical here in the Indian context. I'm sure many of the people in the audience would want to understand more on your collaborative dimension, both in extension services as well as capacity building that you mentioned. I'll come back to you on the point of how the industry is collaborating in specific value chains in the second round, while we move to Rahul now. Rahul, you are from a global aspirational and aspiring brand, the Nestle, and you have some of the wonderful practices that are standards for the industry, especially in the milk. I understand that you test much more than what the local regulatory requirement is. Same process, what is it that you would like to share with the audience specific to the topic in terms of what Nestle does, and also the intervention of technology and the AI and partnership tools here.
Thanks, Anil sir, and thanks, Alina. They have already set in a very comprehensive context of why sustainability is needed, so I'll probably not delve more into that. So just to start with the first question, what is Nestle? Nestle is a household brand name, household company for all Indians. Maggi, Cerelac, Lactogen, Kit Kat, Munch are everyday, are one of our few iconic brands which I am sure all the consumers have tasted. It's the world's largest food company. We have major stakes in agriculture, being the world's largest food processor and value adding company. We buy almost 10% of world coffee. We are one of the major dairy companies in the world. There's a huge amount of grains which our infant nutrition food and pet food businesses process to make delightful products for the consumers. So very quickly, coming from that, not much needed introduction to Nestle, I'll get into think why sustainability in agriculture is important to Nestle, and the answer is quite obvious. When you are world's largest food processor, sustainability in your raw material supply definitely becomes important for you, right? And Nestle has not waited for this COP26 or these things to happen to wake up to this importance of this. Nestle for decades has been researching, has been investing quite a sizable amount of funds into how to help farming sector, how to develop sustainability, how to develop quality consciousness in the food value chains, both globally and as domestically. And thanks to Anil sir for, I'm really delighted to hear from a consumer that you're aware that the quality standards and the way Nestle maintains it, even in the domestic value chain, we are maintaining the same global standards, is our commitment towards both farming and as well as consumer, right? One aspect which I would really want to highlight, certain times in the forums like this, when we talk about sustainability, the center focus always becomes farmer. And of course it is. I mean, nobody can dethrone the farmer. But I believe something can only be sustainable if consumer and farmer are both at the center of the approach. Because at the end of the day, things remain sustainable if they are if they can be self-funded. And for that, a consumer's likeliness has to be there. Otherwise, nothing survives on government subsidies. And I'll just like to take an example here, like earlier Parvesh sir was gave a very good example that the Indian GDP, agricultural GDP, which was initially 75% cereals, grains and oil seeds and 25% value add, has now flipped and it's gone into 75% horticulture, value add and 25%. And this is just an example of how a consumer can, how the consumption power impact the sourcing side of the value chain. So this has to be at the center, and that's what Nestle's approach is, right? So we have committed ourselves globally to a net zero roadmap, where we have committed that our supply chains would become net carbon neutral by 2050, right? And it's not that we sitting in 2020, we have given a 30-year target and sitting idle on it. We have taken intermittent milestones where we are saying that by 2025, we would attempt to make at least 20% of our supply chain neutral. By 30, we would attempt 50%, because by then we would have reaped the low-hanging fruits. And then the next 20 years would be tougher ones, where we would have to do the more difficult part of making it completely carbon neutral. This carbon neutrality is sitting upon two main pillars. One is greenhouse gas emission reduction, right? And second is regenerative agriculture system. So that's our approach. Now, greenhouse gas emission reduction, as some of you might be aware, there is a scope 1, scope 2, scope 3. So there, you work upon multiple scopes like packaging, on your fuel consumption in your factories, on your logistics, and of course, agriculture is one part of it. And a regenerative portion is what focuses purely upon agriculture system, where we want to work, we want to develop supply chains, farming areas where the entire system moves to regeneration, right? And those become high quality, high sustainability sourcing hubs for us perennially for our iconic brands. So I'll not get into too much detail of how we get into it, but that's our approach towards it. And very briefly, touching upon importance of artificial intelligence and digital technology, when you have to do an intervention of this sort in a country like India, where average land holding is 1 acre, 2 acre, and the sheer number of farmers and the number of quantum of area which you have to address, if you do not put technology in the center of this, you will never be able to either scale it up or do these interventions at a cost efficient manner, and never ever will you be able to get accuracy in the data. Because all these things which we want to do, we need to have a consumer story around it, a claimable story, right? And hence the accuracy of data has to be there to bring credibility to all what we are propagating to the consumer, the change which we have brought at the farmer level. And that's where I feel digital tools would be there. Now, quite honestly, what those tools would be, we have some idea of some initial tools which we have started using, but I think a lot of development has to be done in this space, and which would happen as companies get serious and start investing into it. So I'll rest my case here.
Super. Thank you, Rahul. That was quite crisp and efficient. It's good to know that you are looking at sustainability from the raw material procurement perspective, so that you will be able to positively influence a larger segment of the production cycle there. I really like the intermittent milestones in GHG emissions as well as the net zero, because most of us have laudable goals, but unless we have the intermittent milestones, we really don't know where we are going, right? One question I would have in the next round, when you are answering, you may want to just touch upon the point that from the farm gate procurement, how important is farm gate procurement for you in your overall procurement plan, and how can you positively influence the pricing of the produce when it is produced using sustainable agricultural practices? I'll come back to you on that, but I wanted to give you a heads up on the question since we had not discussed about it. We'll move to Rajendra ji. Syngenta Foundation's work is something that we take pride in, having seen your work for the last few years, and at being a partner in crime, so to say, on the ground, working together. Would be fantastic to hear your thoughts on the topic, as well as the last mile intervention that you are bringing about. Over to you.
Having me here. Thank you, Anilji, and thanks, Vicky. I think this is such an important topic for discussion. Firstly, of course, a little bit about Syngenta Foundation. It's a Section 8 not-for-profit company, of course. We started way back in 2005. But in initial years, we did some work in providing extension services, helping farmers to aggregate their produce and sell, providing quality inputs in bits and pieces, in pockets, especially in tribal areas and things like that. But then we realized that unless we have a model which is scalable, we are not addressing the issue of last mile delivery for smallholder farmers, which is about 12 crore smallholder farmers in this country, total number of farmers, out of which 80%, 85% are smallholder farmers. And that is where we developed this agri-entrepreneurship model. It is basically an efficient first mile access model from the point of view of a farmer. From the supplier's point, it is a last mile delivery access, last mile delivery of products and services to the farmers. In this approach, we basically select, train, mentor rural entrepreneurs from villages into a network of agri-entrepreneurs by systematically training them through agronomy and about 45 days training program. And we then allow each of these entrepreneur to work with 100 to 150 farmers in his own village or neighboring villages, and to provide extension services, but in addition to that also provide quality inputs, help them with market linkage or credit linkages, and continuously provide the agronomy support service as a part of extension. Syngenta Foundation now over last 6 years, we have developed 10,500 agri-entrepreneurs across 15 states in India. So these are hyper-local agri-entrepreneurs, and hence we believe this is a sustainable model, because this entrepreneur is going to stay in the village and his business model evolves around the economy of those 150 or 200 farmers, which is to the tune of 2.5 to 3 crores, and he basically earns his livelihood in that economy. So the more he supports the farmers and more he builds trust and relationship with the farmers, farmers are going to get back to him for all their needs, and that is where he improves his livelihood and earning. So it's a kind of closed loop system where both farmers and agri-entrepreneurs are benefited. The success of this model, whatever we have achieved so far, is I would say primarily thanks to all our excellent partnerships and partners in every aspect, because no one NGO, no one company, agency can achieve the scale. We have for ourselves set up a target of achieving 100,000 agri-entrepreneurs by 2030. Thereby, we will be able to connect about 1.5 to 2 crore farmers in a country of 12 crore farmers. So that will be at some scale. And to achieve this, we of course need a lot of partners in every area. So today, we have partners in input supplies, partners in market linkages, partners in banking linkages, we have banks, NBFCs who are partnered with, we have knowledge partners, we have technology partners. So the agri-entrepreneur is able to provide all these support services to the farmers through which is facilitated by all these partnerships through our own managers, and these linkages are established. So that what I was trying to say is basically it is through agri-entrepreneur we can achieve various objectives, be it penetration of technology to farming, be it reducing stubble burning in Punjab, for example, be it encouraging farmers to adopt climate smart agriculture. All this is taken to that smallholder farmer through this agri-entrepreneurship model, and that is what we are trying to do. And while we are talking about the climate smart agriculture, I think it's about the model basically aims at adapting and mitigating the effect of climate changes, and it does that by sequestering carbon into the soil or lowering greenhouse gas emissions and increasing productivity and profitability of farming systems to ensure farmer livelihood as well as to ensure food security and the nutrition security, which is also extremely important for us. While talking about nutrition security, we have been also working with Gain and Harvest Plus to produce iron fortified pearl millet and zinc fortified wheat, which we have tried in pockets during last 2 years. And basically it addresses the malnutrition problem across the Indian uh, less fortunate, vulnerable population where more than 50% of Indian ladies are anemic, especially the lactating mothers and adolescent girls. And that is where one of the ways of addressing that malnutrition, rather than, because fortified food is quite expensive, not accessible to everyone, but if we can produce the basic cereal which is already having higher percentage of iron, higher percentage of zinc, that really helps. So that was one of the initiative. So little bit to talk about different initiatives, but related to today's topic. One is of course climate smart agriculture and how to address the climate crisis or extreme weather conditions or effect of climate changes. One of the partnerships that we have is with Environment Defence Fund, and we have developed modules where we can train our own people, entrepreneurs as well as farmers, in why it is necessary to adopt climate smart agriculture, what are the interventions which are required, be it for the soil, the water management, the nutrient management, whereby you can help addressing this issue of climate change and mitigate it to an extent, and also adapt your farming in view of unavoidable climate changes to a certain extent. Because whatever efforts we are doing, and it was also discussed quite a lot in COP27, but I think by and large the community is more or less certain that the kind of goal that they set for ourselves, not to allow the temperature rise beyond 1.5 degrees, is almost unattainable by the year 2030 or 2050, what they were talking about. So we will really have to intensify all the efforts, and it can only happen through public private partnerships, and again, as I said, this is an area where no one company or agency can do it. We really need to influence a large sector of agriculture in this. So we have been also working on developing climate smart villages, because we said a lot is being discussed, but there is very little evidence to see. And if I ask someone, can I see a model farm or a model village where everybody is adopting climate smart technologies, it's not there. And we had a discussion with Mr. Chandrasekhar of Manage, and he said, can we do something about it? And we said, so we have decided, or we have started working on developing 4 villages in Maharashtra, 2 in Wardha district and 2 in Palghar, which will be climate smart villages sometime by June, July next year. So we have already started working. Soil testing samples have been taken, test results have come. We've also decided what kind of interventions. And while implementing this, one of the kind of attraction is it will also help improving soil organic carbon, and it could also then get some benefit from carbon credits and things like that. One of the worry that we have in the technology area that we are still missing is we don't have methodologies and technologies to monitor incremental small changes in carbon because of the smaller interventions that a small farmer will do. If he does zero tilling, or if he uses organic fertilizers instead of chemicals, he will have made some impact on his soil, but there is no way to measure that. And by the time you measure, it is 3 to 5 years at least, which will be sizable, which will be maybe a ton difference, and that can be measured. So to incentivize them and to encourage them continuously to see this is what you have done, and this is where you have got the incremental carbon, and therefore benefit the global warming in a way. So that kind of possibilities are not there. Of course, another part of climate smart agriculture is also the smart farming, as we call it, and which is essentially making use of Internet of Things or artificial intelligence, robotics, drones, and even blockchains, which has now started in some countries, not so much in India. In some other countries, blockchains have also been in use. These technologies are facilitators to make sure that you get timely and best data which can then be used very effectively, because if you have good moisture sensors, you can decide how much irrigation to be done. If you have good nutrient sensors, you can decide how much fertigation is required and not use unnecessary excess urea or excess fertilizers, which is often the case today. And similarly, crop sensors would give you prediction of diseases and pests, and therefore you can protect against it and help improve your productivity and profitability by avoiding the crop loss. So there are a variety of factors which are all connected to either climate smart agriculture or smart agriculture. So in a nutshell, in all this also we still have some challenges because of the poor or not so consistent internet connectivity across rural areas. Second is the penetration of smartphones is still not up to the mark. The penetration of phone is fantastic, of smartphones is still bit limited. And the third is lot of knowledge which is available on these apps is still not available in vernacular languages. So a lot of information, scientific information, data is available, but it's happening. Slowly people are making it available in different countries. So I think with that, I just stop.
Thank you, Rajendra ji, for this broad spectrum of observations and insights. I really like your usage that we usually talk about the last mile, but from the AE perspective, you said efficient first mile of access for the farmer. So that's quite interesting. Having seen your AE model from close quarters, there is a nice symbiotic relationship between the local economy and the income levels of the AE, and hence the do no harm and mis-selling are some of the things that would never crop up because the guy is living in the same geography. Very interesting to hear about your climate smart village and smart farming initiatives. I'm sure we'll have time to exchange more notes. So we'll move now to Rajesh, another large corporate, huge influence on the society and the economy. Would certainly want to hear more about your interventions in specific areas of agriculture and at the topic for today's discussion, climate resilience. Rajesh.
Thank you, Anilji, and thank you to all the previous speakers because I see a lot of synergies in the work that we do and about what you have spoken. Having said that, if we want to really look at it from an organizational perspective, Coca-Cola as an organization, just like Nestle, is a global MNC with 136 years of history, with more than 4,000 brands operating across 220 plus countries. So we do have a social responsibility to ensure that ESG becomes a very important part of our agenda. And it's not optics, it's a business reality. So when it comes to the subject of carbon emissions or ensuring that we use only sustainably sourced ingredients, those are all business discussions which need serious money to be put on the table, and it's already happening. But having said that, I would like to retain my focus here on this panel to some of the examples which have been quoted and to our experience of having already implemented some of those and how they have shown results to us. I am going to particularly speak about one of our initiatives which is called as Fruit Circular Economy. So under this initiative, we understand that it's important to do farming in a drastically different manner as compared to the traditional practices. And climate smart farming and sustainable agriculture are the key focus areas of this initiative. Now, as per Agriculture 4.0, we all understand that we have to improve productivity, we have to minimize the use of resources and all of that. But if we want to do that, we have to do it in a little bit more holistic manner rather than limiting ourselves to just looking at the technology part of that. So, as one of the bigger challenges, as Rajendra ji was also mentioning, is In India, most of the farmers are actually marginal or small holding farmers. And the challenge is to actually make farming more lucrative to them so that they have more productivity and they are able to have more income. And how do we actually bring about a package of practices or the right varieties or the right crop patterns that they should adopt? To do that is the work that we have been working upon. And as part of that, there are certain components, I would say. Adoption of precision agriculture, where we are talking about doing the right water testing, soil testing, while the crop is actually growing up, ensuring that it is receiving the right amount of nutrients which it has, is one important aspect of this. Redistribution of cropping patterns from field crops to orchard crops. How do we do that? And how will that kind of like bring in a balance to the economy, to the sustainability of the entire region is something which we need to look at. Bringing in new varieties which are resistant to common diseases. One example which has been given to me by my team, I'm sorry, I'm not a scientist, but we brought about a rootstock that actually are resistant to common diseases, especially in orange, and we have been able to control Phytophthora disease, which is one of the major problems in India. More adaptable to water stress. By using the right rootstocks, we can make the crops more adaptable to water stress, and that has been done in one of our projects related to grapes in Tamil Nadu, and we are seeing the results of that work being done over there in a very good manner. More suited to the change in climate. This is one particular project which I am particularly proud of being associated with, is a project called Apple Unnati, which introduced apples to Uttarakhand. At one point of time, somebody very senior to me once mentioned that in India we have a huge area under apple cultivation, but we produce more wood and less fruit. So the concept of this program, in which we reintroduced new varieties, was to actually convert that equation into the opposite. So we introduced new rootstock and a scion imported from Italy, and we started training those farmers along with adoption of multiple practices in terms of drip irrigation, in terms of supporting the sapling so that it is able to because the sapling is so weak that it is not able to stand on its own. So you need to provide a trellis and a supporting system so that the majority of the nutrients which are being fed to the plant is actually going into the fruit and not into growing the wood. And this has been a highly appreciated effort by the CM of Uttarakhand himself. He has visited our locations, and he is actually been proposing to us that we should propagate more and more of this across. So that was one example that I wanted to quote. Designing a predictive model, which is very important, because when we are looking at, if we can map the changes in temperature, humidity and its association with pests, disease attack, quality of seed, etc., then we can certainly make agriculture more sustainable. Of course, people spoke about focus on smart equipment that can be operated remotely. They are all interconnected using the Internet of Things and all of that. Some of those examples have already been, I can showcase some of those examples in one of our projects which we did in Bihar related to lychees with our partner called as Dehat, and it has given some great results. So that is something which is there for people to see and understand how it works. So in conclusion, I would say that we should look at innovating in new aspects, impact investing and carbon sequestration. These are two aspects which probably we should also keep looking at so that we all move the country towards a more sustainable agricultural economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajesh, for bringing an important dimension. You are not doing all of this for optics, but it actually is a business reality, right? Also good to understand the entire fruit circular economy and how you are basically intervening at not only what is happening today to, to how that can be made better, but introducing newer varieties as well as newer geographies of cultivating what you need. And of course, you are what do you call it? Dense cultivation process, or what do you call that?
It's
that's
called
a nice
as
example.
ultra high density replantations, UHDPs.
Right. That is something that I have seen in Chittoor in relation to mangoes, and quite fascinating to see the productivity going up significantly of the Totapuri mangoes. Well, now we move to Dr. Renuka. Last but not the least, I would say we started with a lady, then we are ending with a lady. But I would forewarn you that the next question will start from you. Okay. So quickly about BioPrime, the new kid on the block as an entity, and what you do in relation to the topic for the discussion, Dr. Renuka.
Thank you, Anil, and thank you everybody at FICCI for giving us an opportunity. Like Anilji mentioned, we are a small startup as compared to the big giants sitting on the panel. What BioPrime does is, BioPrime is an ag biotech startup, and we are developing novel biologicals with different modes of action. A, to make crops climate resilient. B, to increase the nutrient use efficiency. And 3 is to provide better means of plant protection. So BioPrime was started by 3 scientists who worked in plant sciences, have done their PhDs and postdoctorates. That's me and my 2 co-founders. And the aim of starting up was to bring back pride and profits to the farmers. And I use this term in that particular order because unfortunately today the small and marginal farmer does not have any pride associated with the cultivation, and that's such a sorry state, because as India we call any producer as Annadata. None of the farmers' sons or daughters want to take up farming. Nobody sees it as a lucrative career. And the way of reversing this is in the second word, the answer is in the second word, which is profits. So unless we build profits for the farmers, we cannot bring in new generation, we cannot re-energize this sector. And we feel that science holds the potential to unlock the productivity in agriculture. So one of the key aspects that we work on in BioPrime is climate resilience. So how do we build climate resilience in crops? So we have a lot of sensors, we have a lot of prediction systems, and the new scientists are working on variety development. But until all of that is done, what does the farmer do on the field today where he's facing vagaries of climates, whether it's flood, drought? There has to be some mechanism by which he can protect his crop as is, where is, in his farm today. And that's a challenge that we have started with. So the way to do this, of course, is looking at what's going wrong. And when we studied this a little bit more, we understood that the very processes of plants which are necessary for nutrient uptake, which are necessary for converting these nutrients into food, utilizing these nutrients into flowers and fruit production or root and tuber production, sometimes work as low as 40% efficiency. So no matter if how much ever fertilizers or hormones or micronutrients that you add, the output is not going to be that sustainable. And so we worked on identifying small biomolecules that trigger and modulate these very processes in the plants. So we've taken a very radical approach in designing biologicals. So there are 2 things that we do in BioPrime. One is we discover molecules that regulate processes, and they act like trigger or remote control buttons, which means that everything is there in the plant, but just because it cannot function to its optimum level, how can we now turn that efficiency up? So that's one approach where we discover biomolecules using a proprietary technology called Sniper. The second approach is, viewing plant as a community. So we always look at plant as a single entity. But plants, because they are, bound to a location and cannot move around, have developed these elaborate methods of communication, and they pass on information from one plant to another. There are microbes that live inside the plant, the entire microbiome as we call it, that determine the fit of the plant. So the second approach that we work on is developing microbial biologicals based on the microbiome or the plant as community approach. Now, how this helps in climate change and sustainability is, we make crops climate resilient. So despite the climate changes, the fluctuations, the flooding, the unseasonal rains, the farmer has a guaranteed yield. It's not just the yield that we're talking about, because sometimes the quality drops, and if it's a fruit farmer or if it's a potato farmer, at the end of the day he has to grade his produce, and the A grade produce fetches twice as more as the C grade produce. So it's not just important to get more production, but it's important to shift the production into higher gradation so that he can earn more in the same amount of land and the same amount of produce. So that's one aspect that we do. And the second is reduction of the fertilizers themselves. So increasing the nutrient use efficiency, we can contribute towards reduction of the carbon footprint of the food produced. So whether it is the wheat that we're talking about, or the fruits or the apples that we're talking about, we are able to reduce almost 20% of the carbon footprint that would have been caused by the fertilizers alone. So that's another way that we are contributing or working towards sustainability in agriculture. Now, none of this would matter if the farmer is not able to earn anything substantial out of it. So for every 1 rupee that a farmer invests in Bioprime products, he earns about 12 to 20 rupees depending on the type of crop that he's working on. So 20 rupees for things like high cash crops like sugarcane, cotton, apple, mangoes, and about 10 or 12 rupees for grains like wheat or rice. So essentially, the farmer more than doubles the money that he is making usually. So those are the approaches that we are taking in terms of building sustainability. The last point I would like to talk about is AI/ML. So for us, AI/ML is something that we use in our research and development. Handling the huge amount of data, doing predictions, finding leads, and doing that in a very short period of time requires considerable experimentation, data management approaches. So we use AI/ML to develop leads and to help us shorten the research cycles, and also help reducing our spend on developing new products. We use blockchains in terms of data management for the products that we are developing. And with BioNexus, that is our microbiome project, we are actually collecting a pan-India microbe library for different kinds of crops. So this library and its management is controlled by blockchain. So to touch upon the last aspect where we were talking about how to modulate or how to ensure that, just taking Rajesh ji's example where we had more wood production than apple production. So these molecules can very specifically modulate processes and direct the food production into the flowering and fruiting pathways. And this is without genetic engineering, so this is just metabolic reprogramming. So that's the kind of work that we're doing at Bioprime. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Renuka. I realize that we have 7 more minutes, and I don't want to eat into the time for the next panel and delay your lunch. But having said that, I would ask you one question. I'll ask a question, and then if the audience is ready with a couple of questions, you can address it to the anyone on the panel. Question is, you are a young company, and this ratio of 1:12 to 20 is better than stock market. What kind of partnerships are you forging to proliferate your work? And I wouldn't agree more on Annadata being profitable. So what kind of partnerships are you forging?
I think Bioprime is an example of a company that's come this far because of partnerships. One, it is the partnerships that the government has done in ensuring startup like us can even start. So, I mean, with a deep tech company like us, we cannot start out of a garage. The famous companies do start out of garage. So it requires quite intensive capital. So for research and development, we've had great partnerships with government universities, and also support in terms of developing the technologies. The second is validation of these technologies, because, I mean, there's only so much that a small company can do. But to ensure that these products work and work equally well across different crops in different geographies, irrespective of the agronomic practices, requires that so much of the product needs to go on the ground. And that is where, industry partnership comes into play. Industry partnerships is also very vital, because we are academicians who've migrated into entrepreneurship. So some amount of market insights into product development can just save n number of years and tears, I would say, into ensuring that a good product ultimately reaches the market. So I think with Bioprime, our approach is, entirely of partnerships and collaboration, because ultimately we are here to, redefine the way the food is grown today and leave soils much better than we found it. And if we are starting out with a vision of that kind, then the impact has to be, in such a way that it can only be achieved with collaboration. So it's not something that we can alone do, but it's just requires collaboration.
Thank you, Dr. Renuka. So this session is open for questions. So we have 2 hands up. Thank you, because I had told the panel that in the event of no questions from the audience, we might as well ask each other a question. So thank you for sparing us of that. Yeah. Just one request, we have 5 minutes, straight to the question, and the person who has to, or who is best suited to answer it, and then we move on to the other gentleman. Sure. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all of you. Myself, R.K. Singh, CEO of Regas Engineering India Private Limited, and it's a very new startup company dealing in environmental solutions and on a path to decarbonization to achieve net zero. My question to Ms. Renuka, please. Thank you, ma'am, for your insights. See, we are talking, since the first panel and the second panel, we are talking growth and sustainability both together, going parallel. And I think that is the very necessary of the time, that we should go hand to hand, both the things. Like, see, when we do the industrializations, the agriculture always becomes the second hand. Like, for example, nowadays we are growing sugar canes, but now the sugar canes are used for more ethanol than for sugar productions. So my point is to Ms. Renuka is ask that as a part of decarbonizations, we always do carbon sequestrations. And we need plantations to do carbon sequestrations in the industries. So can your company also suggest the kind of the plantations we can do for carbon sequestrations, and we can make it mandatory to the industries, that if you want to set up industries or your industries are there, you must implant so much of trees of that particular species to make it sustainable. So all my questions to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question. Yeah, we can definitely suggest the kind of trees, though that is not an area that we work in, but just because we come from a biology background and are botanist by training, so yeah, I'm sure to help out fellow startup as just something out of our own learning that we know. But as a business model, no, that's not something that we work on, but I'm willing to just contribute.
Thank you.
Thank you. That gentleman, and then.
Hi, am I audible?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So we as a company do monitoring of carbon using digital MRV. My question is especially for the Nestle and Coca-Cola team. So are you also looking at, to increase farmer income also, which is one of the major motives, of carbon farming? Are you also doing carbon projects or, carbon farming where farmers can, be supported with additional income? And what are the, different technologies like satellite based or remote sensing based technologies? Are you looking at that?
Yeah, so as I mentioned during the last part of my talk, we are actually looking at carbon sequestration. Okay. But having said that, have we reached the objective yet? No. But to your question related to increasing the farmer income, when I spoke about ultra high density plantations, we are actually talking about a 5 times increase in the productivity of the farm. So that necessarily easily translates into that much improvement in the productivity and income level of the farmers. But having invested into so much of plantations across so many fruits, mango, apple, lychee, blah blah blah, so many. We have also worked in one program which is related to sugarcane. That is also sustainable sourcing program for sugarcane. We are actually worked in UP. There is a current project going on in Maharashtra. There is a project going on in Karnataka. We want to expand to more areas. So all of these, we are actually working on the methodologies that we need to apply to obtain the sequestration numbers on which work is currently happening.
Well, thanks. And I think, thanks for bringing out a perspective, because, increasing yield and reducing carbon, definitely they go hand in hand, but they're not identical, right? Because you might be increasing yield and also increasing carbon emission at a point of time. And yeah, of course, per kg of carbon emission may come down, but you're adding more carbon to the environment. Now, this is where the approach will differ from crop to crop. Now, a plantation crop always have a natural advantage because it leads to a lot of sequestration. You're not disturbing the soil. You've planted the tree once and then the ecosystem is stabilizing and going down. But if your raw materials include grains, the field crops, right, where they need to be tilled every year, where the farms have to be plowed every year, you do not get that advantage of a plantation crop, right? So that's the perspective we must have. So doing sequestration in a field crop is much more difficult than doing it in a plantation crop. And we are very, very open to listen to new ideas. Honestly, with what we have seen, zero tillage, sowing technology, direct seeding technologies are the ones which are being propagated right now, but they are not cost efficient for farmers. It brings down their yield immediately. It may lead to increase in yield after 5 years. There are proven examples, but then farmer cannot, invest in losing the yields for 5 years to wait for that. It's not a sellable proposition. So we are very open to listen to ideas which can help us.
Thank you, Rahul. Do you have a question?
Thank you so much.
Yeah, last one. Yeah, thank you. I think we were enlightened by the panelists. We have heard enough and more about smart farming, fertilizer efficiency, carbon sequestration. Recently, we have heard that the government of India is bringing in carbon credit market to India, and Lok Sabha has passed it, and Rajya Sabha, and it requires the president's nod to have it to be a reality. I am from a coffee plantation. We sequestered with a carbon sink company, and we sequestered a lot of carbon, and also we have measured. Only thing is, when you're talking about ethical sourcing, will we be rewarded for the efforts we put in to grow trees? Because most of the coffee grown across the world is in the open conditions, and India's coffee is grown under shade trees. And we preserve the trees. We also ensure the ecosystem is intact. And also heard Mr. Rajesh mentioning about how to improve yields. We are in that way, and also heard Dr. Renuka mention about fertilizer user efficiency. Now, both the sessions I heard, we are not. I am not too sure the Indian farming whether they are scientifically based. Do we do a soil test based fertilizer management? Do we monitor the soil moisture to really use the optimum moisture? And are we using skilled workforce? Because all of this, because 60% of the wage or the product is from labor wages. I'm just putting it across the table because today, unless we need to improve the farm income, the farmer's income, it should be a combo approach where all of this, like I heard someone talk about a smart village, where all of this has to be demonstrated. Where Dr. Renuka mentioned about all of this, the farmers will accept unless it is demonstrated and shown to them of all of these approaches or initiatives will improve their yield, and also at the same time, if the government can monetize the carbon credit which is generated out of agriculture, more so also from maybe agriculture as well as from the plantations.
Thank you, gentlemen. I take it more as a comment than a question. Thank you for that. So, with that, we conclude the session. It has been a privilege to be among all of you. Privilege to be in the midst of audience like you. Thank you very much.
We are thankful to all our speakers for such a great and knowledgeable session. Thank you for joining us. We are now moving to our next session, Sustainable Soil Management in Action. I would now request the session chairman and moderator, Mr. Manoj Patil, Strategic Initiatives Lead South Asia Corteva AgriScience, to join us on the stage. Welcome, sir. Our first panelist, Dr. M.S. Rao, ex-principal scientist in Indian Institute of Horticulture Research. Dr. Rao has 35 years of comprehensive experience in project management and sustainable agriculture. He is a former head and principal scientist of ICAR, Indian Institute of Horticulture Research, Government of India. He was associated with FAO for promoting the use of biopesticides in organic farming in Karnataka state. Welcome, sir. Our next panelist, Mr. Rajat Vardhan, founder and CEO, AgroNext Services Private Limited. Mr. Vardhan have devised an agri-information platform that provides an opportunity for farmers to digitally experience the agri-domain specific products, get their farm-related queries solved in real time with unbiased solutions, recommendations, and on the other hand, connecting farmers to authentic local sellers through AgroNext app. Welcome, sir. Our next panelist, Dr. Naved Sabir, Principal Scientist, Center for Protected Cultivation Technology, Indian Agriculture Research Institute. Dr. Sabir is an experienced management professional with a demonstrated history of working in the research industry. He is skilled in integrated pest management, good agricultural practices, horticulture and agriculture research and development. Welcome, sir. Our last panelist, Dr. Vishal Somvanshi, Principal Scientist, Division of Nematology, ICAR, Indian Agriculture Research Institute. Dr. Somvanshi has the accolade of publishing more than 60 research publications in various national and international journals. His research interests involve in use of insect parasitic nematodes for environment-friendly biological management of insect pests, of crop nematode bacteria symbiosis, and development of novel methods for management of plant parasitic nematodes. Welcome, sir. I now request the chair to take over.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you all hear me clear? Thank you. So, before we start the session, first of all, I thank FICCI for giving us an opportunity to come here and share our views and understanding on soil health. We have a veteran sitting in this panel, Dr. Rao, Dr. Naved. We have spent almost a lifetime working on agriculture, working on soil health, working on best management practices for improving the productivity of farmer. So in today's session, we want to discuss about how can we manage and improve our soil in a sustainable way. I mean, I was listening to the opening session where we talked about balancing growth and sustainability. So at one end we have to produce the food, and at the other end we need to look at how can we have a soil for the next generation. I'll take a minute to remember one of the story I read when I was studying my agriculture graduation in Pune, and that story says a generation next comes, and the father takes his son to the field, and he says कि मैं आपको ये hand over कर रहा हूँ, I am handovering this to you, and the son goes in the field and says कि Papa, here is the land, but where is the soil? So I mean we have agriculture land, but what I am saying it's deteriorating fast, and we just touch base some aspect of it. How can we manage that? Because it's a very vast subject, and considering the background and experience of the panel member, we'd look at a specific aspect of how as a country we can contribute coming together on improving the soil health. And I request Dr. Rao to just give us a context through a very small 3-minute slide deck, just to set a context what we are going to discuss. Over to you, Dr. Rao.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just 4 or 5 minutes, I'll just talk about really soil, what we talk about sustainability and all. See, it is a living medium, dynamic medium. It's a living planet that we have actually just because of the life in the soil. So soil is not a soil, but soil has a life. And in my own terms, actually, I would like to say that actually a soil which supports the plant health, animal health, and the human health, is the one actually which is sustainable. So healthy growth, a sustainable growth, and sustenance of all these things actually is dependent on this soil sustainability. So in that particular context, so we in this particular session talk more about the microbiome, and so here there are components. So there are components which I call it actually biological and physical. Biological, there are harmful pathogens, and there are beneficial microbes. So that we call it as a soil microbiome. And the organic matter actually, I only take it actually the physical component. Rest of things I am not talking, because there is an intrinsic relationship between the organic matter and all the biologicals. So the survival of the multiplication and then the performance of the microbes, beneficial microbes, can happen when there is a good amount of organic matter. But that's now in the country actually for the last 70 years we have lost so much amount of organic matter. Organic carbon actually is now around 0.5 to 0.1 1% to 0.3 actually. In most of the areas in the country actually this is a situation. Organic matter is low. This is a situation that we are talking, and because of that, because organic matter is depleted, and you see a lot of pathogens have cropped up, and the plants have become sick, the soil is sick, ultimately the root system is not healthy, so the farmer is dumping the chemicals. This is the scenario which has happened for the last few years. And when you talk about the impact and adverse effects actually of all these things, we lose almost around 80,000 crores, 80,000 crores actually per year, annually from all these pathogens actually. And these are all the things that you can see. So significant amount of damage is happening. And the new scenario, what I would like to talk actually as a plant protection scientist is that previously, we used to talk about the fungal problems, viral problems, and bacterial problems, nematode problems, separately, individually, predominating the farmer problems. But there is a complex now actually, so which we have understood recently for last 10 years actually. Now we are talking about that. I thank Vicky and I thank Manoj actually. Now the whole context actually, now we are talking about bringing awareness among the people actually. That's a nematode is one of the serious culprit, unseen enemy, which is causing a lot of damage. So along with the nematodes, the fungus gets inside and the bacteria gets inside, the problems are huge. We have the Goa wilt, we have the pomegranate wilt, and so many wilts of the crops actually is a national problems. The culprit is actually the nematode. So these are all the serious problems in the polyhouses. And you see absolutely there is a nematode and there is a bacteria, there is a nematode and then there is a fungus in pomegranate and in Goa, the whole, I talk about actually in terms of when we had around that 70,000 hectares actually pomegranate cultivation, which we started actually 10 years back. Now we have only 40,000 actually, hectares. 30,000, polyhouse, the pomegranate actually crops have been taken out just because of the wilt problem. Nematode is the main culprit. This is where actually the problems are happening, and a lot of chemicals are being dumped actually. We need green chemistry, not the indiscriminate use of the fertilizers. See, all these things have happened just because actually indiscriminate use of the fertilizers and the chemicals. The main culprit actually is that people do not have awareness, farmers do not have awareness, and then the farmer neglected actually the organic matter, so there is such an amount of depletion. We talk about the nutrition all the time, NPK, tremendous amount of subsidies actually are being given, government is spending more and more and is worried more and more actually. We don't talk about the balanced nutrition. So balanced nutrition, where is the, wherein the, microbial, contribution by the NPK solubilizing bacteria, and also the, microbes which controls the, pests and diseases, and also the micronutrients. That's not been really talked about that, but then we'll have to think about that, and that is what actually we have to plan it in the future. So we must treat the soil with respect and conserve the land so that we'll conserve the humanity on this living planet. And the only thing actually is that safe chemistry, and the use of the organic matter and use of the lot of microbials. Whatever the system that you want to follow, that is the way that we can go ahead. Thank you. Now with this background, actually we would like to discuss more of the things and all. I thank for everyone for giving me this opportunity.
Thanks Dr. Rao for setting up the context. And as you rightly mentioned, there are various components of related to usage of fertilizers, related to usage of chemicals, and many other components. So we'd like to stick to those components and see in next 30-35 minutes what could we discuss and conclude on a specific aspect. So Dr. Rao, you mentioned about various components which impact the soil health. Which according to you the most important component based on your understanding of last 30 years working with IHR?
Yeah, see, as I already emphasized, actually we have a biological component and a physical component. Physical component I only stick to only organic matter. The organic matter and which contains the humus is the basis ultimately for the soil sustainability and the sustenance. So in this, when we are talking about the biological, so we have, knowingly, unknowingly, actually, farmers started using so much amount of, fertilizers, indiscriminate use of the chemicals. I don't say that the chemicals are bad, fertilizers are bad. No, they are required. But judicious use did not happen, and that's why the soil sickness has happened. So this is the main problem now, Manoj. So the soil sickness is rampant. So, and about the soil sickness, when we talk about three components mainly: nematodes, fungus, and bacteria. Pathogenic fungi we say, pathogenic bacteria, and pathogenic nematodes. These are all the culprits, which is making the whole agriculture very unproductive, and then making the people to use a lot of chemical pesticides. The chemical pesticides, again, indiscriminate use. And again, I want to emphasize actually, we need a safer chemistry. We need a safer chemicals, which will help actually, and that is how the whole soil sustainability can work. Soil sustainability is required actually. It's a journey. It's not a not a destination. So it's a journey. It happens over a period of time, for which actually now we need to do a lot of things actually. Thank you.
Thanks for elaboration. With this context on the three aspects of biological, chemical and physical matters of soil which impact the soil health. I'll now go to Dr. Naved and would like to understand, Dr. Naved had worked on GAP, globally accepted principles or generally accepted principles on sustainability. So I would like to hear your views on how as a country we can follow the approach at a national level, one, and number two, at an individual small farmer level to implement, to take efforts towards ensuring growth or yield at the same time, managing the sustainability of our soils. Over to you, Doctor.
Good afternoon, everybody. I believe that with the advent of the technology, the yields, the possibilities, the production systems, the knowledge systems all progress. And with this comes, with the productivity comes the power, and with power should come the responsibility. So when we talk about good agriculture practices, it is about being aware, it is being about responsive, it is being about responsible. So what in informal terms I call GAP is responsive and responsible production system. So when you are reaching the higher level of knowledge, higher level of technology, we have to shoulder the responsibility as a better producer, and good agriculture practices actually help us achieve that. So when we talk in general terms, because many people are not from that background, so as a commoner, if I ask about the good agriculture practices, actually these are the 4 pillars of agriculture production system, which takes care of not only the production but also the environment and health. So the 4 pillars, if I say, of the good agriculture practices are economic viability, because every farmer, every producer does it for the economic gains at the end of the day. So it is the economic viability, it is the food safety, it is the environmental sustainability, and of course it is the social acceptability. It is not that you whatever you do and the society will accept, it is not that. And to apprise you in general terms about the good agriculture practices and its effect, suppose in Indian context, if I say, if you go to the market and if you pick up a fruit, would you know where it came from, who produced it, what pesticides were used, when it was harvested, what is the shelf life? So entire, if you can trace it back to the place where it was produced, good agriculture practices are that responsive and responsible that they trace the product from the field, from the farmer, from the site to everything. So traceability is the core of this production system, traceability and transparency, because it takes stock of the site, it takes its stock of the data, who produced it, the sampling, the soil, the water, the plant protection regime, the harvesting regime, the whole crop history and whole site history has to be recorded. So entire record has to be kept, and at the end of the day, then you also have the feedback systems, the audit systems. So the good agriculture practices, they systematize the production system and they make you hold responsible. And of course, the rewards of the good agriculture practices is not necessarily that you will get the higher price for the produce, but of course higher credibility of the produce, and with higher credibility you are likely to get the more this thing. Now in this, to achieve this, every organization has and every stakeholder has different role. Producer has its role and retailer has its role, and the government institution sets up the bodies, accredits the institutions which will audit it. So the whole ecosystem has to be developed around it. Now in India, there are very few products which are GAP certified, because it is at the higher end of the spectrum of agriculture production system and commerce. But there are several products, for example grape,
for example pomegranate, for example mango, which are under GAP certified conditions. In India, most of the buyers are still not at that level of economic freedom and affordable level and awareness level that the demand for the GAP certified produce, but we are exporting many products which are GAP certified. Of course, every country has its own GAP, like India has India GAP, it started in 2011. The GAP headquarters are on the global GAP are in Germany. It was established somewhere in 2005. It had all started from Europe GAP. So this is creating an ecosystem, environment, the system, the answerability, the audit system, which makes overall healthy production system. And of course, soil, as we are talking about soil mainly, and of course the pests also, it makes a whole system very dynamic and responsible. So that is about in brief GAP. It's a very big process, easier talked than done. Every component, even a small component like on what we work integrated pest management, it is just one meager component of like 14 principles of good agriculture practices. I have one technical bulletin. If you will go by my name on the internet, then one whole technical bulletin on GAP and its basic principles can be read and seen. And if you have any queries, we will handle later on. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks for giving elaborate view on how GAP help. I mean, just for the benefit of audience and someone who do not understand technical aspect, can you just share one or two real life example where GAP are applied in India? Maybe at the extent may be small, but that's fine. But are there any real life example where these principles are actually applied and has benefited as an example?
Yes. If anybody is interested to see the real success stories of GAP happening in India, they can visit the EPITA website, wherein complete traceability chains can be seen for the crops like mango for the export quality. In India, GAP certifications are again routing through the EPITA only. So it is actually buyer who is the god in this entire process. And in countries like India, in some developing situation where farmers are not that well aware and that well ensconced in the whole economic domain, then this is not as well strengthened for Indian markets, because Indian buyers are, you see, when we were young, we were drinking water from anywhere, from any hand pump, any well, that 30 years down the line. Suddenly what happened, that our awareness increased, that it may not be, this water may be good, this may not be good. Then over a period of time, with the development of knowledge and affordability, our affordability increased. Now then the systems are coming, then accreditations are coming, accessibility is coming. Mineral water was not available everywhere 30 years back. So with awareness, with affordability, with accessibility and with accreditability, these systems are coming, and of course we in very near future hope that our production systems will be that well mature economically, scientifically and systematically to achieve those levels.
So what I am hearing, the way mineral water or say safe drinking water is available now, all of us drink bottled water, if I use the correct technical word, bottled water, because accessibility, awareness and another couple of components are improved, and you expect similar things to happen with respect to good principles or generally acceptable principles to be applied in various domains of agriculture and hence become more operationally viable, right?
Definitely, that is the desirable thing.
Thanks.
Most desirable.
So with this setup of specific principles on improving the health of agriculture, I'll go to Dr. Vishal, who is a principal scientist, at IRI and done a lot of work on related to soil health and specifically on the technology front. you have published various paper. I want to understand what specific work like institutes like IRI or any other national or any private institutes, what kind of work they have done on a technology front, biotech front or any technology which has helped our country to address these issues related to soil health.
Thank you, Manoj. So, if you recall, the previous generation of insecticides, pesticides that were being dumped into soil, they were all general biocides, right? For example, carbofuran. Carbofuran, if you see, it can kill snakes, lizards, frogs, insects, nematodes, everything. So, what we are doing right now is, in the past few years, we are developing various platforms, like for example, genomics based platforms, trying to understand the biology of these organisms, how they live, and then two things are coming out of that. The first thing is, we are trying to understand the specific targets within these organisms that can be used to target a chemical molecule, right? This chemical molecule can later be developed into an insecticide. This insecticide will have minimal or almost zero non-target effects, right? So, we understand the biology, we find a safe target, we find a metabolic choke point. So, these choke points are present only in these insects or nematodes or pathogens.
So, can you name 2-3 technologies or intervention happen in last 5, 10, 20 years which has impacted?
So, we recently have got a patent, Dr. Uma Rao, she was a scientist in our division, she got the world's first patent on RNA interference. She silenced one particular gene, it's a neuropeptide in a nematode. If you silence that gene, the nematode cannot find its host. So, it's very, very safe. It's confusing the nematode and not killing the nematode, and eventually your crop is safe. Okay?
Great.
So, this was the first thing. Second is, we are using the same information and using it in genetic way. So, genetic means, for example, we all are familiar with the BT technology. So, you take a toxin, express it, and it's very selectively killing insects only, right?
Yes.
Similar kind of things are being done by taking RNAi based approach, like we silence a particular gene that is involved in pathogenesis. So, the organism cannot parasitize the host plant. So, we are trying to get into a zone where we are using nematode based targets or insect based targets and develop molecules that will be very safe for the environment.
Yeah. So the insecticide or a product which is developed which will impact only the targeted
it will
targeted pest, and it doesn't remain a broad based impacting other thing. Yeah. So this brings me to one of the point, Dr. Rao, you mentioned about biological aspects. You mentioned about fungus, bacteria and nematodes, the three elements of biological agriculture which impacts the soil health. Most of us are aware about the nutrient, excess use of fertilizers and many other aspects, but this nematode a little confusing and little known about whether it's a scientific community or whether it's a farming community. So just help us understand how this tiny invisible creature affects the soil health, and is that such a big extent that which deserves a discussion or some action around it?
Yeah, basically we all have idea about fungus and bacteria, but then the nematodes, I think as you rightly said, that not many of us, not many people in the society, they are aware of that. So these plant nematodes, they are there around the root system, they are very tiny. So there are actually animal nematodes, human parasitic nematodes. Everybody knows roundworm. So Ascaris, Dracunculus. So like this roundworms, there are around 5 inches or 7 inches. But here, this is less than 1 mm.
Yeah.
You can't see, just with the normal eyes you can't use. They are microscopic, and we have problems around the root system. So they are evolved in such a way, these nematodes which are very tiny, So they have one robust, instrument which is called stylet. It's there in the mouth. So it actually punctures any particular root system, though it is resistant for the fungus. Though it is resistant for the bacteria, bacteria cannot go inside particular, let's suppose a banana, this is resistant to fungus. This fungus cannot go inside, but then the nematode can go inside. So there is nothing like a mechanical barrier.
They enter into the roots.
They enter into the root system.
Okay.
So when they enter into the root system, it makes a hole, it punctures. So through that, it gets inside and it feeds on the root system and it develops, it damages actually the root system very, very badly. And it is unseen enemy, people do not know about that. And the biggest problem is that now we have nematodes actually makes the way for the fungus to go inside the root system, bacteria to go inside the root system. It becomes a disease complex. It's not only fungal disease or it's not a bacterial disease or it's not a nematode disease. It becomes a disease complex wherein 2-3 organisms are involved. So it's very difficult for the farmer to understand and the state department people to really diagnose what exactly is the problem. Is it a nematode or a fungus or a bacteria? But it's a disease complex. The whole approach has to be a little different because the target is, enemy is actually the culprit is nematode.
Okay, so great. When you look at soil health, there are I think almost everywhere there are facilities available to do soil testing and know what is the level of nutrients, measure micro. Are there systems available for measuring the extent of fungal and nematode damage and how pronouncedly they are used?
Yeah. It's a very important that we lack actually in this particular area, because the whole farming community awareness is only around nutrition, NPK levels or the micronutrient levels and all, but then they really do not understand actually the soil sickness. The yellowing of the leaves actually can happen because of the pathogens. They only think it is a nitrogen deficiency. So that awareness has not cropped up actually, and then that's the reason the labs are not there. And the private institutions are catering to the needs of the farmers who are aware, and then they come for the analysis. Yes, soil analysis is done in all the ICR labs and also all the university labs. They give the picture actually what your soil contains, pathogenic bacterial load and pathogenic fungal load and also nematode loads. There are systems which are available. The main problem is that a lack of awareness. That is the only issue. As Dr. Naved was very nicely put it actually, the awareness and affordability and all these things and all make the people to get into all these aspects. So the time will come actually when people ask for the nematode density in the crop, and it's required. People should know, and it's a serious problem. Almost around 10,000 crores of crop losses are happening actually in the country, in the whole India. Yeah. So that's a serious problem actually, but people are not aware. Even policy makers, many of them are actually not aware. Even NGOs and all not aware. Common public actually not aware. They only talk about organic farming. They only talk about sustainable farming. So we talk about a precise farming. As Dr. Naved was telling, precisely we should be able to deal the problems of the soil sustainability so that overall sustainability can happen. Thank you.
Yeah, so just to substantiate what you said, I was reading a report by IRI, and it says 19.6% annual crop losses due to plant parasitic nematode. 20% is huge, and it goes further and says in protected cultivations losses are up to 60%. Is it believable? 60% losses?
It's 100% believable. I have even shown actually 2 photographs wherein actually the 1 acre area you could only see the 70% of the completely was affected, only 30% was were remaining actually. So 70% of the tomato crop actually which has got 1 acre 40,000 square feet. Out of that actually 30,000 square feet actually there is no tomato crop at all. There is no capsicum crop at all. There is no broccoli. So that is the level of the damage which is happening because of the nematode, fungal and bacteria complexes. That's the reason. Yeah. So I would like to say that actually the complex the problem is huge. And FPO has already gone into record that actually from the protected cultivation, India is going to contribute tremendously for the water pollution. So there is so much amount of water pollution which is happening actually because of the polyhouse protected cultivations, wherein farmers are not aware, and then the whole system is not, people are not aware. So do they have to, cater the needs of the, fungal management or bacterial management or nematode management? They are confused. So because of this, so farmers are indiscriminately, desperately, using the, chemical pesticides. Actually, that is the problem. And again, I say actually, pesticides indiscriminately, when they are used, they are harmful. When they are used actually judicious way, they are not harmful. That is what we call it as a integrated pest management. So that is what is required actually. So ultimately, what boils down is that actually the nematodes are serious, and polyhouse cultivation actually is not becoming profitable. And I tell you actually almost around 40 to 50% of the polyhouses have not been used and put to use actually in the whole country. And the soil is not used. They are growing actual crops in the poly bags.
Yeah.
So aquaponics and then the hydroponics are coming, and the cocoa peat actually they are using actually 30% of the polyhouses in the whole country. So and 30% of the polyhouses are even abandoned. They said we cannot even cultivate it. That is the level of the problem.
Yeah. So I think you made a valid point. I heard and read 90% of the food, maybe more than that, comes from soil. I mean, soil is a source. I mean, it comes from the crop, but the soil is the basis. Still 10% like hydroponic and other thing. So I would loop in Mr. Rajat, who is a CEO of agri-tech company, and want to understand, these veterans talk about biotechnology or agriculture sciences and technology. Want to hear from you how the digital technology can help in this domain on the entire soil health management aspect. Are there any tangible things happening, or there are potentials of things happening of using technology to improve the soil health?
Thank you, Mr. Manoj, for this opportunity. I think we have heard Dr. Rao and Dr. Naved and Dr. Vishal covering the entire topic so far. I would rather start with saying that any solution which is available has to be seen from the viewpoint of affordability, awareness and availability, right? And not just the digital solution, but the digital solution we see has to be coming up with integrated with some hardware based solution which should be highly affordable, very easily to be used by the people on the ground. For example, we have got close to 141 million hectares of the land wherein it is a net sown area wherein we are doing Kharif Rabi cultivation, right?
Yes.
And this huge area is available, and farmer need to see this in certain way, like it should graduate from looking at macro and micro element related answers for the farmer. Then going to solutions which can help them understand about the status of microbes, the healthy as well as bad microbes available in the soil, and then coming to the nematode related solutions which are there. So as far as
are there any tangible solutions available on measuring the soil health with the use of digital technology? It could be any component of soil health.
Yeah, so let me come on that. So basically we have got like a NIR spectroscopy based soil testing solution which is basically coupled up with a SaaS platform, and that is indeed a digitally integrated agriculture platform, and when you use the hardware you are quickly able to assess the soil nutrient in less than 2 minutes of the time. So that is the stage one of the solution, Mr. Manoj. So once you are aware about what is there in the soil, right, then you have to link it with the solutions available which is being provided by the industry stakeholders, and that can be approached through the channel partners and the awareness being created by the industry. And then of course the channel also includes the upcoming FPOs and the supply chain partners who should also join in this initiative to create awareness and use these solutions, so that when the results of these solutions comes on digital interface, it should be used further by the industry in the further supply chain processes. Say if you are aware about a certain geography having such and such soil status, followed by the microbe status, followed by the status of health with the vis-a-vis the nematode population, then possibly a lot of value can be derived for the farmer as well as for the industry partners.
Are there any technologies currently existing and being used successfully?
Yes, NIR spectroscopy based technology is available in couple of countries globally. In India, we have also brought this solution. So
what it does?
Yes, so it is basically currently able to assess the nutrient status in the soil, right, in less than 2 minutes of the time. And once you do that, it is also mapping digitally. It is helping mapping the soil land, the land of the farmers, and then you also get the results out there digitally in your interfaces, right? So it starts with the hardware wherein you understand the status of the nutrient, you get the result on the interface, and then with the passage of time you put layers on the data and you keep on understanding how the soil is improving vis-a-vis different nutrients as well as the microbes.
So you are talking in less than 2 minutes, knowing the health of my soil, you know, on a digital platform. Is that technology available in India?
Yeah, it is absolutely available. So let me tell you, like currently we have been able to spread to close to 15 states. We are indeed working with a lot of industry partners currently, and that is one initiative which has been taken by us. I'm pretty much sure that the same technology will have further developments, and it will be having further stages of evolution wherein more will be added beyond the status of nutrients. That is what I would.
So you're saying it's available?
It is absolutely available. It is being used currently.
Any farming community can access it now?
Yeah.
Or is there?
So certainly farming community can assess when industry is actually using it on the ground, so farming community can actually assess it. So as I just mentioned, so awareness component, right? Here comes the importance of using digital tool. So let me cite one example. With the advent of 4G and 5G, we all are aware that the consumption of data is very increasingly getting consumed at the level of farmers. On our side, let me just share briefly. We have got a YouTube channel wherein we create certain sort of awareness very organically. We have got more than 80,000 users trying to consume that data. So what I'm trying to say is not just the tech, but awareness of the availability of affordable technology at the ground level to be used by the industry and promoted in a collaborative mode by the industry is only going to ensure the productivity enhancement at the level of farmers, especially the small and marginal ones, and that actually connect all the dots.
Yeah. So thanks for. I hope that's also is affordable as well. That.
Yeah, so as you have asked me a question, so we have been able to brought down the cost of soil testing from 300 to 500 rupees to just 15 rupees in India.
Yeah, so
that's the change. So any tech which is to be adopted has to be highly affordable and has to be very quickly replicable. So this solution which we have is able to give more than 50,000 tests.
Yeah, so looks exciting. 15-20 rupees soil test in 2 minutes on digital. Looks a disruptive thing. Would like to understand more about, and I think there might be few people who would like. So I think it makes sense to explore and check this. Dr. Rao, we spoke so many things can be done. Why the soil is getting deteriorated? Are there any example of public-private partnership or coming together and working on a major project and bringing out some tangible results on sustainability front?
Yeah, certainly. So Government of India is aware of all these things, and Indian Council of Agriculture Research has been encouraging the multidisciplinary research, also the PPP mode actually in the work projects, and various state agriculture universities also are doing it. So for example, from IRI, wonderful technologies have gone to a field, particularly in Punjab, where the burning of this particular grass is becoming a serious problem.
Yeah.
So there the technology of IAR actually has gone to the farmers through the industry. So the PPP model actually. Yeah. And various ICR institutions, this useful microbial cultures, beneficial microbial cultures can be produced in a bigger way in the fermentation systems, and it's only done by the industry. and technology providers are only ICAR and SAUs actually. From IIHR, the biopesticides, when we talk about biopesticides, we have biopesticides for control of the pathogens, fungal pathogens. We have biopesticides, useful organisms, let me put it actually as useful organisms to control nematodes, and useful organisms to control bacteria, and useful organisms to control the pests. So all these things and from IIH actually almost around 550 industrial licenses, these licenses actually have taken this technology. And I am happy to inform that actually I have given this 550 industry technologies to the to the industries actually in the country, supposed to be a maximum by any scientist in the world actually. So the ICR has come forward actually with a private and public model actually. So we give the technology and the private producers, and in nook and corner actually of every country actually the ICR has given the technologies for producing the microbial biopesticides which are safer to the soil. Sustainability can happen through the safer biopesticides, safer chemistry, and bringing awareness actually among the farmers. So a lot needs to be done. Still, all these things are happening, but lot needs to be done. The awareness actually in the policy makers also, has to be such that actually the micronutrients, biopesticides need to be given subsidy. Yeah. If you talk about subsidy per se, when you don't talk about subsidy, it's okay. When you talk about subsidy, the micronutrients, which are affecting the soils in a great way. The NPK subsidy actually has helped the nation and the farmer, but it has affected our soil in a very, very great way. 80% of the Indian soils actually are deficient from the sulfur and zinc, which are critical. Zinc is not there in the food grain that I am taking it. Even the millets, what we talk actually, the zinc is not available. So where does this resistance comes? So our generation do not have resistance. Zinc tablets had to be given in the corona time. So all these things are happening. So a lot has to happen from the government of India for the biopesticides and balanced nutrition, bringing awareness among the farmers, linking the institutions and private in a great way. Thank you.
Yeah. So I think I'll just with 10 minutes to go, I'll put a last question to Dr. Sabir on this integrated pest management. What are the 3-4 components quickly in a minute before we go and summarize this session?
Since I have already spoken on GAP, and integrated pest management is indeed the part of one component out of the 14 is integrated pest management of the plant protection. Other than the social acceptability, all the rest 3 remaining principles, that is economic viability, food safety and environmental sustainability, are the 3 principles on which the integrated pest management hovers around, and it includes virtually everything from crop planning to harvesting stage, at times even the post harvest stages, and all the pests and diseases. The key is that we have to select those measures out of hundreds of plant protection measures across crops. We have to select key pests. We have to, we are not going to kill the pests. We have to learn to live with the pests, and we have to just keep them below economic threshold levels. So we have to select the measures, and beginning from the planning of the crop, the baseline study of the crop, and synthesizing the plant protection measures and even cultural measures and interventions and mechanicals and physical all measures in such a manner that the pests are kept below threshold level, and you have to keep those 3 pillars in mind: the food safety, the economic profitability of the grower, and the environmental sustainability. So these are the key components of integrated pest management.
So I'll just summarize the discussion so far. We started the topic talking about which are the components. There are biological, chemical and physical components. In biological components, these tiny creatures like nematode causing 20% damage. I think there is a lot of work to be done on awareness and how to manage it. The way in one of the example, one of the panelists mentioned identifying a targeted technology which kills the target pest without impacting other beneficial things. Then we spoke about GAP, which should include economically viable solution, which are safer for the food, which are safer for the environment, and more importantly socially acceptable one. And as an example, we spoke about export of mangoes and couple of products which is coordinated by APEDA. On technology front, at least I heard for the first time in my life that soil test can be done in 15 rupees. It's a potential possible, maybe some hurdles are there, but 15-20 rupees soil health in a populous country where 13-14 crore farmers are there. I think it's a game changer, disruptive technology, and I wish whoever is doing that luck, because that's going to really change the dynamics how Indian farmer operates. We spoke about the technology. It should be affordable, accessible, and aware. I think the one example which you have given fits the bill. Then we said that government and private can come together, and he has given a couple of examples how it can work. I'd like to end this session because as a panelist, we can always recommend tens of things what government can do or what others can do. Now I want to end this session with a voluntary question. Any of the panelists who want to come forward and say, okay, this is what I am going to do for soil health in my capacity as an individual, or as a professional. Any volunteers on that? Yeah, let's start with us. I mean, we have given enough for others.
You see, when we talk about soil health management, this gamut and the canvas are so big. From soil structure, from our very existence, the very surface, very land we are standing upon, there are so many things. There are under managements, there are over managements, there are exploitations, there are disturbed ecosystems. And while they have disruptive technologies like bringing the cost of the soil testing down to some 15 rupees, that is really amazing, which was not achievable even for 300, 500 rupees. Even IRI is doing soil testing just for the nematodes for 1,000 rupees at the moment. Yeah. So that is a game changer. One of the few things that I would expect the industry to come out with is testing for the pollutants, the heavy metals, whether water is safe or not. Even if we get the water from the RO, it may not be free from the dissolved toxicities. Yeah. We are just taking care of the microbes and the big particles and big dust and whatever in common terms we can say. But the dissolved solubilities, so like heavy metals, the pollutants, the dyes, there are innumerable number of things which are there, carcinogens, hidden, the metabolites, the secondary metabolites coming from so many sources. So these are the things that we have to look into, and as integrated pest management scientists, the first thing and foremost thing we do is we try to stay, as Dr. Rao was also telling, the judiciousness. Yeah. You see, judiciousness, what is judiciousness and what is sin? You see, there is in Arabic, there is one very good definition of sin. Crossing the boundary is sin. Even drinking water could be sin. Yeah. If there are 200 people and I drink whole water, it is sin. Yeah. If I kill myself drinking 200 liters of water, it could be sin. So dredging the boundaries, trespassing the boundaries, the judiciousness of the use of the chemicals, what differs the human beings from animals is this rationalization. Yeah. And even yesterday I was talking about on Global Vertical Farming Forum, and people are talking about that we can produce 100 acre worth of produce from just 1 acre, 10 times to 20 times by virtue of technicality, and 10 by going vertical and by increasing the number of layers. Yeah. But the immediate question that comes to the mind is not the technology. For me, as a sustainable farming scientist with that bent of mind, the immediate question, it is not the answers that are important. Most of the time it's the questions that we put to ourselves which are very important. The question that we put as a policy planner is, what we will do with the remaining 99 acres of the land?
Yeah.
Would we put, now we have an opportunity that we got the produce worth of 100 acres of land from just 1 acre. So this is an opportunity to put the rest of the 99 back to the nature, let the nature heal, recover and get some time, respite and cleaning of the environment, or immediately we put another 99 acre into that rigor of this product, this high level of productivity. So greed is nothing but, and then if you extend this logic to the latest book of, maybe most of you must have read, Sapiens. Agriculture itself is like what has led to the greed. Before agriculture, nobody was storing. When nobody was storing, they didn't need the house. When they did need the house, they didn't need the bank. And the whole process of greed has actually started from agriculture. So we have to trade this path of productivity and agribusiness and promotion of it with very high word of caution and rationalization. And until we take the sustainable goals, we put it in place in very harsh manner. One more thing that I spoke yesterday was that anybody who is producing more carbon should pay more for the food. They should give him negative black credit card that you first spend from this. So if I go to the market as a farmer, I may get the cauliflower for 1 rupee, but industrialist who is producing millions of tons of carbon into the nature and carbon dioxide into the nature should pay 1000 rupees for the same cauliflower, then only the term. So these compensatory currency mechanisms, I am working on this philosophy, maybe the economic policy makers will talk sense out of me. I am not the qualified person for it, but these are the things. Then green molecules, the compensatory things. So these are the things that are to be looked into before talking about sustainable goals. Sustainable goals are very big word, and the responsibility trickles down in this case. Thank you very much.
So thanks for elaborate view. So what I understood that you in your capacity and expertise you are trying doing and implementing policy changes where this extreme greed or extreme usage won't be affecting. So thanks a lot. I'll go to Dr. Rao quickly. Individual capacity, anything less than 1 minute.
Yes, I have been actually a biopesticide man, a principal scientist, retired from Indian Institute of Horticulture Research, coming under Indian Council of Horticulture Research for 30 years. And I still work actually as a campaigner for the sustainable agriculture in India, working for the state departments and also the NGOs and farmer groups and FPOs, KVKs. I support my level, whatever is possible actually to promote the awareness among the farmers regarding the use of the biopesticides and good agricultural practices, and mainly to understand the complexes of the nematode, fungal and then the bacterial diseases so that they save their own crops and give a wonderful crop, wonderful product to the society. Thank you.
So thanks Dr. Rao. So in my personal capacity working with a corporate world while I am doing my business, one of the things we are trying to push and do is how can we educate the farmers around nematodes, in identifying and testing nematodes, and we are exploring some technology, affordable technology where farmer can detect the. So I am going to work on that and contribute a bit on my part. Now we'll open the session for I think a couple of questions. We have 5 minutes. No, we are done. Maybe 1 or 2 questions.
Question to Mr. Rajat. You did mention about the technology which can assess the soil fertility in 2 minutes. Can you name the product? It's available in India.
Yes, sir. It's called Bhu Parikshak.
Pardon?
It's called Bhu Parikshak.
Bhu Parikshak. Okay.
Yes, it has been developed at IIT Kanpur after a deep research of 6.5 years.
Any idea about the cost?
Yeah, it is costing around 85,000 rupees and it is capable to give 50,000 soil samples.
And the fertility status is when you do a lab test, and how is the matching?
Yeah, it ranges between 83 to 96%.
Accuracy?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thanks for your question. Any other question? Yes, ma'am.
a rather short comment also with regard to a gap, because that good agricultural practice and global gap has been mentioned several times. So one perspective when it comes to how this can actually be strengthened, and referring also to the discussion that we had on partnerships earlier. So looking at the global gap, how it developed, it actually came from the food processing companies and the importers, who actually said we need to support farmers so that they can reach up to a certain level of quality, which is then needed for food processing. So I really think, following now and listening to all the discussions, that this seems to be one of the key aspects of really looking more and more at the strategic value chain food partnerships, because you cannot. And I think this cannot be done anywhere in the world, that you cannot put all the, let's say, responsibility only to the farmers to follow good agricultural practice, but rather going with them. So really this integrating in it, and then having the business on board, who can then guide, let's say, with help of organizations like Global Gap, to work with them, but not alone. So really having, of course, export perspective with APIDA, but then looking back how this is with the production side. That was just came to my mind following on that. Thank you.
Yeah, I think you're right. Only one segment or aspect working on gap or any technology won't help. I would, Dr. Navid, would you like to add on this?
Thank you. For gap, when I am talking about gap, I recite one Urdu couplet. I will like to translate it. खुदा जब हुस्न देता है नज़ाकत आई जाती है. I was drinking, I am the same person, but 30 years back when I was not aware, I was drinking the water. Now I am aware, it is available, it is accessible, and if it is affordable. So when the systems, the Urdu couplet, with beauty comes the grace. So when you have these things, when you are aware, when you can afford, when the systems are available, these things grow with the systems. The question is that we have to support the systems, we have to develop the systems, we have to work with the systems, and with this with development and of the system in professional manner, these things come automatically. And of course, as I said, here buyer is the god. As I said, in India, most of the people are not looking for the GAP certified produce. So, but in developed nations where these things, as I said, availability and affordability, things like that, they are there, so they are demanding. And it was depending upon that demand in the Europe GAP Retailers Association, it was under the pressure from them that this whole system started to develop. So this takes time. With this, it shows the maturity of the production system and the market.
So the way the India, I mean, there are various reports, the way India is moving from a developing nation with a less than, I mean, 2,000, 2,300 per capita to 5,000 by 2023, I expect specific elements and hierarchy coming to picture, and talking from even consumer side or various value chain, talking about demanding very safer, reliable products. Yeah, thanks for your question. And with that, I think I would close the session, and by thanking you all for a patient hearing. Thank you very much.
Another half an hour we are around, so if anybody is interested in
Thank you, our eminent speakers, for such a knowledgeable session. We would now request everybody to join us for lunch outside. The next session would start post lunch. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. We are now starting with the next and final session. Incentive frameworks for boosting carbon sequestration and climate action in Indian agriculture. So I know people are a bit lazy after the lunch, so we can just clap our hands to increase the blood flow. I would now request the session chairman and moderator, Mr. Sanjay Vupuluri, National Head, Food and Agri-Business Strategy Advisor and Research for SAR Yes Bank, to join us on the dais. Followed by our esteemed panelists, Mr. Anindam Datta, Executive Director, Rural and Development Banking Advisory, Rabobank. Mr. Nikhil Goves, Country Operations Lead, Environmental Defense Fund. Mr. Santosh Singh, Partner and Managing Director, Intellicap. Mr. Swapan Mehra, CEO, Iora Ecological Solutions. Mr. Rohit Kumar, Vice President, Business Development, Enking International. And Mr. Mac Ramachandran, Director, Futures Inc., Japan. He has joined us virtually.
Hi, I think you can hear me now.
Yes, sir. To the session chairman.
Thank you, Divya. Thank you very much. And very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And welcome to this fourth and post-lunch plenary session of FICCI's Sustainability Agriculture Awards 2022. In this session, we will focus on deliberating incentives and frameworks for boosting climate action in agriculture. And on behalf of FICCI and Yes Bank, I extend a very, very warm welcome to our 6 distinguished panelists present here today. Thank you for joining us, and I'm honored to moderate this session. I'll start with a brief introduction. In the morning, we had 3 sessions, and all the sessions were focusing on the 4 key pillars of sustainability. They were focusing on increasing farm productivity, farm production, and farmer income on one. The second, they were focusing on efficient natural resource management. Third, we're focusing on improved climate adaptation, and fourth, on loss reduction and sustainable consumption. The government of India has taken a number of proactive steps for promoting sustainable agricultural development. In addition to these efforts, the government is also strongly focused on a low carbon strategy for inclusive growth. And India made a voluntary declaration to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions intensity of its GDP by 33 to 35% below 2005 levels by 2030. Our country has also set a voluntary target of achieving carbon neutrality by 2070. So while emissions from agriculture has been excluded from the voluntary declarations, there is significant potential for farmers to advantageously utilize the global focus on reduction of GHG emissions. And this plenary session will focus on the opportunities and challenges for stakeholders intending to intervene in the agriculture sector with specific objective of reducing GHG emissions, improving carbon sequestration, and in the process benefiting from carbon markets. So during this plenary session, we'll focus on understanding the role of agriculture in achieving carbon neutrality, opportunities and challenges for carbon sequestration in agriculture, and climate-smart subsidies and incentives that could be developed for stakeholders in the agriculture sector to benefit from carbon markets. With this brief introduction, it gives me immense pleasure to introduce the panel a little more. Our first panelist with us is Nikhil Goves. He is Country Operations Lead, Environmental Defense Fund, India. EDF was founded in 1967, so if most of us are agricultural people here, so if you heard of DDT and the problem we had with DDT, and the first fight that was taken up way back in 1967 was by EDF, and EDF is one of the world's leading environmental organizations doing critical research and advocacy work focused on climate, energy, ecosystems, and public health. This non-profit environmental advocacy group was ranked 77 in Forbes list of 100 largest US charities in 2021. Nikhil Goves is the lead advisor for climate smart agriculture in EDF India. He brings over a decade of experience working with FPOs, state governments, research organizations on building better value chains for sustainable agricultural development. Welcome, Nikhil. Our second panelist, we have virtually joining us Mr. Mac Ramachandran, who is joining us from Japan. He is the co-founder and director of Future Inc. Future Inc. is headquartered in Tokyo. The company leverages its international experience in humanitarianism, impact investing, developmental economics, and carbon markets to create innovative solutions that address climate change and income inequality. Mr. Mack is an entrepreneur and an early carbon offset business owner with over 25 years of experience building community programs in various developing countries. He has worked with the United Nations World Food Programme for more than 20 years, and Mack also ran his own carbon offset business out of New York way back in 2011. So he'll bring us his views on carbon markets and what went wrong a decade back and how is it different now. We also have with us today Mr. Arindam Datta, Executive Director, Rural Development, Banking and Advisory, Rabobank. Arindam has more than 30 years of experience in rural finance, cooperatives, microfinance and agribusiness banking. Arindam has been working for Rabobank for the last 16 years and has overseen developmental finance projects, including blended financing and access to green financing in the agricultural sector. Arindam was awarded the India Sustainable Leadership Award at the India Sustainability Leadership Summit in 2017. Welcome, Arindam. Great having you here. Our fourth panelist is Mr. Santosh Singh, partner and managing director of Intellicap. Santosh has more than 20 years of experience in scaling up market-based solutions for climate change mitigation and adaptation. He has led several initiatives in shaping up carbon markets and sustainable finance interventions across Asia and Africa. Before joining Intellicap, Santosh worked with the World Bank South Asia region, where his work focused on developing climate finance interventions for various sectors. He has also advised Tata Trust, GIZ, Clean, and many other social enterprises. Thank you, Santosh, for being here. We also have in our panel Mr. Swapan Mehra. He is founder CEO of IORA Ecological Solutions, which is one of India's leading environmental advisory firm that enables climate action through integrated natural-based solutions, including sustainable agricultural solutions. Swapan, the founder CEO of IORA, is an environmental finance and climate policy expert with over 16 years of experience. He has worked with some of the largest carbon financing firms in the world and has contributed to some of India's pivotal policy documents, including the National RED Plus strategy, NDC Goal 5 roadmap, and the devolution formula for India in the 14th and 15th Commission. Swapan was awarded the World Economic Forum's Young Global Leader Award in 2020. He is also a Lead India Fellow and a FICCI Young Business Leader. Thank you for being here, Swapan. And our sixth panelist is Mr. Rohit Kumar, Vice President, Business Development, EKI Energy Solutions. EKI is a Bombay Stock Exchange listed company working in the area of climate change, carbon credits, and sustainability solutions. EKI offers strategic services and solutions to organizations for their carbon asset management, including carbon credit generation and supply and offsetting. Rohit Kumar has 20 years of experience in marketing communications, environmental sustainability, and policy advocacy. He was twice recognized in the Limca Book of World Records for his biggest green drive under natural category and public engagements in India in 2012. Thank you, Rohit, and warm welcome to a very distinguished panel here. We look forward to hearing from you. So this session, what we intended to do was to try to take you through the three objectives: the role of agriculture in carbon sequestration or contribution to climate action, and focus on what agriculture can do and how agriculture can benefit from the carbon markets. So I start with my questions. My first question is to Mr. Nikhil. Nikhil, you are the lead advisor for climate smart agriculture at EDF. You have worked on a number of projects for sustainable agricultural development. Based on your rich experience, what are the key factors in the agriculture sector that are cause of concern for the environment? And what is the role of agriculture to contribute to net zero aspirations of the nation?
Thank you, Sanjay. I think I need to qualify the first part of that question. While there are concerns from agriculture and its impact on the environment, there are also, I think, more critical, immediate concerns with regards to what is the impact of climate change, climate crisis, and environmental issues on agriculture sustainability itself. And we really need to think about this because, changing weather patterns, whether it's increasing heat waves, unseasonal rainfall, are affecting agricultural operations. Bihar, one of the core states where we work in, we've seen that the paddy sowing season has actually been pushed back by 2 weeks. And then this has fundamental, changes as we go down for the next cropping season as well. So these Changing weather patterns are also increasing, of course, pest and disease events that are occurring, therefore forcing farmers to spend more money and in certain cases not even recovering much from when the crop gets harvested. These environmental challenges, of course, are posing significant, when you think about it, large political economy risks for our country as well, when we think about it from a food self-sufficiency perspective and also from the economic and livelihood security of over 240 million of our farming and worker households. I think it's also important to think about worker households who may not own the land but are very critical to agriculture's success. Now coming back to the risks of or what are some of the key factors on how agriculture is contributing perhaps to climate crisis, is that, and this is something that we need to acknowledge, is that agriculture does contribute about 18% of India's GHG emissions. That's agriculture's share in India's GHG emissions. And while India has a very particular political economy, today the entire morning sessions we were talking about marginal and smallholder farmers operating very small plots of land, not perhaps enjoying the economy of scale. So when we think about it from a per capita level, of course, emission intensity is very small, but when we think about it in terms of a large pie, it's quite big. Our current food production systems are, if I were to characterize them, it would just be poor resource use efficiency, and this is something that's again been reiterated in the morning as well, and it's true, is we apply excess water, we apply excess fertilizer, there is increasing use of fossil fuels for irrigation. About 40% of India's irrigation sets are actually powered by diesel, and all of these of course contribute to increasing degradation of our natural resources. There's increasing salinity and acidification of soil. In fact, every year desertification depletes 12 million hectares of land. When it comes to water access, our per capita availability of water has decreased by 60% in 50 years, and we need to grow more food, right? We need to grow 50% more food than what we're growing right now in the next 30 years so that we can feed our citizens and also be the global annadatas that we want to be. Now coming to your second question, which is how can agriculture help in achieving net zero transitions? India has made very, very ambitious goals of reducing emissions intensity, and this is something that is very that we need to applaud. And a lot of the panelists here today are really going to talk about carbon sequestration and the potential of agriculture to contribute in the removal of carbon from the atmosphere and storage. I'd like to talk about a couple of other issues and linked to some of the conversations we were having earlier in the day as well. These issues that I want to talk about, when it comes to water use, fertilizer use, or even sustainable energy use for irrigation, are all linked to help, while they will help India, of course, reduce its emissions intensity, they'll also help achieve very strong political, economic, as well as important fiscal goals. Just today, in fact, there was a very interesting report on how the ag food tech startup space in India is now, this year, as I think they've pulled in about some $4 billion USD. And the good part is that 60% of that money is coming from India, right? It's not money coming from abroad. It's money that Indians are investing in companies because they see a future in it. So when I talk about some of the core areas in which agriculture can contribute to, to helping achieve net zero transitions, the first thing is optimizing fertilizer application, and this has been spoken about time and time again. The challenge has always been, how do we move from generic advisories based on soil health or other parameters that, the KVKs or the ICARs tell farmers to do. The idea is, how do we get more optimized fertilizer application? It's not a question of using more, it's not a question of using less, it's about a question of using how much the plant needs. Anyway, 60% of the nitrogen applied to all our soils is lost, right? The plants only uptake about 40%. So the idea is not to get to 100%, but the idea is at least can we get from 40 to 70. Here, EDF, we have a tool, and we've been working with Rajendra ji at SFI as well to sort of create this thing what we call the N balance framework, which is the nitrogen balance framework, which can really help farmers optimize their fertilizer application while ensuring that yields remain sustainable as well. Importantly, if we can, and this is just a number I'd like to just talk about and leave this in your mind, is that if we can actually bring about a reduction in fertilizer use application, or at least optimize it to yield conditions, India stands to save over 1.15 lakh crore of our annual fertilizer subsidy bill. The annual fertilizer subsidy bill is about 2.2 lakh crore, so we have a potential to save significantly. And this is where I think we can also, within this conversation, not just talk about carbon markets in terms of money coming from abroad, but what about money here? How can we utilize money that exists in our systems better? Increasing water use efficiency. Recent advancements for more crop per drop are really showing a lot of progress. We are actually being able to increase the area of land under irrigation as well as micro irrigation. So we're doing really well on this. But to scale some of these efforts, we really need contextual solutions. Sometimes certain solutions don't work everywhere. Micro irrigation may not work for all crops. Sprinkler systems may not work for all crops. How do we design solutions that not only have sellability to farmers but also broader social acceptance? On the other hand, there are certain state governments that are coming up with programs, very innovative programs, to really try and circumvent this entire water issue. For instance, Odisha is as well as Andhra Pradesh are running programs where they can provide incentives to farmers to switch to less water intensive crops away from paddy. So Odisha is doing it with millets. Andhra Pradesh is doing this with cotton and oil seeds. So perhaps these are also opportunities for us to sort of, think about solutions just beyond those that we can apply on the farm. What are some of the larger macro policy interventions that can be done? Energy for irrigation. We have, as I said, we have a large number of pumps in India that are still fueled by diesel. But on the other hand, we also have a very ambitious program to solarize the entire agriculture sector. It's called PM Kusum. It's a very interesting scheme, and I would really recommend folks here to read it up. So on the one hand, you have government supporting and subsidizing solar water pumps, and on the other hand, you also have certain state governments that are giving out diesel subsidies. So on one hand, we are giving money to farmers to burn and literally, lead to emissions, and on the other hand, we're also trying to nudge them towards moving towards solar. So if you just take the three states of Bihar, Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh, they spend 300 crores annually on diesel subsidies, and farmers end up getting paid anywhere between 650 to 800 rupees for the entire year, which doesn't even account for 10% of the actual irrigation cost. So if we can utilize this money better, when we think about, broadening access, broadening adaptability, efficiency, utility of solar water pumps, this is something that we potentially can do. And lastly is I want to talk about biogas. It's usually, the elephant in the room. No one wants to talk about livestock in India, but livestock really plays a very, very critical role for farmer income, livelihood security, nutrition, and is also, India's dairy, livestock and agriculture systems are very, very strongly interconnected. Livestock provides several ecological solutions for the farm sector, and it's very important that we really think about ways in which we can focus on animal feed management, as well as health, so we can improve livestock productivity. India is the world's largest milk producer. We produce 40% more milk than the number 2 country in the world, which is the USA, but we do that with 300% more cows. So improving livestock productivity, optimizing their yields will really, really help us. And here we really have, there are lots of positive case studies and best practices as well. The National Dairy Development Board, they have projects in Varanasi, they have projects in Zakariapur, in Gujarat. These are very interesting projects. The one in Varanasi actually helps. The biogas plant there actually is providing energy to a milk processing and chilling center, whereas the one in Zakariapur that was piloted by NDDB sort of installed domestic household level 2 cubic meter biogas plants, and they really managed to also create a climate financing packet or a package for this entire project. So farmers only had to pay 5% of the cost, and farmers continue to earn, as well as the project developer also continues to earn based on the credits and the finance that eventually can be sold in the market. More importantly, when it comes to biogas, is also, as I mentioned, a crucial ecological linkage between the dairy, livestock and the farming sectors. Within the Zakariapur model, the biogas plants are also able to convert the slurry into enriched manure, which is then further sold on to the farmers as well. So sort of driving that entire circular economy principle. My last bit that I'd like to end with is just to reiterate the sentiments of the Union Minister Bhupendra Yadav, who mentioned at COP27 that India needs, we of course the world over we're thinking about decarbonization, but India really needs a low carbon development strategy as well. So is that we know we need to grow, we know we need to build, but can we ensure that that future is green? Can we ensure that the other part that, while we're revitalizing that, can also be sort of moved towards a greener transition? So thank you.
Thank you, Nikhil. I think that was a very detailed cover on how to utilize water, save water, address fertilizer use, and this interesting project on climate financing, the biogas project. I think is one we can. There are people we had discussions in the morning. Could be an area where various sectors or stakeholders can participate. My second question is to Mr. Mac Ramchandran, who is joining us virtually. Hi, Mac. Mac, you have worked with many developing countries across the globe, delivering on complex developmental projects. You have also been an early carbon offset business owner, during which the carbon market crashed. Could you please take us through a global picture of how carbon markets work and how is the euphoria on carbon markets different now when compared to what it was a decade ago? And also do share your views on opportunities for agricultural stakeholders, agricultural companies and farmers to participate in this market. To you, Mac. You must be on mute probably. We can't hear you. Divya, could you help? Just a minute, Mac. We can't hear you. Something happening.
Hello.
You're very far off from Japan. Difficult to hear, yeah, Mac.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Oh, much better, yeah. No? So, Divya, as you're sorting this out, Mac, I'll bring you in a little later. Probably Divya will sort this in a bit. But I'll move to my next distinguished panelist, Mr. Swapan, who is the founder and CEO of IORA. And IORA enables climate action through integrated nature-based solutions. Swapan, what in your view are the opportunities to avail carbon credits for net zero in Indian agricultural sector?
Thank you very much, Sanjay, and thank you to FICCI for inviting me to be able to contribute to this really important discussion and very well-timed discussion. I think that there understandably and agreeably is a euphoria in the carbon markets, and there is this sentiment that there is an opportunity to monetize considerable amount of conservation, restoration and soil good practices through markets for Indian farmers, which is a reality. But I want to shed some light on what are the distinct specific possibilities within that broad umbrella and what are the safeguards, cautions and other premises based on which farmers and organizations that support farmers can work on in order to ensure that we maximize national gains through these initiatives. So I want to refer back to a number of very important things that Nikhil said, and I think that from an Indian standpoint, while agriculture is a large emitter, agriculture contributes about 18% of our national emissions, including livestock. It's also a very, very important mainstay of about 2/3 of our population. Even now, statistics vary. They say that between 65 to 70% of our population directly depends on agriculture income. And I think that all of you know this very, very well, that this dependency is very, very prone to the vulnerabilities of climate change. I think the incidences of crops failing, I mean, I was in Jharkhand working on an agroforestry project that we are supporting to access carbon markets, and I also witnessed that there was a complete failure of the paddy crop this summer because the rains were delayed by 3 months, and I think that these vulnerabilities are going to increase with climate change. So it's also very, very critical to look at agriculture and whatever investments we put in from a climate lens there, not only as a means to decarbonize or reduce emissions, but also as a means to build resilience. So with that background, just a little bit about my organization. In addition to helping various projects access carbon finance, we've done about 150 such projects across land restoration, forest conservation, as well as sustainable agriculture that cross about 13 million hectares through the length and breadth of this country. We also supported the government on various policy initiatives. We actually did the roadmap for the Paris Agreement goal, and also most recently we did a roadmap for the long-term low emission development strategy that the Honorable Minister launched at COP. We wrote the land sector. And it was fascinating that all the conversations that we had in the ministry, the Honorable Minister himself and a lot of the senior officials were very clear that we must peg the role of agriculture and investments in agriculture as resilience more than mitigation. And I think that's a great signal to work with. Having said that, there are a range of potential opportunities which can achieve both goals, which can also help you achieve resilience while we reduce emissions in the agriculture sector. Even though India as a national policy stance does not or has not accepted any targets for reducing emissions in the agriculture sector, there is a market which we all know, which is the voluntary market, voluntary carbon market, which I think a lot of us will refer to in our talks today, which has a demand of close to about 1 billion tons of CO2 globally right now, and is expected to reach 10 billion tons over the next 5 to 10 years. Now, I think Mac will talk about this, probably other speakers also, that there are many potential risks and there are many potential policy events that could preempt, increase this demand, decrease this demand, so on and so forth. But at the moment, let's assume that there is this huge demand which can be leveraged. Because this demand is very high and supply is short of products, of credits from the land sector, prices are rising, and that prices can be leveraged for farmers to a very large extent. One of the reasons why this demand is very high is that during the Kyoto Protocol phase, there was no buyer who accepted land-based credits. But I think now there is a huge recognition that while we try and focus a large part of the world on reducing emissions, what's out there is too much already, which was not an understanding 15 years ago. And because it's too much already, the only sector which can cost effectively sequester it back is the land sector. Carbon capture, storage are all very expensive. And hence, there are two kinds of projects in the land sector, in the agriculture sector, that can benefit from carbon that we are working on, many others are working on. One which leads to avoidance of emission, and the others which sequester carbon. There are two broad categories. Projects related to conservation of forest, projects related to reducing nitrogenous fertilizer application, projects related to preventing crop burning. These are projects which avoid further emissions. You know, we recently did an analysis for the MOEF. You know, the Ministry of Environment Forests is also the custodian of another very big Indian target called the Land Degradation Neutrality Target, which is about 26 million hectares of land needs to be restored and regenerated by 2030. And we did an analysis for them for the first 5 states. And one of the states, Maharashtra, the numbers were compelling. I mean, 19 million hectares in that state is degraded. 46% of that is all agriculture land. The number is remarkable because out of the rest 50, half is rocky, barren, which can never be cultivated. So out of the usable land, 46%, and usable might be 60, 46% is agriculture land and is degraded. And one of the drivers of the degradation was very heavy fertilizer application. So I'm not an agriculture expert, but from all the interviews we did and the literature that we read, I'm not a fertilizer expert, we saw that the ideal ratio of NPK application is 4:2:1, and the average ratio in Maharashtra is 27:6:1. So we are applying 6 times the nitrogenous fertilizers, you know, and a large part of this is emitted as nitrous oxide. So now if you have an intervention which controls this, you can get carbon credits. So one, you're saving on fertilizer cost and you can get carbon credits to a very large number. If you are restoring soil carbon by the application of biomanure, biochar, you can get carbon credits. If you are planting trees in the main field, or जैसे कहते थे इंडिया में हर मेड़ पे पेड़, you can get carbon credits. So these are possibilities. There are 2 kinds of projects through which you get carbon credits. One is standalone projects in which you do single methodology, single type of project. You know, these projects have to get approved under different standards. There are standards, and then there are third parties accredited by standards who come and inspect your projects. But there is a possibility of doing a grouped project, which is something that some of you might want to go back and research on, is that you can combine various kinds of technologies. You can get biogas to work with land restoration to work with tree farming in a single area and get a single project. Incidentally, there is an India-specific methodology to land restoration and forest conservation. I think the only one from India which is approved by VCS, which was written by my organization, and we are working on several other such methodologies to allow for ease of use of Indian data to get these projects approved. One important point to keep in mind while we are trying to work in these markets, negotiate carbon projects, is that there are some risks involved. One is the policy risk, because at the moment these voluntary transactions are cross-border, and there are companies like Google, Microsoft who are buying credits from Indian farmers to offset their emissions, right? In parallel, there is a huge focus on setting up globally regulated markets, which focus and work through governments, because end of the day, every government has taken a target. India has an NDC target. So there are rules that are about to be notified. I mean, there's eventually will be in 5 years, 7 years, in which the Indian government and other governments will ask this question that, if your credits are coming to a different country, how do you claim that in your accounting? So these rules have not yet been set in place. So there are some policy risks. So whenever you plan a project, you have to keep the horizon of the income in mind. The second major challenge is that end of the day, the voluntary carbon markets are not a transparent market, and I think we all know that. I think it's an opaque market in which there are efforts by several exchanges to create some basis for price discovery, and those efforts are increasing. So now at least you can go online and you can see that there is a certain number or a value. But it's important to understand that you are in a position and you need to do a lot more work in terms of discovering an eventual value for your farmers before you enter into a transaction. A lot of buyers, obviously in their interest, would like to do long-term transactions at low costs. It's a give and take because they are taking risks by investing in your projects, but that's something that you need to work on. Finally, the terms of distribution of carbon benefits, right? Like how much of it goes to who is something which is very, very critical. It has to be taken very seriously because end of the day, in true sense, the benefactor, the beneficiary, and the deliverer of these ecosystem service benefits is the owner of the land, end of the day, right? The owner of the land is taking the ultimate risk by shifting from high nitrogen to low nitrogen, or by applying biomanure, or changing cropping patterns, or water conservation, or planting trees. So that risk has to be rewarded. At the moment, the markets are pricing the risk very highly in favor of the investor, which is the case with almost every new unknown market. But I think that it's upon a lot of us to come up with new matrices where that risk is shared between intermediaries like us, between the farmers and between the buyers, so that the value is also shared equally. I think I'll pause initially here and be happy to answer any questions, any discussions going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Sopan. The carbon markets for most of us from the agriculture or banking sector is Greek and Latin. And thank you for converting that to a little bit of English, but of course, try karte ho thoda. Mac, are you there? Is it audible to you? Can you hear us? Mac? We can't hear you, Mac. Yeah, Mac, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Great, Mac, we can hear you. Thank you for being back.
I can hear you. Oh no, now you're gone again.
We can hear you, Mac. Thank you very much for coming in. Yeah.
Hello.
So
Hello.
Can you hear me, Mac?
Hello. Hello, hello. Sorry about this.
Yeah, Mac.
Hello.
Can you hear us?
I can hear you now.
Okay, I'll just ask the question in case you understand the question to answer. Okay, so you did go through the carbon market crash in 2011-12. Just wanted to find out what is the difference between the market at that time and how is it looking at this time, and what is the opportunity for the agricultural stakeholders to participate in carbon markets? Could you get that question?
Yes, I did. Can you hear me?
Perfect.
Yeah, I just wanted to give you a macro overview of the global carbon markets. There's two types of markets: there's compliance market and voluntary market. The compliance markets cover about 22% of global emissions, almost 9 billion tons. European Union, Korea, China, California are some of the biggest in the world. Some compliance market use carbon offsets, including from agriculture, for 5 to 10% of their obligations. The other, which is a bit more relevant for the current context, is the voluntary carbon market, which was running at about $300 million a year about 5 years ago and is currently at about $2 billion per year, the voluntary carbon market, and is likely to go to $25 to $50 billion by 2030, right? Unfortunately, less than 1% of the credits traded on the voluntary market come from agriculture, and even of those, I would say almost 80% comes from livestock, right? So agriculture has not been a big part of it, and I will come to the reason. So that's the big picture on the markets. On the euphoria now versus 2008, since I was a victim of a 2011 business of the 2008 crash, I think the big difference between then and now I see are many, but the two big ones that I see is that now customers and investors demand companies act on climate change. So, for example, less than 180 of the top 5,000 companies had signed science-based targets on climate neutrality, and that's gone up in the last 6 years to almost 3,800 of the 5,000, right? So many companies are signing up to carbon neutrality, and usually 5-10% of achieving that is through offsets. So, and investors, also ESG funds, about 35% of all funds invested have some sort of ESG filtering, and that's also gone up dramatically in the last few years. So one big difference between 2008 and now is customers and investors demanded, companies demanded. And number two, which is rather unfortunate, is the scale of natural disasters around the world is increasing dramatically, and that's creating political pressures on governments to act to reduce carbon, right? The recent Australian election, where after 8 years of conservative government, 71% of the people voted with climate change as one of the top three issues, right? So that's the second part. So those are the two big differences that I see as to why the current euphoria may last a lot longer than the 2005, 6, 7 euphoria that crashed, right? So that's on the thing. And even today, with about, I would say, the prices went up a lot before this current inflation recession issue about 6 months ago. And the current publicly traded, which is less than 10% of the credits, has dropped by 40-50%, right? Even in the last 6 months because of the macroeconomics. But in the long run, it's expected to be stable and rising, right? So that's the second answer to the second question. The third one on agriculture, as I think Nikhil said, agriculture accounts for approximately 20%. There was a leading think tank in India that published last year saying out of the approximately 400 million tons, 170 million tons could be reduced through reduced fertilizer, solar irrigation, livestock feed, etc. Right? So there is huge potential within agriculture. But agriculture, because it's unique, has a set of challenges that make it difficult to access carbon markets. The number one, and we see this when we work with farmers in the US or India or anywhere, changing farmers' practices is very, very difficult, right? Number two, in India specifically, or Kenya, the countries where we do, or Zimbabwe, aggregating smallholder farmers is expensive, right? The third is any carbon project, and especially with smallholder, there's higher upfront cost and somewhere between 2 to 5 years for cash flow positive. You have the usual issues of additionality, leakage, and permanence in carbon. The actual soil sampling technology or livestock monitoring technology can be expensive, so the carbon credit prices don't justify that. And the market certification methodologies are also limited. So having said all the difficult parts, let me end by giving you the good parts on agriculture and why Indian agriculture can benefit from it. I think today, as I was telling you, there's high demand and high prices. The demand is likely to go up to 1.52 billion tons by 2030. And about half of that is from nature-based, which includes forests, but can also include agriculture. So the demand is high, the price is high. That's good. Number two is, obviously, you all know this very well, India is blessed with a lot of in-country expertise and talent, including government expertise and entities like Manage, that can come up with good implementation design on agriculture, soil, livestock, methane reductions, etc. Number three, India also, like the Syngenta Foundation, agri-entrepreneur models, has intelligent, innovative aggregation structures that bring down the cost of reaching a farmer with carbon finance. The fourth, of course, as somebody said, government policy is heavily in favor, right? So I think India is poised to be able to benefit from agriculture, soil carbon, and livestock and agroforestry to participate in the global carbon markets.
Thank you, Mac. Thank you for that very broad overview of what's happening in the globe on carbon markets, and the market looks like it's growing tremendously. It's about, can agriculture or the stakeholders in agriculture participate in this? Can private sector entrepreneurs or corporates working towards climate action contribute to or benefit from this? And my next question is to Mr. Santosh Singh. Santosh, you have worked on several initiatives in shaping carbon markets and developing climate finance interventions across the globe. So in your view, the same question, how is the ecosystem evolving with specific reference to India? And does agriculture stand a good chance vis-a-vis other sectors? If you could give me a perspective primarily from a private sector investment or a farmer perspective. What can private companies like companies trying to contribute to sustainability or carbon reduction do and benefit from the carbon market?
Thank you, Sanjay, and thanks for giving me the opportunity to share my views on this platform. Just quickly to introduce where I belong from, I represent a group called Aviskar Group. We are a 20-year-old group. We manage roughly around $1.2 billion under assets, and we scale market-based solutions by either investing in them or by building ecosystem or identifying different kind of enterprises or doing all this together. Some of the names that you might be aware of, Milk Mantra, AgroStar, Awesome Dairy, Soulful, INI Farms, these are the companies that we invested with, the first investor in those companies. We also took the whole approach of ecosystem building to financial inclusion in our early days, and we set up almost 17 microfinance institutions, which are now, many of them are a small bank. So we took that approach of building ecosystem for some of the solving problems. So, from that perspective, I'll try to kind of give you the larger picture and then come back to specific points. And I think I heard a couple of words that, carbon markets are quite Greek and Latin or cryptic. I would say that climate change itself is people trying to figure it out. But if I simplify that, climate change or climate action is about either stopping something that you are doing or forcing you or asking you to do something that you are not doing. That's the climate action. In order to do that, there are 4 levers. You change the policy, you change the economics, you bring a technology, and you change the behavior. Sometimes all of them bringing together. Now, carbon market is primarily fitting into that economics part of the solution. Carbon market changes the economics of certain things we do or certain things we are not supposed to do. Now, whether I'm euphoric about the carbon market, to answer that, I am very much euphoric about the need for incentivizing climate action, and the one way that can be done is result-based financing. And carbon market is probably the first major rollout or mainstreaming of result-based financing in what we're talking about. So I'm very much euphoric about the mechanism. The questions and concerns are about the existing stature or existing nature of the carbon market that we're talking about, the policies, the nut and bolts, etc. But if we have to achieve the climate goal where many estimates talk about $3 trillion to $5 trillion additional investment every year globally, we need to find a way to finance it. And carbon market would play a great role. Carbon market would go under many transformation. It would revolve, it will evolve, and it will probably kind of be criticized for things that are not very clear right now. But as a mechanism, you can't ignore it. That's the bottom line. Now, coming back to, what the private sector investors and entrepreneurs and other people who are in this room can do about the climate action in agriculture sector and how the sector can contribute. I think when we talk about climate action, we often focus on the mitigation and forget the part of adaptation and resilience. Agriculture, while we recognize the contribution on the mitigation front, but agriculture is also one of the key measures or key sectors which would come which will become instrumental in addressing the adaptation and resilience challenge. So when you talk about agriculture sector, you are talking about how to minimize the emissions, at the same time how to save agriculture from the impact of climate change. So it's not a one-way street that you are only focusing on mitigation, you are focusing on how to kind of make agriculture more resilient. The carbon finance, the carbon market plays role in both these things. So if you put carbon pricing, if you start making certain costlier, if they are contributing to the emissions, at the same time you are changing the economics of things which are contributing to the reduction of the emissions. For the corporates, this gives a huge opportunity because you are saying the change of economics would result into a new market for things which were not existing, or a market becoming attractive for the things which were there but not so attractive. For example, if I give a very basic example, if you are talking about say a drip irrigation, and drip irrigation used to be a cost primarily for a farmer because he is saying that it's additional cost, I am not getting additional benefit, it saves water, so what? It's a cost to me and it is a public good that I am creating. You know, most people hate to invest private capital to create public good, and you can't expect this from the farmer. A farmer is not supposed to create public good by the private investment. If he is supposed to do and create something that is public good, he needs to be incentivized. If you say that by saving this water, you are being rewarded, you are being incentivized, then drip irrigation becomes an attractive proposition for him because the investment results into some kind of benefit. So that's the fundamental of the carbon market, and that's where I'm coming from. Now, with this premise, most of the corporates who are working in agriculture sector, you will see the need for services, the need for solutions that would either reduce the emissions or help in reducing emissions. So you can see multiple kind of openings to provide those solutions. If there are alternative to fertilizer, that would have a market now. If there is a way to reduce the emission from other activities, and I can give you a perspective of how agriculture sector emissions are lined up. Emission at the farm gate in the production, the way you do the agriculture. Emission in the logistics, the way you transfer the products. Emission in the packaging, and emission at the end of consuming or say, just using for some other purpose. So these are the areas where the emission come from. Often we start focusing on the agriculture sector emissions at the farm gate. It's not all coming from only the agriculture practice, but it's coming from the entire value chain. So you have to look at the entire value chain. And as a corporate player, as a financier, as an entrepreneur, you can look at each part and saying, what is the role in it for me? How I can look at the farm gate solutions and create an opportunity for climate action. How I can reduce this thing. Similarly, you can look at in logistics and etc. etc. So there are huge opportunities emerging in these areas and corporates can benefit. Now, the second part of this thing, as we see the new opportunities, these are opportunities which have emerged because of the carbon economics making them favorable. This part is not yet well understood by many of the financiers. They don't know how to factor in the carbon revenue into a project which suddenly become very attractive. So they are still using the older methods to assess the attractiveness of the project and not factoring in this additional carbon revenue or additional carbon cost coming in. So one major change I would see, financial institutions start to kind of consider that a new project economics which is triggered by the carbon market or carbon prices. So that's the opportunity for the financier. Third, I see the role for the entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs who are working on solving some of the complex problems in the agricultural value chain would start focusing on using the same skills and solutions to start looking for how they can solve the climate angle of the problem. Can we produce more agriculture with the less fertilizer? Can we produce more with less water? Can we make the farmer be not significantly disadvantageous by adopting climate action on the financing front? A farmer is not very keen to pollute the water or consume water. Farmer is trying to sustain himself or herself, and in that pursuit, they are doing what is affordable to them. We need to change that economics. So, for me, the opportunity emerge in all the areas, how the corporates can look at the different value chains in the agriculture and saying where there is a role for that. Second, how the financing institution can start looking at financing those opportunities because you require investment into that. I think Swapan and my previous speaker talked about the opportunity in the carbon market. Just a few seconds on that part. Carbon market right now consists of people who invest into the carbon market, people who develop projects, and people who buy or consume carbon. There is a plethora of people who are ready to develop the project and buy and consume carbon, but there are very, very limited number of people available to finance that carbon asset creation. The financing of carbon is a big challenge. You can have a project where you are saying that I can plant 1 million tree, and they will say, yes, 1 million tree, I will buy the credits when the credits are there. But it's a 5-year gestation period before even the first flush of the credit comes. Who is going to finance the first 5 years of the cost? So you will see the whole value chain emerging. So I'm not sure if I answer some of the questions, but the one bottom line answer is that the carbon market is changing the economics of agriculture and economics of many solutions that we talk about. So we see a lot of activity happening in those things. 5 years back, nobody was talking about agroforestry. Nobody talking about clean cook stoves. Nobody was talking about ABC, several things that we are doing right now. Just the increase in the carbon prices from $1 to $12 to $15 has got this euphoria. Now think that if this price goes to $50 and $100, there are many projections for that. What will happen? So with that, I'll just stop here.
Thank you, Santosh. I have a follow-up question based on what you've just mentioned. If you don't mind, Arindam, after that will come to you. You were saying that there is a lot of opportunity for private companies or entrepreneurs or farmers for climate action across the value chain, in production, in logistics. The question is, by doing this climate action and by reducing emission or by increasing carbon sequestration, can that be economically converted into an economical value for the farmer or the company, or can it be converted into an, into the target of net zero, or can it be sequestered into the target of net zero, if I could put
Sure. So the companies take carbon project for two reasons. One, they want to be the intermediate, buyer seller, and they want to sell it to end users. And by the way, if you look at the analysis of the carbon market, majority of the buyers are not the end consumer of carbon, it's a financial institution. They are buying for their portfolio companies, if you just look at the analysis. So if you are a corporate with a huge commitment on the net zero, you can finance and support projects where you know that how much carbon emission can be reduced, and you can count them against your corporate goals. So that's the one way of benefiting from that. So you are basically attaching your carbon commitment to those activities. Typically, we talk about carbon market, but we don't talk about carbon pricing. Many of the institutions have put the internal carbon pricing saying that I am willing to pay this much for reducing 1 ton of carbon footprint. And they can buy. So to give an example, Microsoft put a tender that we want to buy carbon credit at a price of $15. And surprisingly, another major firm that works in the carbon market, and they're bigger consumer of carbon credit than Microsoft, they sold it to Microsoft because they were able to kind of produce the carbon credits at $8. So they sold it off, right? So you can do trade if you are able to kind of do that. Now, when you talk about these corporates' role into that, I think the corporate role is at both sides. Corporates can come and work on these value chains with the clarity that the economics have changed. So either they can take the economic benefit out of that, or they can say, I will take the carbon benefit and meet my carbon commitment. The carbon commitment, the only challenge right now in the carbon commitment is that, which we don't talk about, the net zero goals are not very nuanced. The net zero goals are often, I will achieve net zero by 2030 or 2040. So there is a lack of market signal that how much you will reduce from your own effort and how much you will buy from the market. If these signals are established in the market, then you will see a lot of clarity would emerge. But corporates have a very big role to play in supporting those projects, whether as a buyer of carbon or as a provider of solutions. And when I say corporate, I don't differentiate between those who have the corporate claims for the carbon credit, but also those who are working on support services like financing, etc.
Thank you very much, Santosh. That was quite enlightening. I'll now move to Mr. Arindam Datta. Mr. Arindam, Rabobank Foundation India has been at the forefront of disseminating knowledge and building partnerships with regard to climate finance. Could you share with us your views on the direction that climate finance is moving in India and any specific references to agriculture?
Thanks, Sanjay, and thanks, Vicky, for inviting me to this distinguished panel. So I'll talk about climate financing. I'll talk about the things which have gone done in the Indian market, and I'll talk exclusively about the agriculture and agroforestry sector. I'll stick to that. Now, and I'll also talk about how difficult it is to set a climate financing program. So it was about 6 years back we embarked on the first climate financing program in India, and we set up a fund. We wanted to set up a fund along with USAID. Now, the first few challenges, since we were not going to do the financing on our own, we needed some financial institutions in India, either a bank, NBFC, or an impact fund to front the transactions, who had the ability to originate such projects at the grassroots level, who had the ability to measure, monitor, and report on the climate action front as to what difference is being made by the financing so far as the climate action is concerned. The first issue we face is none of the licensed banks raised their hands because they said it was just too complicated to front this, because it requires huge knowledge within the agriculture agroforestry financing team. Second was monitoring, measurement, monitoring and reporting was too onerous. That was one challenge. The second challenge we faced was we called a stakeholders meeting of all the different kind of development sector players, international NGOs, domestic NGOs, other agencies who are working with large farmer bases. And then when we did some kind of an analysis, we found that most of the work around soil, water, you name it, these were more of development projects being done through grant money, and the economic viability or the bankability of these projects or programs, either at a small business level, at the FPO level, or at the farmer level, was not established. It's a constant weakness of the development sector, and that's where the development sector and the financial services sector, there's a huge mismatch there, that all the development play in the agriculture sector. They are very good at capacity building training, but to make projects bankable, there is just no effort made into that. There is no business planning being done at the grassroots level for all the development projects. So that was the second impediment. Now, because of that, we scaled down a potential $75 million program to a $15 million program, and we had two new age financial institutions, Samunati and Ananya, who raised their hands and they said they would front the transactions. The second realization was, while it was not very difficult to set up the facility, we could get the funding internally and from external sources, but that banks need a lot of capacity building, and also it's not only at the farmer level or at the farmer organization level, even the financial institutions, they need a lot of capacity building on climate financing, on understanding of basic principles of what climate action is. So that was the second lesson. Then during COVID, we teamed up with Development Finance Corporation, which is the guarantee arm of the US government, and we built up a $55 million program with a realization that the term climate itself is a little too vague for relationship manager, credit underwriters, because climate can mean almost anything. And terms like resilience, mitigation, adaptation, for normal bankers in the branches, it's just too complex a terminology to deal with. So we needed to break it down. So what we did was, we said the end use needs to be, one, we selected food loss, which is a chronic problem in India, and the second was around use of renewable energy in agriculture. So, and we had three financing institutions in India who fronted that, who's fronting the financing program. We provide a heavy dose of guarantee and a lot of technical assistance through third-party experts who build up the reporting mechanism. We did that. And this time the uptake of the program is much better, because food loss, what are the different technologies and businesses which addresses the issue of food loss, is much better understood than when you say climate. Food loss is something tangible, and we immediately understand that. We understand what kind of solutions reduces food loss, and similarly for renewable energy in agriculture, which is on the mitigation side. And this year, we launched a $60 million program with 5 financial institutions to finance regenerative agriculture. Again, the issue, the terminology issue is a big problem, big challenge for the financial services sector, for the banking sector, because how do you define regenerative agriculture? We looked at the definitions across the world. Some of them are too academic in nature, some of them are simply too complex in nature, and what we said was anything which improves the quality of the soil, anything which helps to preserve water at the farm level would qualify under these programs. So the lesson here is not to complicate things. Initially, we tried to do a climate financing program, we ran into problems, but the lesson is we need to uncomplicate things, and we need to make things very simple. Another hard lesson. Now, there's a lot of talk of blended finance. All these programs that we do is blended finance, where we get in development capital and commercial capital, with the development capital participating to a huge amount in the risk. They take the first loss or the second loss, right? So that commercial capital is incentivized to lend to these difficult sectors. The other complex issue we have is, in all these programs, we involve the development sector capital, the public sector capital coming from USAID and US government, and the commercial capital coming from Indian financial institution. To get the development sector, the public sector, and the private sector to work together is a Herculean task, because these three distinct sectors find it very difficult to engage with each other from a mandate perspective, from an operational perspective, from an implementation perspective. So that's a very, very big challenge. All the, in all these international conferences, a lot of chatter on blended finance goes on, that it's going to be the next big solution for climate financing. But just trust me, the kind of bureaucracy that kicks in when we try to build up this solution it's like, a major nightmare. So we need champions in every sector, champions in companies who are willing to push the boundaries, who are willing to go to the management, get the permission, convince them that no, we need to do it because there's no other way to do it, because one sector by itself cannot solve the problem. So in short, India's made baby steps when it comes to climate financing in the agriculture sector. A long way to go. The biggest challenge is measurement of the impact that the finance is happening. How do you capture that? As Santosh said, how do you incentivize that? How do you make economics work better because of carbon and other issues? But measurement and controlling the transaction cost of those measurement and reporting, and there are so many different frameworks that it's just too confusing for one financial institution to do the whole hog of climate financing. So there's a lot of knowledge. We need to de-jargonize, we need to simplify, and we need to use, you also mentioned about technology. Without technology, and we are seeing a lot of uptake in AgTech, in AgFinTech. Now, technology drastically cuts down on transaction cost and on risk cost. Without technology, there is no way climate financing can be done, because the administrative and transaction cost will just make any project unviable. So a heavy dose of technology is required. Having said all that, India is going to be the next big destination for climate financing, for carbon credits, to be generated from the agriculture, agroforestry sector, for a couple of reasons. It's big, India is complicated, large number of farmers, large number of issues, soil, water, you name it. And the kind of talent we have in the rural areas, the kind of farmer organizations we have in the farm sector, it's unparalleled anywhere in the world, and the kind of adoption of technology and digitization of farmers that's happening, that's going to be the biggest enabler, not only for farmer financing, but climate financing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arindam. I think you have been a pioneer in trying to bring in the climate financing in agriculture in India, and very passionately put, partnerships are the key. My next question is to Rohit Kumar. Mr. Rohit, EKAI's mission is to steer the world to net zero through end-to-end climate positive community-based projects. In your view, what is the scope for smallholder farmers specifically to realize the economic value from carbon markets?
Thank you, sir. So I will just start with the EKI Energy, what EKI Energy is doing. So we are one of the largest carbon offset developer and supplier in India. So we work with largely most of the government organizations and the private payer. We have more than 3,000 clients and also doing operation in 40 countries around the world. So I will start the important point which we have discussed that like India is one of the third largest carbon emitter in the world. So, and agriculture sector is contributing 18% of the carbon emission. While we'll see the global average, which is 11% is the global average for agriculture sector emission. So there's a lot of gap right now, 18% to 11%. So I think we need to take corrective action. There's a lot of potential and opportunity which we have as a country. So we can reduce the emission as well as we can generate the carbon credit. So even the Prime Minister has announced in the Panchamitra in the last COP26 that we have to reduce 1 billion carbon emission by 2030 starting from now. So a lot of activity need to be done as a country front. We have already decided NDC, which is going to pass in the coming parliament, which is going to happen. So my question, the most important point is that we have around 55% farmers in India in terms of population. But in those 55%, 86% of farmer has less than 2 hectare lands. So we talk about carbon finance, we talk about agriculture carbon finance sectors, we talk about other sectors like nature-based solutions, we'll also discuss about that where we can generate the carbon credit, like in sustainable agriculture, we can generate carbon credit around 5 to 10 credit per hectare, while in the forestations, we can generate 20 to 50 carbon credit per hectare. And at the same time, blue carbon, 10 to 100 carbon credit per hectare. And apart from that, REDD, Forest Conservation Project, we can generate around 50 carbon credit per hectare. So we understand there's a lot of opportunity is there. And apart from that, there's a community-based initiative like clean cooking and biogas project, where we can actually double the revenue part. So there's a lot of opportunity in terms of investment and getting money back. So I was just going through the neighboring country of India projects. We realized that 90% projects in Nepal has clean cooking projects, because these projects is giving a lot of better ROI. So if you invest X, you can get 3X and 4X in 5 years' time. So that is opportunity for investment opportunity where we can collaborate with the financial institutions and we can work together in this sector. But the main question is what is the challenge which agriculture sector of India is going to face and facing for getting the carbon credit? The most important challenge is that our 86% farmer has less than 2 hectare lands. So how to aggregate those lands? And how to win the trust of the farmer? Because when we go and meet the farmer, we need to sign NOC. We take the approval from the farmer. Another challenge which India has that we have a lot of demographic barrier. So multiple language. So we need a support from the banking institutions. We need support from FPO, is a farmer producer organizations. So we are already doing some projects at the EKI. We have recently done a joint venture with Shell, and it's a 1.6 billion joint venture we have done. And we have initiated another company called Amrit. And there's a large number of projects we are handling in terms of doing forestations and sustainable agriculture, generating carbon credit. But we are facing the main problem and challenge is that how to aggregate those farmers. So the process which we have defined that we aggregate, first of all, we join hand with the FPOs. And after joining hand with the FPO aggregate the farmers. And there is agreement between FPO and the farmers. Then after that, as an end-to-end carbon asset management provider, we do the agreement with the FPO. Then we do complete audit part. And after audit, we do the issuance and generate credit and sharing the revenue. So that is a process we are doing it right now. But at the same time, there's a large number of investment is going from our side. So we need support from institutions and financial institutions so that those supports can be, we can take care together, we can be a part of as a joint stakeholder for this exercise. Otherwise, it is completely depend upon if we are going to have interest in those kind of projects, then invest, then do it. Nobody can do it because farmers doesn't have enough fund to invest in the project. And we cannot generate carbon credit if the land bank is less than 1,000 hectare or 2,000 hectare because ROI is not possible there. So we need a large number of investment, of course, but at the same time, the opportunity is that if we'll do the carbon credit business for sustainable agriculture, forestations or afforestation or REDD, we can generate credit for 20 years. So once we register the project, we can generate credit for 20 years. This can be further increased for 100 years. So there is a great opportunity, but initial funding and support is required. So when we are doing in the ground, and as a EKI Energy, so what all we do? So first of all, we do awareness drive with the farmer. Then we do demonstration. So demonstration is also required to win the trust to the farmer. And after that, engagement drive. And after engagement, we do the aggregation of the farmer. And then incentivization of the farmer, sometimes initially and sometimes post the project has been done. Then we do the audit, assurance and credit generation. And at the end, the most important part is innovation. Innovation in terms of technology and the process. So that process innovation, technology innovations further can amplify more carbon credit benefit. Because all those projects which we are doing in the ground, they have to meet the larger UNSDG goal. So that is the objective. So that will be the true meaning of democratization of the carbon credit. In case we will really focus about this area, if we can really focus about the life movement which Prime Minister has mentioned right now, that every individual has to contribute for the net zero goal, it can only happen when end user can get the benefited and get the support for the carbon credit.
Thank you, Rohit. I mean, in terms of the benefit you're talking about, specific benefits of carbon credit generation per hectare. Thank you for that information. I'll just, the concluding part of the session, I'll just try to get some info and knowledge on the incentive structures and incentives that are coming up or that could come up going forward for facilitating climate action in the agriculture sector. To you, Santosh, again, what incentives or initiatives is the government taking or could take to boost climate action in the agricultural sector?
See, I think we discussed about the carbon credit, which is the one market-led mechanism, and we are talking about voluntary commitment resulting into some change of economics for the sector. But beyond that, agriculture is one of the most critical sector for any government because it is a life resilience for many things. So there are discussions about different mechanism, different kind of incentives that could be promoted where the corporates are supposed to come and look beyond the carbon and support the sector. When I say beyond the carbon, we mean by you are looking at agriculture sector contribution for the different development goals or for different kind of environmental outcome which are not kind of only carbon. So I am not sure how the much awareness is about the different kind of mechanism, but biodiversity, water, plastic, all are government priority in terms of climate action. So they want to reduce plastic pollution, they want to increase the water availability. Now for each of these outcomes, the government is planning to have a mechanism where if you achieve any of these outcomes, you can be rewarded. So for example, I'll give a very simplistic example of the Prime Minister's call for life movement, which is a lifestyle for environment, where he talked about that any climate friendly action can be incentivized. It's a call for action on that. Those who are working on the villages, and there is a discussion about how to kind of do rainwater harvesting. Many of the areas are struggling with the water shortage, and rainwater harvesting can capture the rainwater and recharge the groundwater. Now rainwater harvesting does not have direct carbon outcomes. If you harvest rainwater, it does not have any kind of direct carbon outcomes, but it has a very, very high outcome in terms of water recharge. So can a farmer be incentivized for building water harvesting structure? And if that farmer can be incentivized, you are looking for another sector to be opened up. So the government is talking about different kind of mechanisms and linking those incentive with the private sector, especially the commitments under the corporate social responsibility, as well as government is trying to kind of understand the corporate sector footprint beyond carbon. I don't know how many of you are aware the SEBI's circular about the BRSR, Business Responsibility and Sustainability Reporting, has a detailed format where they are asking about your water footprint, your plastic footprint, your biodiversity footprint. The idea is that if we know about those footprint, how we can understand the action on that front. So I would see agriculture benefiting from multiple kind of such incentive. One is that the corporates call to support the sectors. Second, agriculture being critical for Indian economy and for our own kind of growth path, government would and still kind of working on different mechanisms where it's not about incentive only directly coming to the farmer, but lower cost of capital, incentive for the project developers, incentive for the corporates could be brought in, and these are all part of that. There is a one big possibility, I think it's not a time for discuss that, but the loss and damage announcement at the COP27 It's a very marquee decision to talk about that. The climate action is going beyond the carbon mitigation. We are talking about those who are affected, they also need to be paid. And agriculture is the most affected sector by climate change. So if that discussion makes traction, then you will see more mechanism coming where you are not talking about that you would be paid for certain kind of carbon emission reduction, but you will be paid if there is a loss of productivity or you are being affected by the climate extreme events.
So there's a lot of action and traction from a policy perspective. I think we are going beyond just carbon markets, and all actions that are oriented towards sustainable development would have some form of a benefit that the government is working. Swapan, to you, the last questions for you. Do you see the need for any procedures or safeguards for farmers when that need to be put in place while addressing this issue of carbon sequestration, carbon emission, or benefiting from carbon or sustainability related actions?
Right. No, absolutely. I think one of the challenges of carbon is, of course, first it's challenging even to measure and monitor carbon cost effectively, but then its allied impacts of potential carbon projects on community livelihoods, safeguards related to biodiversity, whether you are going ahead with monocrop plantations of trees because they sequester carbon fast or not. These are additional challenges which need to be part and parcel of carbon programs. So we need to put in place some practices around that. The international carbon standards are also working on trying to institutionalize good practices and add-on certification to give premier pricing to projects which have these inbuilt safeguards. But it's also important, I think, from a national context that we encourage those practices, because maladaptation, loss of biodiversity are much longer term threats that can affect our food security way beyond the benefit that we get from carbon. I think the other safeguard, important safeguard, is of course also, like I had mentioned earlier, in terms of the contracting, in terms of the contracting structure, in terms of figuring out how to minimize transaction cost and where to place risk. I think those are important areas also, so that the optimal value is assigned to farmers and not to the intermediaries and traders. I think those are two important points.
It's a very critical point, and I just want to plug into this. So just a word of caution, because the carbon project in agriculture sector talks about a large number of farmers coming together. And whenever you have a large number of farmers coming together into an economic contractual obligation, you see a huge community risk. So we need to prepare for that. The biggest risk that I see is the farmers not getting the fair share or just participation into the carbon benefit. Voluntary carbon market is very sensitive to the reputation of the project and the kind of co-benefit assigned. If you are invested into a carbon project that any kind of community issue comes and talks about the fair distribution being questioned, then that project carbon price would just tank. Yeah. So it's an early sector. We should be very careful that we should not be we should not be resorting to greed, but trying to build the sector. Yeah. Trade the carbon for the farmer, not with the farmer.
Yeah, I think one additional point here, is that this cost of transition, because a lot of carbon projects require transition from one practice to the other, and I think that there can be a tendency that you go in head first in trying to institutionalize a practice without looking at the long-term transition costs and whether the carbon benefit even offsets it. So I think that this broad economic, good, sound design of projects in addition to allocating risk is super critical. And I think again technology is a key player there which can reduce those costs, and I think that needs to be taken into account.
Thank you very much, Sapan. I think very interesting view on the risks and the mitigation measures. I'd like to ask a concluding question to Mac. Mac, can you hear me?
Well, sir.
Great. What is your view on the global best practices with reference to incentives being implemented across various countries that could probably be, emulated in India? Are there any such countries with best practices for incentivizing, carbon neutrality, and any frameworks that can be replicated or emulated in India? To you, Mac.
Thanks for that question. Before I sort of try to answer the question, obviously I'm not an expert on this, but before I try to answer, I want to caveat it by saying India is quite unique, and what applies in country X or country Y may not be fully emulated and would have to be significantly customized. As you know, India is the only top 5 emitter that's also a developing country. Among the top 10 emitters, India has the lowest per capita emissions. India is also on the top 5 climate risk countries. So India is quite unique among the high emitters in terms of setting up a carbon market that also has to take into account significant developmental concerns, right? In terms of best practices, I mean, Singapore is always talked about with the recent launch of the SGX one. LSE, London Stock Exchange, and UK, London as a city, has promoted quite a bit around the carbon markets. And then the one with the maximum volume on the voluntary carbon market is the GEO and NGO, or the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, right? So those are three that are starting to bring transparency to voluntary carbon markets and some level of quality control, right? So similarly, something with BSE and or some other platform in India that brings transparency to the prices of various types of credits, quality control, and to some extent liquidity so that many corporates can take part. So that's one sort of lesson learned rather than emulate something that's happening in another country. The other, I think Mr. Mehra sort of touched on it, is how do we bring some of the standards and certification of higher quality? It's a bit of the Wild West on the carbon projects globally today. Many projects are of dubious quality, dubious. So how do you bring some level of ECMI, Abacus under Verra? What can Indian government, Indian sort of institutions, private sector bring in terms of certification systems like Silvera, B0 that allow for a higher quality, co-benefits of the project, right? That's number two. Number three is some version of transparency and regulation, right? What Singapore has done, what Indonesia is sort of muddling around with, what Ghana has done quite well, is what kind of regulation do you set up for export of credits to the voluntary carbon markets? What kind of regulation do you set for corresponding adjustment? What are the taxation systems? What are the royalty payments? How do those royalty payments go back to the communities, etc., right? So some version of regulation a la what Ghana has tried, what Brazil is trying now, etc., could also be quite useful. And the last one, and then as part of that, for example, Switzerland and Ghana signed an agreement in terms of corresponding adjustments. So what can India do in terms of some of the big developed world polluters to sign bilateral agreements that allow for a much better price, much more of the royalty going back to the communities, etc., right? And then I want to end by saying that basically whatever you do, especially developing countries, and there are some good examples in other countries, how do you protect the communities? And I think that was referred to by one of the panelists, right? So how do you ensure that the maximum amount of benefit goes back to the community and not the broker in the middle or the investor, right? So I think there are things that can be emulated from other countries in terms of protecting the communities that do the cook stoves or tree planting or those sorts of projects. So those are some of the lessons learned from other countries that could be applicable, but obviously the Energy Conservation Bill of 2022 amendment is being discussed. A lot of good inputs are coming into it. So I'm sure there will be a much, robust protocol for the carbon markets in India.
Thank you, Mac. Thank you very much for that global perspective. The 4 pointers on credibility, liquidity, the need for a regulation, and low brokering. With this, I think, thank you very much, respected panelists, for your valuable and deep insights. If there are any questions, we'll be happy to take a couple of questions, and if not, we'll close the session. Any questions?
So I've got one question. So out here.
Sure.
I'm Dr. Sangeeta from Riverless Irrigation. We are a micro irrigation company. India is on an average, the micro irrigation coverage is around 1 million hectares per annum, out of which almost 500,000 is under drip irrigation. So hearing the panelists, the crux is unless you have 1,000 hectares of area in one cluster, you cannot really claim for carbon credit. Though such a good amount of work is being done in the country with respect to all the panelists mentioned, measurement of water, fertigation and all, but still we do not qualify for the carbon credit. Is it correct or not?
Can I answer this? Because I mentioned this. So we can claim carbon credit, but ROI is not effective. So as an investor, suppose we do the project, We do the investment project for registry, audit and issuance. As a company, we keep an eye that when we will invest the project, we should at least get our fund back. So in case the project is smaller in terms of land bank, it is very difficult to get the ROI. But if you want to do the project, you can invest and you can create the carbon credit.
Now, I'll just simplify this. I think in India, the land holdings are small, so aggregation has to be done at some point of time. What goes into this economics is a lot of cost which are procedural, registration, verification, etc. The smaller the project size, that becomes the costly. So, I'm part of a platform. We run a platform with TIRF, one of the leading NGOs, to kind of aggregate the small farmers and under a broad umbrella so that the project is big enough so the economics is justified. So, what technically you should do that, you become part of a bigger project where we are talking about registration of say 1 million hectare of drip irrigation, and then within that framework you can get benefits. So, what typically happens, you have a program of activity, a broad project where a small project can be clubbed, and the project registration as well the economics is tied to the larger bucket. So, basically what I am saying, don't register a project of 1 acre, but be part of a project that is of a 1 million acre. That is the way, but you can technically get that and economics would change. The other part is that economics also depends, I think EKI folks know very well, on the number of co-benefits you are doing. So, it is not only about the carbon sequestered, but if your project involves community, your project involves some kind of biodiversity benefits, the carbon prices would be accompanied by the prices of those co-benefits and it can be fairly high. So, carbon market always goes into range. The same project can get a carbon credit price of $5 to $25. So
a small example, like if you have forestation project. So if you're doing forestation as well as you also preserving the wildlife, also involving communities to community involvement and creating new livelihood for community so that forest burden can be reduced. So your carbon credit will be the premium carbon credit because you will meet more UNSDG goal. So if you move to UNSDG goal, you'll get better price in the global. So we talk about the quality of carbon credit. So, but definitely if your project is small, you can aggregate, few players can join hand together and we can register the project.
Thank you. Yeah, sure.
You go ahead. You have
So right now we all in India only 1 or 2 projects has been registered for agriculture domain. So they have to generate the carbon credit revenue so far, but the project has been registered. So it's a beginning stage. No, nothing has been built. It will take a year time to incentivize. Because the two area is two things is important for generating carbon credit. One is that baseline survey, where we are lacking in terms of data as a country, and second is additionality, why you need additional fund, and third is most important thing, which is must be for private land or the community land, because when we have a government land, government will claim the credit for themselves. So there are some parameters which we have to justify and prove. Yeah, please, sir.
Yeah, Rajendra, just to let you know, on the 8th of November, on the Account platform, which is a Rabobank platform, we sold the first carbon credits from India, smallholder farmers, agroforestry. This is from the Vedamax project in Andhra, and we sold them at $31 each, and 80% of that money is going to go back to the farmers. Yeah.
So it has been done, sir. I think what he was saying, so there are 2 ways. One is that you get when the carbon credit has been verified and issued, but farmers also get money at the beginning of that. So typically a carbon project happens in 2 ways. I reach a farmer saying that you are doing something that generates carbon benefit, can you scale it up? I assign this value, that this is the value you can get from that, and I can pay that value upfront. Whenever the carbon credit comes, you give it to me. So I provide some upfront financing. So just simple answer that they have been paid. Whether the credits have come from those projects and they have been sold or not, that's the duration problem, because credits come after say 5 years. Yeah.
But yeah. So yes, yeah.
That's where Arindam sir was talking about that is a very complicated process. We are trying to simplify the lot of digital methodology. But yes, you are right. In essence, that is that you look at the baseline that what was your carbon emission and we calculate that. But these calculations go in a very technicalities and differ from one activity and one project to another.
But the global baseline is only 2 years now. So you cannot register the project more than 2 year old. So that is a lot of permutation combination which we can discuss. Yeah.
So thank you very much.
Just to add, in fact, I am from JK Paper. Actually, we had the first agroforestry project in the country, perhaps in South Asia itself. And we were the first to pay out farmers carbon revenue. That was way back in 2012. The first tranche was paid. And then in the 2021, we paid out the second tranche. So,
yeah, there is a project in Bagepalli, that was the first project actually under CDM.
Biogas.
By now they have got already 3-4 remittances.
So CDM projects, we have a huge
Not
history.
only biogam, that is also under agroforestry.
Yes. So CDM project, we have a huge history. I think most of us were talking from the voluntary carbon market. CDM projects, this is nothing new. Carbon money has been paid. The project has been done. It is just a new framework that we are talking about under the voluntary carbon market, whether it has been done or not.
Because CDM is not functioning right now from last few years. Yeah.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, dear panelists. It was a great pleasure moderating this session. I'm blessed, I'm honored. And thank you very much, audience, for the patient listening and strong interactive session. On behalf of Yes Bank, I thank FICCI for inviting us as knowledge partners and giving us the opportunity to moderate this session. It was a very big learning experience for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Should we just done? Okay.
भैया थोड़ा पीछे से फोटो ले लेंगे, मैक्स सर भी आ जाएंगे.
Mac is also.
I thank all our distinguished panelists for such a knowledgeable and interactive session. Thank you all for joining us. Please join us for the high tea outside. Thank you, Max sir, for joining us and sparing your time online. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the technical help also. Have a lovely tea.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture would be joining us very shortly. I just request all the organizations who are receiving an award to please sit in the front rows, or you can all come on the right side. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Sorry to kept you on wait. The minister sir would reach in another 5 minutes. Thank you for being patient. I welcome Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Shri Narendra Singh Tomar. Please put your hands together. I now invite on the desk Mr. Pravesh Sharma, Shri Samuel Praveen Kumar, Mr. Jitendra Joshi, Mr. Niranjan Banodkar. I now welcome Ms. Jyoti Vij, Deputy Secretary General FICCI, for her welcome address. Ma'am, please request you to please present green certificates to the dignitaries. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Divya. Good evening, everybody. A warm welcome once again. माननीय मंत्री जी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कि उन्होंने आज समय हमें दिया हमारे अवॉर्डीज को उत्साहित करने के लिए. सर, एग्रीकल्चर आप जानते हैं, आपने बहुत कार्य किया है पिछले कई वर्षों में. आज हमारा जो देश है एक फूड बोल फॉर द वर्ल्ड माना जाता है. प्रधानमंत्री भी इसके बारे में बहुत बातें करते हैं. आपने इसके में बहुत कार्य किया है, आपकी मंत्रालय ने. चैलेंजेस भी काफ़ी हैं, यील्ड्स के चैलेंजेस है, प्राइजेस के हैं, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है, काफ़ी चैलेंजेस है, लेकिन काफ़ी कार्य भी हो रहा है इन चैलेंजेस को ओवरकम करने के लिए. पर क्लाइमेट चेंज एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज उभर के आ रहा है. इसमें हमारी जो यील्ड है उसके घटने की भी रिस्क है. 4.5% तक का घटावट जो है वो कुछ स्टडीज़ दिखा रहे हैं. नवंबर 25, 2021 तक का जो डेटा है वो शो करता है कि हमारी जो कृषि क्षेत्र है उसका कुछ लॉस भी हुआ है, करीब 5.04 मिलियन हेक्टेयर्स. और छोटे फार्मर्स का इसमें जो है सबसे ज़्यादा असर हुआ है उनको. माननीय प्रधानमंत्री ने एक बहुत बोल्ड मेजर जो 2070 का नेट ज़ीरो का लिया है, उसमें एग्रीकल्चर का बहुत ही बड़ा जो है रोल हो रहेगा. तो इसलिए जो है एग्रीकल्चर मिनिस्ट्री भी काफ़ी जो पॉलिसीज़ ला रही हैं इस तरफ, उससे जो है हम इस टारगेट को मीट करने के लिए काफ़ी जो है मिल सकता है, राहत मिल सकती है हमारे फार्मर्स को और इस क्षेत्र में हमारे को सस्टेनेबल एग्रीकल्चर को आगे ले जाने के लिए. सो इसी संबंध में हमने ये एग्रीकल्चर सस्टेनेबल एग्रीकल्चर अवार्ड्स पिछले साल से शुरू किए थे. कई हमारे जो एग्री बिजनेसेस हैं वो बहुत सारे दे आर इम्प्लीमेंटेड अ लॉट ऑफ गुड प्रैक्टिसेस, बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस इन दिस एरिया. तो उनको अगर हम थोड़ा रिकग्नाइज करेंगे, उन बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस की थोड़ी अवेयरनेस लाएंगे, तो उससे जो बाकी कंपनीज़ हैं, जो बाकी लोग इस एरिया में काम कर रहे हैं, लार्ज कॉर्पोरेट्स हैं, MSMEs हैं, फाउंडेशंस हैं जिसमें ये कार्य हो रहा है, तो बाकियों को भी इससे उत्साहता मिलेगी कुछ और कार्य करने के लिए इन्हीं क्षेत्रों में. सर, ये बहुत मेटिकुलस प्रोसेस फॉलो किया जाता है इन अवार्ड्स को देने के लिए. इसमें हमारी काफ़ी अच्छी ज्यूरी रही है जिनकी सहायता से हम ये सिलेक्शन प्रोसेस करते हैं. 4 कैटेगरीज में ये एप्लीकेशंस इनवाइट हुए हैं सर. एक है आउटस्टैंडिंग सस्टेनेबल फार्मर इनकम एनहांसमेंट प्रोग्राम, दूसरा सॉइल एंड वाटर रिसोर्स कंजर्वेशन में है, तीसरा क्लाइमेट रिजिलिएंट एग्रीकल्चर डेवलपमेंट में है, और चौथा है इनोवेटिव प्रोडक्ट टेक्नोलॉजी सर्विसेज जो कि सस्टेनेबल एग्रीकल्चर डेवलपमेंट को प्रमोट करती हैं. इन 4 कैटेगरीज में लार्ज कॉरपोरेट्स, मिडिल साइज कॉरपोरेट, SME और जो नॉट फॉर प्रॉफिट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं, इनके अलग अलग कैटेगरीज में अवार्ड दिया जाता है क्योंकि हर एक का जो काम का क्षेत्र है वो अलग अलग है. तो इसलिए इनको हम इकट्ठे एक कैटेगरी में नहीं डाल सकते हैं. इससे ये भी पता चलता है कि साइंस के द्वारा जो ग्लोबल चैलेंजेस हैं उसको किस तरह से कॉर्पोरेट्स ने इस्तेमाल करके इन चैलेंजेस को डील करने की कोशिश की है, और ये शोकेसिंग करी जा रही है इन अवार्ड्स के द्वारा. आपने जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने पर ड्रॉप मोर क्रॉप जैसी जो स्कीम्स चलाई हैं, नेशनल इनोवेशन इन क्लाइमेट रेजिलिएंट एग्रीकल्चर चलाया है, इनसे दिखता है कि गवर्नमेंट किस तरह से पूरा जो वैल्यू चेन की सहायता करना चाह रही है क्लाइमेट चेंज जैसे चैलेंज को मीट करने के लिए। और आपके द्वारा हमें और भी पता चलेगा कि किस तरह से आपकी जो मिनिस्ट्री है क्या क्या और पॉलिसीज़ बना रही है इसको डील करने के लिए। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं माननीय मंत्री जी का और सारे और डिग्नेटरीज का फिर से स्वागत करना चाहूँगी। मैं रिक्वेस्ट एवरीबडी टू पुट योर हैंड्स टुगेदर टू वेलकम द मिनिस्टर एंड अदर डिग्नेटरीज। थैंक यू सो मच। We are now moving to the felicitation of awards for the winners. Award, the category 1 is award for farmer income enhancement program. Sir, may I invite all the dignitaries to please come on the stage. In the large corporates category, the ITC Limited has secured first position. May I now request a representative from ITC Limited to please receive the award. Award for Farmer Income Enhancement Program. The second position is shared by Corteva Agri Science and Bayer Crop Science jointly. May I now request representatives from Corteva and Bayer Crop Science to please receive the award in category 1, award for Farmer Income Enhancement Program. We have representatives from Bayer Crop Science. The jury decided to give encouragement award to 2 organizations in this category. The first encouragement award goes to JK Paper. The another award for encouragement in the award category goes to TAFE Limited. May I now request a representative from TAFE to please receive the award. Under mid corporates in the award category for enhanced farmer income program goes to Vista Processed Foods Private Limited. The next category was for non-for-profit foundations. The first position, first position goes to Syngenta Foundation India. In the second spot is also shared by 2 organizations. First is Lupin Human Welfare and Research Foundation. May I now request somebody from a representative from Lupin Foundation to please receive the award. The award is shared by Parachute Kalpa Vriksh Foundation. Under the SMEs category,
Lawrencedale Agro Processing India Private Limited has secured the first position. May I now request a representative from Lawrencedale to please receive the award. The next category of awards was Award for Soil and Water Resource Conservation. In the large corporates, the first position goes to LT Foods Limited. May I request a representative from LT Foods to please receive the award. DCM Shriram Limited. The second position is shared by DCM Shriram Limited and UPL Limited. May I now request representatives from both the organizations to please receive the award. In the mid-corporates category, the award goes to Seedworks International Private Limited. May I now request dignitaries from Seedworks to please receive the award. In the SMEs category, the award goes to Rivulis Irrigation India Private Limited. A representative from the organization, please receive the award. Now we move on to the second category, 2.2 Award for Climate Resilient Agriculture Development. In the large corporates, the first position is the first prize goes to Corteva Agri Science Limited. The second position goes to Nestle India Limited. We have one more award for the encouragement. Jury decided to give this award to Acme Clean Tech Solutions Private Limited. In the mid-corporates, the award goes to Seedworks International Private Limited. In the non-for-profit organizations, the award goes to Axion Fraterna Ecology Center. We now move to our last category, Award for Innovative Product Technology Services Promoting Sustainable Agriculture Development. In the large corporates, the first prize is shared by Coca-Cola India Private Limited. May I now request representative from Coca-Cola to please receive the award. It is shared by Sohanlal Commodity Management Private Limited. In the non-for-profit organizations foundation, the award goes to Harvest Plus. And the last award for SMEs goes to Agrinos India Private Limited. You have secured the first position, sir. Address. With this, we come to the end of the awards. May I now request our chief guest for his address.
फिक्की और यस बैंक के इस महत्वपूर्ण आयोजन में हम सब के मध्य उपस्थित आदरणीय श्री प्रवेश शर्मा जी, सैमुअल प्रवीण कुमार जी, निरंजन जी, सुश्री ज्योति जी, जोशी साहब, वेदिका कपूर जी और इस अवसर के साक्षी बन रहे सभी उपस्थित महानुभाव और पत्रकार मित्रों, कृषि के क्षेत्र में फिक्की हमेशा प्रोत्साहन का काम लंबे समय से करता आ रहा है और इसी क्रम में यह अवार्ड सेरेमनी भी संपन्न हो रही है। विभिन्न विधाओं में कृषि के क्षेत्र में अच्छा प्रदर्शन करने वाले जो महानुभाव हैं, उन सब को आज सम्मानित करने का काम हुआ है। मैं अपनी ओर से और भारत सरकार की ओर से उन सभी को हृदय से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूँ, बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूँ। हम सब मानव हैं, मानव में गुण भी है और अवगुण भी है। समाज के द्वारा कोशिश ये की जाती है कि व्यक्ति के गुणों का अधिकाधिक विकास हो और गुणों का विकास करते हुए व्यक्ति का जो हुनर है, उसकी जो ऊर्जा है, वो समाज के लिए उपयोगी साबित हो। व्यक्ति अपने अपने क्षेत्र में काम करता है, लेकिन व्यक्ति आगे बढ़ता रहे, उसका प्रोत्साहन होता रहे, इसके लिए किसी न किसी पेरेंट्स की ज़रूरत पड़ती है और मैं समझता हूँ वो पेरेंट्स की भूमिका फिक्की और यस बैंक आज निभा रहे हैं। यह मेरे लिए निश्चित रूप से बहुत ही प्रसन्नता की बात है। कृषि का क्षेत्र हम सब जानते हैं कि हमारे देश के लिए और दुनिया के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है और इसलिए आज हम अनुभव करते हैं कि बाकी कोई भी विकसित देश भी टेक्नोलॉजी के दृष्टि से अनेकानेक कदम उठा रहा होगा, लेकिन उसकी सबसे पहली चिंता है वो सतत कृषि और खाद्य सुरक्षा। और जब हम अपने देश के बारे में सोचते हैं तो स्वाभाविक रूप से हम सब की मान्यता है कि हमारा देश कृषि प्रधान देश है और कृषि को जब हमने प्राधान्य दिया है और परंपरागत रूप से इस कामकाज में भारतीयों की निपुणता रही है, तो इसको मदद करना, ताकतवर बनाना, यह सरकार की भी जिम्मेवारी है और हम सब लोगों की भी जिम्मेवारी है। यह खाद्य सुरक्षा के लिए तो जरूरी है ही, लेकिन वर्तमान परिस्थितियों में जो दुनिया का राजनीतिक परिदृश्य बदल रहा है, उसके हिसाब से भी अगर आज हम देखें तो दुनिया के बड़ी संख्या में देशों की भारत से मुश्किल के क्षणों में बड़ी मदद की अपेक्षा है। हमारे पड़ोसी देश भी हैं, मित्र देश भी हैं, कुछ अभावग्रस्त देश भी हैं जिनके साथ हमें मानवीय दृष्टिकोण अपनाते हुए मदद करनी ही चाहिए। तो ऐसी स्थिति में जब हम अपने कृषि क्षेत्र के बारे में विचार करते हैं तो स्वाभाविक रूप से हमारे यहाँ पर्याप्त मात्रा में कृषि उत्पादों का उत्पादन हो। बदलते परिदृश्य में जोत छोटी होने के कारण दिनों दिन उत्पादकता हमारी बढ़े, किसानी में लागत कम हो, किसानी में निरंतरता हो, किसान को वाजिब दाम मिल सकें, इसके लिए भिन्न भिन्न प्रयास सरकारों के माध्यम से देश भर में किए जा रहे हैं। यह इसलिए भी जरूरी है कि कृषि की अर्थव्यवस्था इसने अपनी प्रासंगिकता को समय समय पर सिद्ध किया है। पुरातन कालखंड में भी अगर आप देखेंगे तो ध्यान में आएगा कि हमारी ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्था और अभावग्रस्त कृषि यही हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था का आधार थी। और जो हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था और ग्रामीण परंपराएं थीं, उन्हीं से ये देश पूरी तरह बंधा हुआ था। अंग्रेजों ने हमको तोड़ने की कम कोशिश नहीं की, लेकिन ये हमारा जो ताना बाना था ये मजबूत इतना था कि इसको तोड़ने में वो सफल नहीं हो पाए। और इसलिए आप देखेंगे कि जब जब भी दुनिया में मंदी का दौर आया तो भारत उस दौर से बहुत आसानी से निकल गया। और अभी हाल ही में देखेंगे तो कोविड का दौर था तो दुनिया की सारी अर्थव्यवस्थाएं गड़बड़ा गई थी, लेकिन उस दौर में भी हमारी कृषि की अर्थव्यवस्था ने देश का साथ ठीक उसी प्रकार से दिया जैसे मनुष्य को खड़े रखने में रीढ़ की हड्डी का योगदान होता है। जब लॉकडाउन लगा तो हम सबको मालूम है कि फसल कटाई के लिए खड़ी थी, देश भर में अफरा तफरी का माहौल था, सारी गतिविधियां प्राय बंद थीं। उस समय हमारे किसान ने फसल की कटाई का काम पूरा किया, पिछले वर्ष से अधिक उत्पादन किया। सरकार ने भी खरीद केंद्रों को बढ़ाकर, संख्या को बढ़ाकर सरकारी खरीद करने की पूरी शिद्दत से कोशिश की। और मैं उस समय सोचता था कि चलो फसल कटाई के लिए खड़ी है तो कट गई, सरकार को खरीदना ही चाहिए, तो हमने खरीद लिया। लेकिन बाकी लोगों ने एक बार को अपने दीर्घगामी विजन को उस दौर में प्रभावित होने दिया होगा, लेकिन हमारे किसान को अगर आप देखेंगे तो ध्यान में आएगा कि कोविड का वो महाकाल था, उसमें भी अगली फसल की बुआई की तैयारी पूरी किसान ने की। और मुझे इस बात का गर्व है कि गत वर्ष जितनी बुआई हुई थी उससे कई गुना अधिक बुआई करने का काम उसने कोविड के कालखंड में किया। यह मैं इसलिए कहना चाहता हूं कि कुल मिला के जो हमारी प्रधानता है, अगर सच्चाई में हम उसको स्वीकार करते हैं और उसको मजबूती प्रदान करते हैं तो किसी भी स्थिति से, किसी भी प्रतिकूल परिस्थितियों में हम निपटने के लिए तैयार रहेंगे और मजबूती के साथ खड़े रहेंगे। और इसलिए कृषि के क्षेत्र को प्राधान्य देना सरकारों ने आरंभ रखा ही है। लेकिन मुझे प्रसन्नता है कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी के प्रधानमंत्री बनने के बाद कृषि के क्षेत्र में एक अलग प्रकार की स्पिरिट भी खड़ी हुई है। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने तो एक बार ही कहा कि किसान की आमदनी दोगुनी होनी चाहिए, खेती में टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग होना चाहिए, खेती में निजी निवेश की संभावनाएं बढ़ने चाहिए, उसके द्वार खोलने चाहिए। ये उन्होंने एक बार कहा, लेकिन उनके एक बार कहने के कारण आज देश भर में कृषि के क्षेत्र में एक अलग प्रकार की प्रतिस्पर्धा भी खड़ी है, एक स्पिरिट भी खड़ी है। आज 7-8 साल पहले हम लोग जब बात करते थे कृषि के बारे में, तो लगभग ये मान्यता बन गई थी कि किसान अपने बेटे को किसान नहीं बनाना चाहता, क्योंकि किसानी घाटे का सौदा हो रही थी। किसानी के क्षेत्र में कोई रिफॉर्म नहीं हुए थे। किसानी के क्षेत्र में निजी निवेश के लिए कोई बहुत संभावनाएं नहीं थी। किसानी के लिए जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की आवश्यकता है उसका सर्वथा अभाव था। जहां प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट होनी चाहिए जिससे किसानों का उत्पादन वहाँ खप सके, प्रोसेस हो सके, उसका अभाव था। इसलिए सामान्य तौर पर लोगों को लगता था कि खेती के झंझट में क्यों पड़ना, तो किसान का बेटा भी थोड़ी बहुत तालीम प्राप्त करने के बाद शहर जाता और नौकरी की तलाश में ही घूमता था। लेकिन आज मुझे बहुत प्रसन्नता होती है कि एक पढ़ा लिखा नौजवान जो हाईली एजुकेटेड है और वो अच्छी तनख्वाह भी कहीं काम करे तो प्राप्त कर सकता है, लेकिन उसके मन में अब आता है कि उसको ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग करनी चाहिए, नेचुरल फार्मिंग करनी चाहिए, एग्रीकल्चर प्रोडक्ट्स का एक्सपोर्ट करना चाहिए। वो अच्छा पैसा उसमें कमा भी सकता है, देश की भी सेवा कर सकता है, देश को स्वच्छ उत्पादन मिले, स्वस्थ उत्पादन मिले, देश में केमिकल फार्मिंग का जो रिवाज बढ़ गया है वो कम हो। इस दिशा में पढ़े लिखे लोग बहुत तेज़ी के साथ प्रवृत्त हो रहे हैं और इसके रास्ते सरकार ने खोले भी हैं। हम जानते हैं कि हमारे देश में 86% छोटे किसान हैं जिनके पास 2 हेक्टेयर से कम भूमि है। ये 86% छोटे किसान हैं, इनकी हालत में सुधार लाना यह अत्यंत आवश्यक है। इसलिए देश भर में 10,000 नए FPO बनाने का कार्यक्रम प्रारंभ किया गया। उस पर भारत सरकार 6,865 करोड़ रुपया खर्च कर रही है और उस पर बहुत तेज़ी के साथ काम चल रहा है। अल्पकालिक ऋण किसानों को उपलब्ध हो, साहूकार पर उनकी निर्भरता न रहे, इसलिए KCC के ऋण को बढ़ाया गया। आज लगभग 18 लाख करोड़ रुपया किसानों को फसल ऋण के रूप में उपलब्ध होता है। सरकार ब्याज की सब्सिडी प्रदान करती है। एग्रीकल्चर के क्षेत्र में जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के गैप्स हैं, उन गैप्स को भरने के लिए एग्रीकल्चर इंफ्रा फंड 1 लाख करोड़ का तय किया गया। और फिर सिर्फ इतना ही नहीं कि एग्रीकल्चर का इंफ्रा बने, कि वेयर हाउस बने, ग्रेडिंग सॉर्टिंग मशीन बने या कोल्ड स्टोरेज बने, साथ साथ में एनिमल हस्बेंड्री के लिए भी 15,000 करोड़ रुपए का प्रावधान किया गया। फिशरीज के लिए भी 20,000 करोड़ रुपए का प्रावधान किया गया। ये सारे के सारे काम मिलकर ही एक तौर से सफल कृषक और सफल कृषि होती है। तो सब तरफ से पैसा जाए और जो ग्रामीण क्षेत्र में गैप्स हैं उन गैप्स को हम भर सकें और किसानी के क्षेत्र में सततता आ सके, निरंतरता आ सके, उसकी अगली पीढ़ी की भी रुचि बढ़ सके और इसलिए टेक्नोलॉजी का प्रयोग बढ़े। तो ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी को भी हम लोगों ने इंट्रोड्यूस किया, कृषि के क्षेत्र में उसका SOP बना दिया, लोग उसका उपयोग करना शुरू कर दिए, धीरे धीरे उस दिशा में प्रवृत्त हो रहे हैं, उसका उपयोग करेंगे। माइक्रो इरिगेशन की दृष्टि से भी एक बड़ा अभियान चलाया जा रहा है। नेचुरल फार्मिंग और ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग पर भी बल दिया जा रहा है, क्योंकि जलवायु परिवर्तन के दौर में बहुत सारी चुनौतियां नई कृषि के क्षेत्र में खड़ी होने वाली हैं। आने वाले कल में देश की और दुनिया की आबादी भी बढ़ने वाली है और हम लोगों की ये कोशिश है कि कृषि को सभी लोग समग्रता की दृष्टि से देखें। सामान्य तौर पर पहले जो व्यवस्था थी वो व्यवस्था अपने आप में थोड़ी अभावग्रस्त बेशक होगी, लेकिन समग्र सोच से ओतप्रोत थी। एक छोटा किसान भी अपने जब खेती करता था तो वो अपने उपयोग की तो हर चीज़ पैदा करता ही था, चाहे वो उसमें उत्पादन उसका 5 किलो 10 किलो ही क्यों ना हो। अगर 4 प्रकार की दाल है तो वो अपने घर लायक तो दाल कर ही लेता था, एक आध दाल बेचने के लिए कर लेता था, गेहूं बेचने के लिए कर लेता था, मिलेट्स सारे खेत में उगा लेता था। अब धीरे धीरे दृष्टि बदल गई है, पैसा काय में आएगा, उत्पादन कौन सा ज़्यादा होएगा। तो इस दृष्टि से आज हम देखेंगे तो गेहूं और धान के बारे में स्थिति आगे बढ़ गई है। हर आदमी ये सोचता है कि भाई गेहूं धान बो, तिलहन में ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा सरसों सोयाबीन बो और आगे बढ़ो। इसमें मेहनत भी कम है और देखना वालना भी कम पड़ता है, और इसलिए इस दिशा में हम लोग ज़्यादा प्रवृत्त हो गए क्योंकि इसमें मुनाफा ज़्यादा है। लेकिन खेती में समग्रता से विचार हो और संतुलित विचार हो। आज भारत देश जैसे देश में मिलेट्स का अभियान चलाना पड़े, इसकी ज़रूरत थोड़ी है। मिलेट्स हमारी परंपरागत रगों में है, हमारे संस्कार में है। हमारा प्राथमिक उत्पादन जब कुछ पैदा नहीं होता था बिना पानी के, तो मिलेट्स हमारे यहाँ होता था, और आज भी पूरी दुनिया में मिलेट्स के सबसे बड़े उत्पादक हम ही हैं। लेकिन धीरे धीरे मिलेट्स ने थाली में अपना स्थान खोया और गेहूं और चावल ने उस स्थान को भरने की कोशिश की। लेकिन आज यूएन ने भी मोदी जी के प्रस्ताव पर 2023 को मिलेट्स ईयर मनाने के लिए घोषणा की है। उसकी तैयारियां पूरे देश में चल रही हैं। कई बार मैं ऐसे सोचता हूं कि हम लोग जब छोटे थे तो गांव में जाते थे तो ज्वार बाजरा ये घर में बहुतायत होता था, रोटी इसी की बनती थी। हम लोग शहर से जाते थे गांव में 2 महीने की छुट्टी में, तो हमारी दादी, चलो भाई ये लड़का शहर से आया है तो 2 रोटी गेहूं की इसके लिए बना दो। ऐसे मतलब मेहमानी के तौर पर गेहूं की रोटी खिलाई जाती थी। जो बाजरा ज्वार रागी गुंदी कंगनी ये सारी चीज़ें हमारे एक तौर से रग रग में थी। लेकिन अब आज हमको ये कहना पड़ रहा है कि भाई मिलेट्स को गरीबों का खाना कहकर आप लोगों ने उसको दुत्कार दिया और उसको हीनता की भावना से देखने लगे। तो अब पूरी दुनिया को एक बार मिलेट्स को थाली में पुनः सम्मान मिले, इसके लिए प्रधानमंत्री जैसे बड़े बड़े लोगों को अभियान चलाने की ज़रूरत पड़ रही है। यह इसीलिए होता है कि जब हम एकांगी विचार करते हैं, हमारा विचार समग्रता में होना चाहिए, समुच्चय में होना चाहिए। और जब हम खेती के बारे में विचार करते हैं तो खेती में एक फसल के लिए विचार नहीं होना चाहिए। सामान्य तौर पर कोशिश ये होनी चाहिए कि खेती के उत्पादन में कौन कौन सी चीज़ों की किन किन क्षेत्रों में कितनी कितनी आवश्यकता है, उस हिसाब से मैपिंग होके अगर हम खेती की तरफ प्रवृत्त हों तो निश्चित रूप से खेती के साथ भी न्याय कर सकेंगे, समाज के साथ भी न्याय कर सकेंगे, और जो देश की आवश्यकता है उसको भी ठीक प्रकार से पूर्त करने की स्थिति में आगे बढ़ सकेंगे। मैं समझता हूँ आप सब लोग खेती के क्षेत्र में बहुत ही परिश्रम पूर्वक काम कर रहे हैं, टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग कर रहे हैं, किसानों की आमदनी बढ़ाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, किसानों को वाजिब दाम मिल सकें इसकी कोशिश कर रहे हैं। यह मैं समझता हूँ इसकी जितनी सराहना की जाए उतनी कमी है। हमारे प्रवेश शर्मा साहब यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, हमारे मध्य प्रदेश कैडर के IAS अफसर हैं, हमारे पुराने मित्र हैं। ये चाहते तो एक बड़ी से बड़ी कंपनी में अच्छी तनख्वाह पर काम कर सकते थे, लेकिन जब इन्होंने VRS लिया तभी मुझे आकर बताया कि मेरी कोशिश है कि खेती के क्षेत्र में काम करूं। तो मैं उनकी इस भावना का भी स्वागत करता हूं और मैं समझता हूं यह भावना बाकी लोगों को भी प्रेरणा देगी, ऐसा मुझे पूरा विश्वास है। आज इस मौके पर आप सब यहाँ इकट्ठा हुए, फिक्की और यस बैंक ने मिलकर ये शानदार आयोजन किया। पुनः इस कार्यक्रम में सभी अवार्डियों को अपनी ओर से बहुत बहुत बधाई शुभकामनाएं देते हुए अपनी बात को समाप्त करता हूं। धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring address. May I now invite Mr. Pravesh Sharma, Chairman, FICCI Task Force on FPOs and Director Samuniti for his concluding remarks. The program would still run for 15 more minutes as Minister sir has to leave, so we are giving the remarks now.
आदरणीय मंत्री जी, मंच पर सभी आसीन गणमान्य व्यक्ति, डेलीगेट्स, अवॉर्डीज़ और इस प्रोग्राम के आयोजक, जितनी संस्थाएं जिन्होंने आज इस प्रोग्राम को सफल बनाया। मुझे लगता है कि माननीय मंत्री जी के प्रेरक शब्द सुनकर एक नया दृष्टिकोण और जो उन्होंने अपने अंतिम वाक्यों में कहा कि कृषि को जब तक समग्र दृष्टि से एक होलिस्टिक विजन लेके नहीं चला जाएगा तो शायद हम जो चाह रहे हैं लक्ष्य प्राप्त करना वो नहीं कर पाएंगे। माननीय मंत्री जी, आपने आज यहाँ आकर और अवॉर्डीज़ को और हम सबको मार्गदर्शन देकर एक नई स्फूर्ति दी है, नया एक दिशा दी है। फिक्की, जैसे आपने स्वयं नोट किया, पिछले 4-5 वर्षों से कोशिश कर रहा है कि एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म हम बनाएं जिसमें अलग अलग प्रकार के विचारों को हम रख सकें। आपके मंत्रालय की ओर से बहुत सहयोग हमें इस कार्य में मिला है। हमें ये भी स्वीकार करना होगा कि जो यहाँ आज उपस्थित हैं कंपनियाँ और बहुत सारे जो नहीं भी आए हैं, उन्होंने भी इस प्लेटफॉर्म से जुड़कर अपने जो विचार हैं, अपनी टेक्नोलॉजीज़ की जानकारी है और बहुत अच्छे सुझाव इन प्लेटफॉर्म्स पर उत्पन्न हुए हैं जिनको हम समय समय पर मंत्रालय से शेयर करते हैं। सैमुअल प्रवीण कुमार जी यहाँ उपस्थित हैं, जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी, वो लगातार यहाँ आते हैं। मनोज आहूजा जी, सेक्रेटरी एग्रीकल्चर, आज नहीं उपस्थित हो सकेंगे, बट उन्होंने भी समय समय पर आकर हम सब के बीच में विचार विमर्श किया है और कुछ बहुत अच्छे निष्कर्षों पर हम लोग पहुँचे हैं। मैं जानता हूँ कि आपका प्रोग्राम बहुत ही व्यस्त है और आपको जाना है, तो हम सभी, आप सबकी ओर से मैं माननीय मंत्री जी का बहुत तहे दिल से आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ कि आपने आज यहाँ पर हमारे अवॉर्डीज़ को पुरस्कृत किया और उनका मार्गदर्शन दिया और उनका एनकरेजमेंट दिया। माननीय मंत्री जी को चूँकि अब जाना है, लेकिन प्रोग्राम के लिए बाकी लोग कृपया उपस्थित रहें। अभी हम सैमुअल जी और हमारे अन्य जो 2 अतिथि हैं उनकी बात भी सुनेंगे। उसके बाद लगभग 15 मिनट में ये प्रोग्राम समाप्त होगा। पुनः मंत्री जी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। नमस्कार।
सर ने उठा लिया ना, ऐसे नाम का लिखा था। नहीं, आप कंटिन्यू करो, मैडम छोड़ देंगे, आप कंटिन्यू।
I now request Sri Samuel Praveen Kumar, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, for his address. Welcome, sir.
Since Honorable Minister has just left, I'll start saying Honorable Minister who was present here. Respected Parvesh ji, Niranjan Manodkar, Jitendra Joshi ji, and Jyoti Vij madam, and all my dear friends from the industry. Am I audible? Yes. A very good evening to all of you. Until such time the other dignitaries come and join, let me make the mood lighter. We have come here for some celebration of awards, right? So something in the context of sustainability. I'll share a small joke before I get into the serious business of sustainability. There was a county church preacher who was very much frustrated with the alcohol abuse in his county. So in a church service, in a sermon, he was preaching the ill effects of, the alcohol abuse and how to overcome that. What are the negative effects of alcohol? And he was, in his peak passion. He was saying, if I was given the power, I'll throw all the wine bottles, beer bottles, everything down the drain into the river. So he was harping on this into the river. So the choir director who was just watching this, she was showing an anguish on her face. She was pointing him to the bulletin. There's a hymnal bulletin, if you had been to a church, you will see hymnal bulletins with numbers. So then he did not understand anything. What is she signaling? Then finally, out of frustration, he said, okay, now I'll close the sermon. Let us move on to the church hymnal and finish the service. The choir director stood up, slowly walked to the edge of the stage and then said, okay, let's all stand up and sing the hymn 365. And the hymn is like this: shall we all gather at the river? And I'll just go on to say that shall we all gather at the river? Yes, we'll gather at the river, the beautiful, beautiful river. So that near about sums up our predicament with regard to sustainable agriculture. We all want to do it, but when it comes to actually implementing that, we take a back step. Sustainable agriculture is not supposed to be actually meant for agriculture alone. Anything that we do under the sun in this planet is to be sustainable. Whether it is healthcare, whether it is sanitation, whether it is resource utilization, whether it is energy consumption, whether it is environmental protection, whether it is climate action, everything must be sustainable. Now, why has sustainable become so important? Because we have been doing something in an unsustainable manner. And least of all agriculture, especially after the post-harvest, post-green revolution, because of the deterioration in soil health, depleting water table, pollution of natural resources, and reduction in biodiversity. Now, this issue of unsustainability, has made the farming more challenging because of the rapidly changing climate as well. Again, the impact of climate, all of us know. Input-intensive agriculture is both a contributor as well as a victim of climate change. So much so that, I was referring to one social media joke where they were saying that today if Titanic was to again travel, all the way across North Atlantic, it will definitely never sink. You know the reason? Not because of technology or navigation, but because there are no icebergs. All of them are melted thanks to the climate change. So what are all the challenges that we are now supposed to address? Because by 2050, if you see, we will need food production at least to be increased by 70% to meet the calorie needs of our population, global population, which is expected to reach 9.8 billion. And 68% of whom are expected to be in the urban areas. Now, the amount of resources that we use for our traditional agriculture is astronomical. 70% of the water usage goes towards agriculture production, largely due to the unsustainable irrigation practices that we follow. At present, 38% of the Earth's non-frozen land is used for growing food. But the requirement by 2050, we need 593 million hectares of land that has to be transformed into arable land to meet the projected calorie needs of our global population, which is, to put it in a very understandable perspective, double the size of India. Is it possible globally? It's a huge challenge. The third biggest challenge that has come in COVID times, which has taught us, is how the COVID pandemic has made humans more aware about the detrimental effects of our increasing contact with previously untouched wildlife. Now, this is something which we have to be very careful about, because it will be inevitable that more and more instances of mass infection and destruction by the zoonotic diseases will come up. And that is where we have to be very careful, and it will impact the entire supply chain in the agri ecosystem. Now, what is this sustainability all about? Why are we talking so much about sustainability? Sustainability is nothing but, use the land and resources in a manner in which you can pass on to the future generations. You don't finish yourself everything. Leave something for the next generations, coming generations to use. Increase your human food and fiber production in a sustainable manner. Promote environmental sustainability. Improve the quality of life of farmers. And also enhance their farm incomes at the level at which we desire that they should have. Now, we also have to think about the sustainable, goals. United Nations have got some SDGs, especially goals 6, 7, 11, 12, 13, 14, all are actually linked to agriculture. 6 is clean water and sanitation, it impacts agriculture. 7 is affordable and clean energy, it impacts agriculture. 11, sustainable cities and communities, we can't build without rural India, rural communities. 12, responsible consumption and production. 13, climate action. 14, life below water, and 15, life above land. So all these are actually going to be impacted unless we do agriculture sustainably. We will not be able to sustain life on this planet. Now, since I am representing government, I should also speak on what efforts the government has taken in making the agriculture sustainable. Of course, Honorable Minister has highlighted and given a very holistic view, but I would like to specifically speak on few things like organic farming, natural farming, conservation agriculture, system of rice intensification, precision farming, agroforestry, urban farming techniques like vertical farming, hydroponics, which are also being promoted because we are going to have scarcity of land as we move forward. Specifically, government has got schemes and programs for making agriculture sustainable. National Mission for Sustainable Agriculture is there. which makes agriculture more productive, sustainable, remunerative and climate resilient. Then we have IPM, Integrated Pest Management under RKVY, Rashtriya Krishi Vikas Yojana, which is again, financial assistance provided to farmers to limit the use of chemical fertilizers and promote IPM as a sustainable strategy. Ensuring food and nutritional security through NFSM, that is the National Food Security Mission. This is another, flagship scheme of Government of India where you have the increase in production of rice, wheat, pulses, coarse cereals, nutri-cereals through adoption of sustainable techniques. Then we have soil management for sustainable agriculture. We started in 15-16 the soil health card system. About 5% to 6% of increase in the yield of crops has been registered due to the application of fertilizer as per soil health card. So therefore, you are rationalizing the use of fertilizers. Conservation agriculture is one other area where, sustainability can be inbuilt. Submission on agriculture mechanization, by which you are providing financial assistance for farmers to have farm equipments that support conservation agriculture. Sustainable water management techniques, PM Kisan Sinchai Yojana, PDMC, these are all micro irrigation. We have 61.72 lakh hectares covered under the micro irrigation, and there's a lot of potential in our country to actually minimize water usage and go for micro irrigation. National Mission on Natural Farming is another scheme which has actually helped in sustainable agriculture. You have integrated farming modules systems developed by ICAR. If we can implement them, and we have a scheme called MIDH, Mission for Integrated Development of Horticulture, where you have encouragement for growing fruits, vegetables, roots, tuber crops, mushrooms. So all these things put together, we have, lot of things that we can do for making agriculture sustainable. Government is, sincerely striving to make food and nutrition security, restoration of degraded soil, conservation of resources, protect environment and also ensure profitability. Right. Having said that, what are we up to now? What should we do, as a community? See, I want to share some of my thoughts on how we can promote sustainability. One, we have to use, reuse and repurpose all the resources and more because we have to include this in a circular economy. We talk about circular economy, how are we going to reuse them? Then also the businesses, especially all the businesses who are here, try to put a human face before your facts and figures of the business. There is always a human element that you will be impacting. Thirdly, catch them young, they say, engage children. We need to engage children. Students are the best proponents of sustainability, and since we are building a future for our children, let us in fact work with schools and colleges to make sustainability a part of their collective future for promotion of prosperity and also to secure the future for our coming generations. Lastly, we also talk about the whole of government approach in government, but I would like to add one more thing. Let us have a whole of society approach. Let us also include the civil society, NGOs, multilateral bodies, because small acts when multiplied by millions of people can transform this world. In conclusion, I would like to just quote the words of Theodore Roosevelt, who said, "Far and away the best prize that life offers is the chance to work hard at work worth doing." And I don't have any hesitation in stating that there is no better work than working for making agriculture in our country sustainable. And surely all of us can collectively transform Indian agriculture in the coming days. So once again, with those words, I would like to congratulate all the winners who have got awards, and my special congratulations to all those who missed out, because they might not have got an award, but they have definitely contributed in making this Indian agriculture sustainable. Thank you, FICCI team, for making me a part of this celebration. Thank you all. Jai Hind, Jai Kisan.
Thank you, sir, for such a knowledgeable address. I would now request Mr. Jitendra Joshi, Director, Seed South Asia, Corteva Agri-Science, and Chairman, FICCI Task Force on Millets, for his address.
Thank you. Good evening. Namaskar. Welcome to all the participants, awardees, and delegates on the dais. So first of all, to start with, I would like to say that this is a great initiative. And thinking of sustainable is like thinking of, respectable minister just said that, it's like a spine. आपका रीढ़ का हड्डी के लिए काम करना है. And if we actually take care of our spine, that is what will take care of the country, society, and everyone related with that. And I congratulate FICCI for taking the lead, organizing this forum where we are talking sustainability, bringing the people interested in sustainable agriculture and beyond together, and also recognizing the effort in different areas which will not only motivate people who are currently part of it, but also many others who are thinking of it and looking at sustainable agriculture as one of the key domain to work for. And probably we'll see more and more people coming in, more and more ideas and investment and work coming in to make to take these things ahead. We actually also thank, being part of the millet committee of FICCI, I also thank government to make 2023 the International Year of Millet, the efforts around that, which is a big recognition of so many farmers who stays in the remote villages with much lesser resources than others, who grow totally rain-fed and consume that. Many of them has millets as their staple diet, and at the same time, many says that millet is not as profitable as other crops, and you just touched upon that, Mr. Secretary. But they still are on it, and that is not only adding to the quality nutrition to the India and the world, but also they are adding a lot to the sustainability. They are not going to other crops where, in spite of having options. So I think appreciation, recognition of those millions of farmers who are working with millet is a great way to thank them, and thank you government for that. I also want to touch upon some very positive things which we have seen from the government in the recent past. Being from the industry, I would like to pick few things like drones in agriculture, which is going to support a lot in terms of the way agriculture is being done, particularly in the crop protection side and beyond. And this will actually give farmers a competitive edge to compete with best of the farmers across the world. Few other things like gene editing, it just came. A lot potential it has to make things, different crops, different product varieties which are moving towards sustainability, but at the same time profitability. Give farmer more with less, that can be created. Lesser stress on abiotic stress on the crop, which can make sure that the farmers are not doing a sustainable agriculture, but also creating profit while doing that. And if you want to promote sustainable agriculture, profitability is one of the key pieces to it, because that's what will motivate farmers to move towards better practices. A few of the things which, as Mr. Secretary is here, I just wanted to touch upon that: sustainable innovation, biodiversity, greenhouse emission, inclusion, diversity and equity. These are few things which needs to bring together. You know, Minister also said that samagra sustainability should be discussed, and in that we need to bring everything, every piece of agriculture, at the same time every part of society, means men, women and everyone should work together on that. And a few of the things I just want to share, that incentivizing farmer for these good activities, sustainable farming, is something which we need to take ahead by finding ways to it. I think carbon credit and many other things can be the right way of doing it, and we need to keep thinking how they can get maximum benefit of their yield, which is limited, less in comparison to many other crops, but still the quality wise it's one of the best. So we at FICCI also are working to bring those people together who have interest in millet, and ensuring that we make millets popular, and what can be the better year than 2023 for that. Another piece which I just wanted to touch upon is the policy environment. We have seen some very good things like I just shared. I just say that as we move ahead, farmers need newer technologies. We need to make sure that how the policy environment can be more, say, smoother or faster, to make sure that the new technologies in terms of probably the new chemicals or new seeds or new other inputs and all the other technologies which can help farmers grow their crops easily, at the same time in a sustainable way which has less impact on environment, but improve the overall quality of the crops they produce, which can help not only them, but also the consumer and society a lot. So with this word, I again thank FICCI and to have this great platform to bring everyone together, to motivate so many people to work on sustainability, and government to actively support that. With the minister coming in and you staying, even we discussed, is something which is good, and I think with that kind of support, this can keep growing further and further. So with that, I say that we are here, and at Cotiva we are super active to make sure that we'll make the International Year of Millet successful. At FICCI committee also we are very actively working on that, and we believe that we can help our millions of farmers with the right practices towards sustainability with profitability. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. May I now request Samuel, sir, and other dignitaries on the dais for the release of FICCI Yes Bank Knowledge Report, promoting sustainability in Indian agriculture, focus areas for responsible growth. Thank you, sir and ma'am. I now request Mr. Niranjan Banodkar, Chief Financial Officer and Head Sustainability, Yes Bank Limited, for his address. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Divya. Very good evening to everybody. I would like to extend again a warm welcome and thank you to the dignitaries here. Shri Samuel Praveen Kumar ji, Shri Pravesh Sharma ji, Jitendra Joshi ji, Madam Jyoti Vij. In fact, we've had a full day of session here. There is enough that has been spoken about sustainable agriculture as a subject. We've had great guidance that has come in from the minister himself and also Samuel Kumar ji. So there is not much that I'm going to add in terms of a value contribution, but maybe I'll take some bit of time to just speak about what Yes Bank has been doing on the sustainability space. How is that we have been looking at the sustainability space. So I think from that vantage point, I just wanted to say that first and foremost for Yes Bank, what we have done is really integrated sustainability into some of our core strategic objectives, and fundamentally that actually starts with setting up of a board level ESG and sustainability committee. So a lot of our decision making revolves around sustainability being one of the core pillars. And I mean, I don't want to spend a lot of time, but whether we talk about credit decisions, whether we talk about our internal operations, a lot of the sustainability intervention forms part of that. Just to give you an example, so we are a bank that has taken a net zero target for 2030, and one of the initiatives that we have done for our internal operations actually is move to completely renewable energy sourcing for our corporate office. We are also moving a large part of our Mumbai distribution also to renewable. So I think that's one way of the way we are driving this. The second thing is we've also done a bit of product innovation from a financial inclusion standpoint as well. So for example, we were the first bank to also launch a green bond way back in 2015. We've also come out with some green fixed deposits in 2018. We've actually done an innovation in the dairy space about a decade back, where we interlinked technology with the agri producers that came from the dairy sector. But I think one of the points that actually also goes into the theme for the award winners, which I want to also express my heartiest congratulations, is to really see how can this be scaled up to really mainstream into the agriculture industry, because we've seen enough innovation. I think we've seen contributions in limited pockets, There have been good enough use cases, but I think the focus of FICCI and events like these really is to see how we can scale this up. And I honestly believe frugal technology, frugal investments is something that is going to play a big part on this. One of the other areas that Yes Bank has also focused on is really being knowledge partners, policy advocacy, and it is in that context that I'm very pleased to be here, present here for opening of this particular knowledge report. So I want to also thank FICCI for allowing and partnering Yes Bank to be a partner. So thank you very much for that. Very quickly, the three parts to this particular report. So the first part of the chapter of this report talks about the role of agriculture in attaining the sustainability development goals, and that's something that we also heard earlier as to how it is intertwined in that. So we've attempted to actually emphasize and look at some genuine practical cases as to how that can be implemented. The second, while we've heard that government has undertaken a lot of initiatives, I think the second part focuses about what role the private sector can play in really driving agriculture sustainability. So I think that's something I don't want to bore the people. Mine is the last speech, so that's something I'll encourage people to actually look at the report. And the third is really looking at some policy recommendations or interventions that could also further help to drive the sustainability. So that's really the small sum and substance of the report that has been done. The last part I just wanted to also spend time on is the fact that when we look at sustainability, and this is something because I also oversee the sustainability function at Yes Bank, many a times we see this as a compliance or a must do, and in reality it is. But the fact is that this also presents a significant opportunity. I mean, very simply, if you look at investments that are going to be required till 2030, we are looking in excess of $3 trillion. And in the agri business itself, we are looking at more than $200–300 billion of investment. So it is also pockets of opportunities that we can constructively start looking. It's just that I think we all have to collectively come together and build this on a big scale. So I really hope that this knowledge report will serve as an idea generator and kind of drive the need of the hour, which is sustainability. Once again, thank FICCI for giving us the opportunity to act as the knowledge partners. Yes Bank actually joins FICCI in applauding the tremendous work done by all FICCI Sustainability Award winners. Thank you very much. With that, thank you.
Thank you for your address, sir. I now request Pravesh sir for closing the day.
So I have the unique privilege of giving two closing addresses in the same session. This is a first for me too, but there's always a first time. I also had the great opportunity to open this this morning. Some of you have suffered me already enough, so I'm only going to say thank you for this wonderful audience. You've been so patient, so attentive, and I think when you go away and think about today, maybe tomorrow after a good rest, you will recall many useful and some new things that you may have heard. And I must say that I'm one person, I said this in the morning too, while I am a little skeptical of the very technology heavy focus on all the discussion that we are currently having on sustainable agriculture, it's very heartening at the end of the day. I did go away for a couple of hours, but I certainly have spent enough time to be very heartened by what I am hearing from so many of you informally in the sessions. There is obviously an understanding and realization that the farmer must remain the focus of any effort to try and address this. One point which I was informally sharing with the Honorable Minister is sustainability, at least in agriculture, is something that we should hope to achieve maybe in the next 2 decades. It's not going to happen next year or in 5 years. We have to have at least 20-year perspective to be successful. And I hope that many people present here, and I'm almost envious of the young in this room because they are going to be able to see this roll out. But I think that there is a huge amount of energy building up. Congratulations to FICCI for focusing on the theme. Congratulations once again to all the awardees, and let's hope by the time we come back next year, we'll actually have many more examples and much more innovation to discuss. So thanks all of you again for your presence, and good night and thank you.